We got a Supergirl before GTA 6. Superman is hope, Supergirl is PTSD. This is gonna be the Gen Z movie of the year. Superman. Look up! Supergirl. Hiccup! Supergirl is giving drunk thought from Endgame. Superman has only known Earth and was raised by two nice farmers from Kansas. Supergirl, Vietnam flashback. Another opportunity for James Gunn to flex his Spotify playlist. Superman gives hope while saving people. Oh, Supergirl gets drunk and still saves people. Did James Gunn just keep the sets from Guardians of the Galaxy? Aquaman, my man, Lobo, main man. Girl didn't brush her hair, not even once. Where's the raccoon? Star-Lord wants his duster back. This feels like the other side of the Guardians of the Galaxy I have expected her to run into Star-Lord. Crow better be okay, or this will be the Kryptonian version of John Wayne. Guardians of the Galaxy.
Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. That's always fun, taking chat comments, making a song about it. But that's an old song. That was, what, 6 months ago? We need a new version. We need a new updated version. Because there's probably better memes about it. Why doesn't it ever get rid of that whenever you look in the search bar? Let's see, we got plenty of tabs here, including ones featuring the flop known as Supergirl, with Angry Joe getting mad about it, getting angry, and everyone else laughing at his reaction, even though Joe himself gave the movie like a 4.
The Shield
We'll get into it.
just don't quite
Here's Suburban Eye. It's the pronouns guy. You're boring.
understand what to do right now with Supergirl. I mean, they understand that it's terrible, but at the same time, they want to try and run defense, or some of them have just absolutely no self-awareness whatsoever. Somehow, unknown to everybody, Grace Randolph has become Queen of the Chuds, reigning over all of us for time to come. And of course, your friend and mine, Angry Joe, is stuck right in the thick of it. Hi everyone, it's Az here from Heel vs. Babyface. The absolute meltdowns surrounding Supergirl are just too glorious to behold. In actual fact, I don't think that this is a heat wave that we're having in the UK. I think it's the fallout from Angry Joe's nuclear level explosions online. Whereas Grace Randolph has turned around and been crowned Queen of the Chuds as she thinks Supergirl is absolute hot garbage. We've got Fox News now reporting on it for whatever that means.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Don't ask me. And then we've got the BBC showing unbelievable lack of self-awareness because they're saying, well, DC Studios needs to win back the trust of its audience. Hello, BBC. Okay, let's start off with that one first, shall we? It's really funny when the BBC do an interview with somebody and that person says, do you know what? We need to win back people's trust. And you're talking to the BBC, who are losing license fee payers hand over fist because the BBC no longer serve the British public. Hashtag defund the BBC. But do you think they'll take any self-reflection from this interview? No. Supergirl, DC Studios boss says comics giant needs to win back fans' trust. Well, you ain't gonna do that with this pile of shite. The studio behind Supergirl needs to win back fans' trust, according to one of its big bosses.
Ow.
It's Peter Safran, it's not James Gunn. Don't get excited, everyone. DC Studios rebooted last year with the well-received Superman, which wasn't that well-received. It was very mediocre received. It
Yeah.
didn't do anywhere close to what they wanted.
And I think even the people who said that they liked the movie, like the more time that passes, the more they look back and think about it, the more they're like, that movie was kind of dumb.
The box office, and it didn't make its money back at the box office either. Supergirl out this
Like everyone's still doing their fan fiction and fan art using the Henry Cavill Superman. Like the James Gunn Superman made no cultural impact.
week, starring House of Dragon actress Millie Alcock, Jason Momoa, and British teenager Eve Ridley, is the second big release set in the rejigged universe. That's a weird word for shit. Peter Safran, who runs DC Studios alongside director James Gunn, told BBC Newsbeat the new direction was an attempt to get back on track. So this was done before the film even came out. And if Peter Safran and James Gunn thinks this is getting things back on track, well, I wonder what the reaction to this film is going to do. Are you on the right track? Clearly not. You've clearly displayed that you are nowhere even close to being on the right track. Supergirl follows blah, blah, blah. Along the way, she teams up with blah, blah, blah. The movie's directed with blah, blah, blah. Reviewers have been split on the film.
Lobo is in it.
Not really, though.
But from what I hear, he's not in it for very much. He's a very short amount of time.
Box office isn't split. You see, when you've reduced your audience to such a small amount, you tend to get better feedback because everyone who should be going to see it, that you're trying to get to go to see it, that your $170 million budget.
They should have gone with Batgirl first. That's a much easier story to write. Just like daughter of a police commissioner, trying to live up to the example of her hero.
Screams masses amounts of people need to go see it. They're not turning up. So you get a very skewed type of outlook on the film because for the most part, mainstream media are going to shill for this. And the fact that so many have come out. And
I didn't notice that the cup had the new waifus in it. I guess it's all Marin's, huh? Is this the base one? That's funny. The Marin coin and the begging cup.
Actually gone against that grain is outstanding. It truly is. Praising Alcock's performance, I didn't. And being less enthusiastic about the action sequences, well, it was generic, miserable tripe. So, according to Peter Safran, Supergirl was an attempt to get things back on track, and there's a very high chance that this is going to do probably around $225, $230 million
220
when its box office run comes to an end, which would be horrendous. Now, Grace Randolph, as I've mentioned twice now, she's been crowned Queen of the Chuds because she's just told it how it is. Now, I ain't going to lie, we've taken a lot of jabs at Grace Randolph over the years. She has some very interesting takes, shall we say, but my God, a broken clock is right twice a day, I guess. Supergirl review, no spoilers, an epic failure on the level of Birds of Prey and Thor Love and Thunder, and dare I say it, Snow White. Ooh, but she's hit the nail on the head because Birds of Prey was a mitigated dog shit. I remember Birds of Prey very well, unfortunately. Not because the film's memorable. I've pretty much forgotten everything that happened in that, apart from all the PTSD parts.
WB did cancel a finished 2022 Batgirl movie with Keaton as Batman.
Yeah, I think I did hear about that.
I saw in
just sort of didn't go anywhere.
Theaters before the coof hit. And we're about 45 minutes in, and I dragged my mate along, and he turned to me at the 45-minute mark and went, "This is the worst movie I've ever seen in my life." And I just had to laugh. I would say that Supergirl is absolutely on the level of Birds of Prey, absolutely on the level of the Marvels. Thor Love and Thunder was trash beyond compare. And, you know, you can, I'd say put the Flash in there, but I would watch the Flash all day, every day, above any of those films. The Flash wasn't great by any means, but there were a couple of good action sequences in there.
Yeah.
Even Michael Keaton as Batman couldn't save that monstrosity. And speaking of monstrosities, Angry Joe's meltdowns have just been rolling on and on and on. And even though he why can't this cow get off her lazy fucking ass? Get a job! Get a job, DSP! Get a job!
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill.
Holy cow! I just had an epiphany. DSP works harder than any of this fucking bunch of losers, and he's a panhandling beggar. Oh my god, we are so beyond clown.
Okay, we gotta record that. Open up Audacity.
Gave Supergirl a 4 out of 10. He initially gave it a 5, but was bullying in
His
5
friends should
minutes
watch
to
Madam
reducing
Web
it
and
down to a
Morbid
4
Time
because a 5 is way too much. But he didn't like it for the right reasons, whereas the people he doesn't like and don't agree with, they didn't like it for the wrong reasons, you see? Just had an epiphany. Jock and ass. Get a job! Get a job, DSP! Get a job!
I need that money. I really do. I need.
Okay.
That's how it works. Now, Angry Joe has been on a multi-day absolute meltdown on social media with rules for thee, but not for me. DSP. He doesn't understand that when he posts on a public forum for everybody to see and respond to, if you respond to that, you're brigading him, okay? Get a job, DSP! Joe's a good guy. He's the best guy. He's the person that you should always look up to. He's the beacon of truth and hope. He is the fire that brings Rohan to Gondor's aid. Actually, he's a bit of a knobhead, but don't worry about that. He starts off this post incorrectly as well. Now, if you think I'm talking about the fandom menace bit, I'm not. I'm talking about the fact that he should have started this with Dear Diary. Dear Diary. So he calls Nerdrotics fans fandom menace because he thinks it's the year 2018 or something. And then you can pause this and read it through at your leisure. It's a fucking spurg. He talks about how he doesn't like the film for the right reasons. And we didn't like the film for the wrong reasons. We didn't like it because of the LGBT fucking interview. And Joe, because he has no self-awareness whatsoever at all in any capacity, he doesn't realize that we've also seen the trailers. We've also talked how bad the trailers are, how that these trailers can't in any capacity bring people to the theaters. It's going to be a disaster. Then the box office predictions came in, which were horrendously low. They didn't start off great, and they just kept tumbling and tumbling. We discussed that as well. Then we discussed the interviews leading up to the film's release as well, where she said stuff like, Supergirl goes both ways. But that's not in the film because there's no love interest in the film at all. In fact, there's no love in the film, which is correct. It's a nihilistic, horrible, dank, dark piece of shit. But for that, we said that she was talking more people out of the theater. The film was already in terrible trouble, but she was talking more people out. But Joe creates his own narrative in his own mind because he's a victim here. The poor 3.2 million subscriber channel being absolutely brigaded by people on social media with 26 followers. and stuff like that. It's not as if Joe has, got any self-reflection and thought, maybe I should look at myself. Oh, God, no. Oh, Lordy, no. No, we can't have that whatsoever. So I actually put it as Joe called a press conference in his own mind. Anywho, Joe then goes on to display legendary levels of lack of self-awareness as he manages to contradict himself within a couple of sentences, which, by the way, isn't anything new, but it's still funny when it happens. He responds to Supergirl Updates account, which says, Supergirl is getting review bombed. Oh my God. Look at all those 1s out of 10. That's terrible. And Joe says, yeah. He agrees that it's being review bombed. Happened with Superman 2. Oh no. He was too woke and weak.
Well, he presented as weak. He was like having a shouting match with Lois Lane, just having a temper tantrum. And also, if you look at the power scaling conversations, he is weak. Like, he's literally weak. Like, he doesn't have the level of feats that other versions of Superman have.
Same dudes
whatever.
Dogpiled it. So Joe,
like, he was such a beta in that movie, which is not charming at all.
Is agreeing that Supergirl is being negatively dogpiled. Then a sentence later says, oh, by the way, you should probably ignore the 10s because they're also full of shit. So he's fully aware.
Ignore the 10s.
That the 10s are also a load of fucking bollocks for the most part as well.
So it's being review hyped.
You can't agree that it's being negatively dogpiled while also then agreeing that, yeah, but the 10s are fake too. Your stance would be, actually, it's probably being bombed both ways. Not saying, yes, I agree with you. Superman was also dogpiled because he was too woke and too weak. And Fox News are also having a go at him. And the Snyder fans hate him. Oh, yeah, but also, you see those 10s? Yeah.
Those are fake too.
Don't pay any attention. Don't pay any attention to those 10s. Oh, and also, by the way, we gave it a 4 out of 10. We gave it a 4 out of 10.
So if you go and review bomb a 4.
I tried to give it a 5, but other Joe and Alex have actually got some common sense, and they managed to talk me round into lowering the score within about 5 minutes.
What a dweeb.
So yeah, Angry Joe proving to be absolute comedy gold on social media right now. Now I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to predict that within a couple of weeks, all of this chatter, all of this propping up of Supergirl is going to miraculously just vanish. Like it does with every single solitary movie. Because for the most part, a lot of the glazers on social media, not Angry Joe, he's an established account, but a lot of the glazers are bot accounts which have been purchased by marketing firms in an effort to keep the film relevant on social media platforms and attempt to glaze it to get people to go see it. It's not going to happen. Tomorrow, we're going to actually find out what the opening weekend take is at the box office. And then next week, we're going to find out what that week 1 to week 2 drop is going to be, and it could
Imagine
be
going to war against the so-called chuds over a 4 out of 10.
But those
it's
are videos
mentality at its
for
purest.
another time. Until then, guys and gals, you take care. Goodbye, Malubu.
Such a bad idea for Joe, and like I kept saying, he shouldn't try to pick fights with these people, because if they do invite him onto the show, they're just going to destroy him. Like, he's not a good debater. You saw how he was with Keeley. Jeff Keeley, Gura, and ZZZ. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a gander. Destroy everyone. Fight. It is pretty cool. It's like Gura could like not stream anymore ever, and people would still be making fan art like that. Continuing on, the humiliation of Supergirl.
Supergirl is out, and as was entirely predictable, it has flopped big time with the audience. What some may find more surprising, though, is that rather than attack the audience for being misogynistic trolls or something, the entertainment media complex are ganging up on the movie too, fiercely attacking both it and James Gunn, seemingly intent on adding as much insult to the box office injury as they possibly can. Why would they even do that? Well, we're about to take a deep dive into that and every other facet of this movie's entirely predictable failure. So strap in.
Get a job, DSP!
This video is sponsored by Black Forest Supplements. The movie, and those were revised down to 40-some million after actual audiences saw the movie exactly 40 by Saturday, which means that when the weekend actuals rather than estimates are in, there's a very real chance the final domestic opening weekend figure will have a 3 in front of it. Which would be bad. Very, very bad. But then again, so was the 7-some million Thursday preview figure, as last year's Superman did 3 times as much in its Thursday preview. And that is the recurring theme here.
If they let this movie out, I cannot imagine how bad that Batgirl movie was going to be.
Leading many to call for the ouster of James Gunn. As 2 movies in, his DC reboot is arguably not in the best of health. We're about to explore all the ramifications of this. But first, and on the topic of health, let's take a moment start circulate. Harvard saw
the fly bloodstream, and they go to like high for people could actually stream and called the by
powder and by sleep aid.
Wow, that's
the predictable failure of Supergirl, and why even the media is adding insult to injury.
What should be obvious?
With an opening like this, which is a massive, massive decline from last year's Superman, there are 2 things of particular note. First, only a fraction of the audience that went to see Superman last year returned for Supergirl. And second, of those that did...
In hindsight, they were kind of smart giving her sunglasses and having her hair over her face, just hiding her face as much as possible. And then you see how she really looks, and you're like, ugh, whoa.
See Superman last year return for Supergirl. And second, of those that did, hardly anyone liked what they saw. We'll get back to why those who saw the movie didn't enjoy it. But for the moment, let's focus on those that never went to see the movie in the first place. Those who flat out rejected it unseen. Because that is who Warner and DC needs to be worried about. Those that should have gone, those that saw Superman, but who made the decision not to see Supergirl at all. Why would they do that?
It never went.
There are 3 reasons why those who went to see last year's Superman didn't return for this, and I submit that 2 of those are smaller and 1 is big. Or put in other words, 2 of those reasons kept some people away, though they add up, and 1 kept a lot of people away. The 2 smaller reasons are last year's Superman itself and Peacemaker Season 2. Superman had a mixed reception, where many people liked it, but many also didn't, and there can be many reasons for that. Meanwhile, no one liked Peacemaker Season 2. Even I, who think that Season 1 is the best comic book-based series ever put on TV, dislike Peacemaker Season 2. In other words, the majority of the audience were disappointed by either Superman or Peacemaker Season 2. Many were disappointed by both, which means the Gunverse was off to a shaky start even before Supergirl was ever released.
Like
so some, no doubt, opted out already there. But I think many more of those who never went to see Supergirl are going to see the next Gunverse installment. They just sat this one out because it stars another girl boss.
I don't know.
There was a time when too few female-led comic book movies were made. No one is arguing that, and the fanbase wanted, for instance, a Black Widow solo movie for years before it eventually was released, way too late. But there is correction,
After she was dead.
and then there is hyper-correction, and that is what Hollywood did. And here, Kevin Feige's MCU was the single biggest offender. Already towards the end of Phase 3, there were reports that Feige planned on making the majority of the MCU roster female, and well, he wasn't joking. The rest of Hollywood followed suit, making just about every male property female-centric, even if the audience had never asked for this. The end result, of course, was that the audience of the world fled from not just comic book movies, but any and all genre and action movie with a woman front and center. The unmistakable turning point came with The Marvels, a movie that hardly anyone saw, least of all
Black
women.
girl magic!
So it was kind of hopeless to blame male audiences for being sexist, when the data was pretty unmistakable that the only ones who did go were the dudes. More than any other audience segment, it was female audiences that sat out the by default male-branded movies that Hollywood, in their wisdom, had made female-centric. Supergirl was announced almost a year before The Marvels was released. By the time it was, James Gunn and DC should by rights have scrapped Supergirl there and then. They had the time for it. Because that data point should have showed them that proceeding with Supergirl would severely damage the Gunverse of DC, no matter how good or how bad the movie turned out to be in its own right. It was always going to fail regardless, simply by being a girl boss movie in a world where the market has turned on them big time.
She's so repulsive. I don't know what it is.
Making matters even worse, they went with adapting Tom King's run, in which Supergirl is punk rock, which is another way of saying she's a bit loose, a total bitch, and hard to root for. Millie Alcock inadvertently made this worse still by sticking to the talking points which Warner's out-of-touch marketing department gave her. And these talking points said to let the world know how awesome the movie was because there was no romance with any man there and that Supergirl swings both ways. Which means they lived up to the meme, in that they put a chick in it and made her gay. And those are just the optics. We haven't even started on the movie itself, which the Hollywood trade went out of its way to humiliate and disparage, far, far worse than they usually do. Usually, the Hollywood trade is pretty reserved in their negative reviews, because they exist in symbiosis with the Hollywood system, and they don't want to come down too hard on the movies of the people they're friends with and fundamentally agree with, especially if that movie has women or queerness or other diversity in it, and Supergirl has all of those. Yet this time, all the usual courtesy went out the window. Instead, they went for the jugular. Variety titled their review, Millie Alcock takes charge in a dystopian superhero movie so flat it's super horrendous. And it reads, the entire movie thinks it's punk rock. It opens with Krypto the Superdog peeing on a newspaper headline about Superman saving a small town. From there, the film introduces us
literally
to Kara
just
Sor-El,
pisses on
who
Superman.
rather than being
Literally.
the
It's
spunky
not even-
Supergirl of legend, saving
not even
earthly
clever
lives
about
in
it.
a primary-colored spandex suit, is an interplanetary drunk in a blondie t-shirt, how punk rock, bopping from one arid dystopia to the next, seeking out junk heap bars on junk heap planets, getting into fights set to racery anthems by Wetleg and Halsey. The villain, Krem of the Yellow Hills, is an overly derivative Mad Max reject. And jumping forward a bit, of course, maybe that's because the movie has no story. As Kara plays hooky from her life on Earth, just because we see Krem commit a pair of brutish actions that set off what passes for the plot of Supergirl. The beloved terrier Krypto gets shot with a poison dart that will kill him in 72 hours. That's how long
Wow,
Kara has
what a
to retrieve
MacGuffin.
the antidote. Kill Krem, save the dog. Those are the motivations driving the entire, not even interesting enough to be convoluted plot of Supergirl. Maybe that's why the movie is full of action, yet numbingly flat. But that's just what Variety has to say about the movie. Next, they get personal and go after Gunn directly. Variety continues. James Gunn, along with Peter Safran, knew that he was launching DC Studios right into the teeth of superhero fatigue. Gunn got asked a lot about how he was going to avoid that, and the key thing he said was, "We're not going into production on any movie until the script we have is rock solid," for that was the overriding problem with the superhero
DSP
overkill era.
checklist, and we'll go over
The
it.
films had
Kiwi Josh took a look at it, so I'm sure he only has about 3 or 4 things wrong as he looks at the news.
lousy scripts, which were used as grids on
Speed
which
this
to
up.
layer the visual effects. Gunn
be here
was
all day.
right to want to take the comic book genre back to well-structured screenwriting basics. So, what has he done in his second DC outing? He has given us a comic book movie with the worst script I can remember.
Ugh.
It's by Ana Noguera. Take
We
note of
needed
that.
a woman!
Normally, a script from someone with a name like that would be praised regardless. If you didn't like it, then you must be a bigot.
Of course.
Not here though. No traditional protections apply, and they went directly after Gunn's leadership of the DC Universe. We're about to get back to that. But for now, here we got to give some props to Cosmic Book News, a publication that always had a very anti-Gunn slant, but they did report months ago that Gunn had abandoned his initial script complete before movies get greenlit approach. A reporting which is supported by everyone hating the story in Supergirl. In a recent feature, they wrote, "Back in December, our insiders told us that Gunn had quietly abandoned that finished script approach and reverted to the so-called Marvel method, working from a broad outline, pre-visualizing the big VFX moments and wow beats first, then layering in character work and leaning on his writing team's humor to paper over weak spots." But even so, even if that is the case, that is surely no reason for Variety and the other trades to go after Gunn and Supergirl so hard. I mean, Marvel always did this, and they never ever came after Marvel this hard, even when the movies sucked. So why Gunn and DC? Do they want him to fail? Well, actually, yes.
Yes. What on earth for?
Quite a few in Hollywood always wanted Gunn's DC to fail. Here's what I said a year and a half ago, after the trailer for Gunn's Superman was released.
There are many in Hollywood that are really rooting for the movie to fail because they hate David Zaslav that much. David Zaslav, the head of Warner Brothers Discovery, is the orange man bad of Hollywood, and the hatred many in Hollywood and the associated trades harbor against him is greater than whatever love they may feel for James Gunn. So if Gunn is on Team Zaslav, which he is, they'll root for him to fail if that means Zaslav fails. They hate him that badly, because like the real Orange Man, they see him as an outsider who
Yeah, I think
dares
so.
come into their lovely swamp and stir up how they like things to be done. Always keep that in mind when reading negative news directly or indirectly pertaining to Warner. While no one will admit it out loud, there are numerous producers, agents, pundits, and even journalists that want to see everything he does fail, up to and including James Gunn's Superman. We saw this even with the Superman trailer, where leading up to its release, there were rumors that the studio were unhappy with it. Something Gunn shut down by maintaining that where DC is concerned, he is the studio. But alas, that didn't put an end to worries and doubts, let alone the desire to see
Go ahead, Gunn. Give him all the power to fail, and then we can point at it and say, look how much he's failed.
And stuff. You guys don't have to do makeup and stuff. Lucky bitches.
Get run over.
Oh, sorry. Okay, my bad.
Oops.
That was my bad.
No
I
blinker,
gotta check
right?
my Oopsie.
Mirror? Don't even know what it's
fine.
called.
We are making it. Good thing they did their horn. I had autopilot on and I literally took it off. And then that's when that happened, bro.
Okay. When she gets in a T-bone accident, it's gonna be the funniest thing ever.
Superman
Yeah,
fail.
the stereotype.
Most in
luck, everybody else.
Hollywood have since forgotten that their hatred
I'm
of Gunn
going
was
to merge
transferred
into
from
5
Zaslav.
lanes of
Now they still
traffic.
want to see his DC fail, and I bet half of them have forgotten the initial reason why. But they got a new reason now as well. Zaslav is gone now, replaced by David Ellison. They used to like Ellison, because by way of Skydance, he used to be a financier and give the Hollywood bigwigs money. But then, suddenly, like Zaslav before him, he decided to become a studio head honcho himself and step into the turf of the Hollywood incumbents. And worse still, he bought up 2 studios from them, and then he from their point of view gutted CBS News and 60 Minutes, and now he's gonna do their beloved CNN next. For all of those reasons and more, Hollywood and the Hollywood trade hates Ellison even worse than they ever hated Zaslav, and since Gunn shifted from Team Zaslav to Team Ellison, well, they hate him even more now too. All this, of course, begs the question, will Gunn stay with DC long term? Well, that's honestly too early to say. The Ellisons don't have anyone better to replace him with, so that will ultimately depend on if Gunn and Ellison will be able to see eye to eye on where to move things forward and what were mistakes that Gunn better not repeat again. Supergirl is obviously one of those. But will James Gunn concede that? That I don't know. Let
Hey
me know
Ludwig,
your
how are
thoughts on
you?
all of this, and on
All
the
right.
overall health of DC under James Gunn.
I'm okay. I'm a little bummed. Probably gonna have to sell my VR to pay bills, but it is what it is. That's life.
And on that note, before you go, remember to preserve your own health, as well as that of those
Yada 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 yada. Sure. You need those Alex Jones supplements. That's how you make it. This is Jersh talking about the DSP happenings.
Darkside Phil, Snort Ranch is under lockdown, under siege. 18 hacked accounts, hacking. Okay. Apparently, somebody has figured out how to bully Darkside Phil using a malicious script or some shit, and it's causing him to be angry. So let's take a look.
Apparently, there's a line of code or something they're doing that freezes YouTube chat, and then the only way to get it to work again, is to start a whole stream up again. Okay. Apparently it happened to the streamer Hyphonics and someone else as well, and it's going around YouTube. The problem is it happened 16 hours ago and YouTube didn't fix it yet, which means YouTube is going to drag their feet fixing this. I guarantee they will.
It happened 16. So there's a minor issue on the site that only affects a minority of users in very specific circumstances, which just so happens to include me. And it was reported to them 16 hours ago, and they still haven't fixed it yet. Man, oh man, it's as if deploying a code fix to the front end of one of the most popular websites in the entire fucking world requires more thorough review than what 16 hours can possibly afford you, Phil. That's such a insanely, what's the word? Selfish, conceited, simpleton, small-minded. Like, you think the world works that way? That you snap your fucking fingers and then YouTube is going to break its back and fold in half to deploy a hotfix specifically for you? Who gives a f?
They will 100% drag their feet fixing this because that's how they are. Like, they won't even understand it. People will try to send them the information on how to do it, and they won't.
Entitled.
They're
That's
just,
the word
you know
I was
what I'm
looking
saying?
for.
Like, they're so dumb.
Entitled world.
They won't have any idea of what's causing it or anything, and it might take their coders days to fix. So I might have a dead YouTube chat for days. There's, what can I do about it? Now, the good news is the contributions still come through. So if you like the stream and you still want to interact with me, you could still do a super chat. You could still do a membership. You could still send
what a
tip,
relief.
Of course, that's not going to change.
I was worried you weren't able to
it really
beg.
sucks if I can't interact with you guys. That is true. Felix the Maid says, can you make it so that...
Felix the Maid. Felix the Maid is a fucking DSP dent. Can you put the chat into this account? Must be subscribed on the channel for 4 years or 4 years or more. Do the DSP detractors really have accounts? This is a stupid question. They really have accounts lined up that are like multiple months old subscribers that they can pull out for epic shenanigans if they really need to do something? I guess so, right?
Not my style.
They got aged accounts for doing YouTube shenanigans on YouTube chat for DSP, like f***ing fraudsters with like aged Grand Cayman LLCs for credit card fraud.
An account has to be a follower of the channel for a while to talk. Yes.
There goes your new viewership, Phil. Oh boy.
That is one thing I could do right now. Subscriber, you had to subscribe to the channel for
4 years.
1 week.
Oh my God. That's not
now
too
you
bad.
can only talk in chat if you have subscribed to the channel for a week. Chances are whoever this idiot is that's doing it is not subscribed to the channel for a week. Now it sucks I had to do that.
Idiot.
Obviously I didn't want to do
idiot,
that.
you outsmarted me.
You bumped it to a month, okay.
But let's see if this stops it. Okay?
Okay. So annoying. Okay.
Let me also post up a message about this right now.
Okay.
I only see little glimpses of DSP's world.
Look at that chair.
But every time I see him, literally every time, he looks older, angrier, and just unhappier. There's never been a time where I've seen a clip of DSP, and he would argue that's because it doesn't get clipped. But he just looks perpetually miserable. Just miserable. It's the Ozempic.
Oh, greasy and round his head is.
DSP never looked that fat to me. He's always been kind of like overweight, but not like properly, like morbidly obese. I don't know. Is that like why would the Ozempic make him angry? You're saying that he's hangry all the time?
Because it's not working?
Ozempic, Adderall, and gin daily combos. Hey, that sounds like a good time. Where's his mirth? If you're slamming Addies, Ozempic, and gin, you better have some fucking mirth. Cool. We are cleaning up YouTube. They're trying to extort him with the fucking Discord link. That's gay. They can't do anything without making it fucking gay, the fucking DSP people.
Fuck you too, idiot. Okay. Thanks, Josh. Thank you for the update. This is a pretty long video on LTG. It's really good, too. It's a very good LTG video. All about how much of a big baby he is. This one is the downfall of the hateful sheriff. That's DSP's next grift. He's going to be the hateful sheriff. The faithful sheriff. I don't know if we saw this already. I don't think we have. YouTube is telling me I haven't. But it should have some stuff we haven't seen yet. The downfall of the Jimquisition, aka Stephanie. It's so goofy. Reddit's most insane moderators from the Gamer from Mars, and a complete moron on 600 Pound Life, brought to us by Big Craig. Not a huge amount of tabs, but enough. Enough, I feel.
A lot hits the blue.
It's a Gundam. He's sexy without knowing he's sexy, and that's really sexy.
In a digital dark age, sexuality is a spectrum, much like autism. Today, we are looking at the
Factosexual? Fictosexuals?
What does fictosexual mean? I'm glad you asked.
The term fictosexual is used in the context of a person who is sexually or romantically attracted to a fictional character, especially when it involves strong emotional attachment. The word can be used as a noun to refer to such a person, or as an adjective to describe such a person, their attraction, or related things.
Get away from me, you're starving, you bastard!
It's better than the Canadian that changed his name to
stone's throw away
Stephanie.
from becoming Christian. Before the dark times, and
When I say the dark
Freaks and their made-up words.
back in 2018, Akihiko Kondo reached global fame for marrying Hatsune Miku.
Fortunately, I could never get the Hatsune Miku Zaku, but that's a different struggle.
My name is Akihiko. My job is a civil servant. I married Hatsune Miku, who lives in my house. About 15 years ago, I was bullied at work and took a leave of absence. But thanks to her, I was able to return to work. She saved me. I love Hatsune Miku-chan. I am very happy.
Hi, Sarah.
Yoroshiku onegai shimasu.
You came in at a weird time.
Is the gold standard for the fictosexual movement. The Dr. Martin Luther King, or Harriet Tubman, if you will. How did Akihiko find out his love for Hatsune Miku? Well, he discovered her after being bullied at work. And when I say he was bullied at work, I mean people ignored him, which led to the loving embrace of anime girls.
Many a lonely man has found comfort in Tifa's bosom, or Juri-san's feet.
ってどんな感じだったんですか?
Calling out ALT like that.
7年頃なんですけども、ちょうどその頃ですね、ちょっと職場でいじめにあって、仕事を休んでたんですよ。もうご飯も食べられない、眠れない、っていうようなもう状態になってしまったので、その時にニコニコ動画で初音ミクの動画を見て、出会って、それからもうちゃんと本気で初音ミクのことを追いかけるようになって、本当に好きになっていったというような感じになりますね。
なるほど。ちなみに、なんかその、職場でいじめに遭うって、大人になってからのって結構、
そうですね、はい。
どんないじめだったのかって伺ってもいいですか？
なんだ、挨拶しても無視されるだとか、学校なので、いろんなものが必要じゃないですか。
That's being bullied, is
それを
ignored.
買ってくんないとか。
じゃあ学校の職員として働かれてるんですか？
私先生じゃないですよ。事務室の人なので。
Do you hear the
学校
chirp?
内で大人がそんなのやるなんてあるんですね。
そうですね。
Our most famous fictosexual was Logan, featured in the most recent season of Love on the Spectrum. Our mans was dating none other than Tifa Lockhart, but unlike the lineup of pathetic outcasts we have today, Logan at least had some self-awareness and dumped her for a 3D girl.
What if things go well with your date? What's going to happen to Tifa? Do you think you're going to still need her?
Still need her? You telling me to dump her, Mom? I said I'm gonna keep her a secret. She's not real, okay?
Look.
Based.
On Reddit, the fictosexuals we have are at a level of crippling loneliness that once inspired an ugly teenage boy in the 90s named Tom York to form a band called The Radiohead and wrote a song called Creep. But alas, such is not the case here.
Sometimes I like to casually bring up my husband in conversation. I like chatting with my mom, but I'm feeling offended because today when I did that, she stopped listening to me after. And when I politely asked her if anything was wrong, she just mumbled, yeah, which she does when she's trying to ignore me. I wish she would put herself in my shoes more, because how would she feel if I became annoyed whenever she talked about my dad too frequently? And my mom is one of the only people I'm comfortable talking about anything, so it makes me feel really down. One of the most frustrating things for me already is having a husband who doesn't exist in the real world. And it just hurts me so much more when my mother makes it harder by acting all uncomfortable when I bring it up. Why can't people just treat us fairly? I don't get why it's so hard.
Stu, send in our first patient.
He was my main fictional other before people bullied me out of loving him.
These people are less real than Monica from Doki Doki.
We were meant to be. I just want to say never let people tear you apart from your true love if you two were meant to be. Say hi to Mystery Rose, which is mine and Shaggy's ship name.
Could you elaborate more on your relationship with Shaggy, Miss Chan?
It was basically people I thought were my friends, but they talked bad behind my back and / body shaming me, etc., etc., saying Shaggy would be better off with them instead of me. So for my mental health, we, quote unquote, broke up for a few months. But recently, he has come back into my life in subtle ways, and I couldn't live without him anymore. TBH, I was depressed the whole time.
Shaggy-sexual.
Felt like I was missing a piece of myself without him. So we got back together.
How is Scooby, by the way?
Scooby missed me. He's doing great. Got him some extra Scooby snacks. He's literally my shadow.
I picture Shaggy being chained to the floor of your basement, begging for the sweet release of death.
Meanwhile,
what have you done with Scoob? You're a monster. You're like a total monster, man. I genuinely feel you need to focus on weight loss and stop sexually harassing Hanna-Barbera characters. For your sake, and for the love of your family, as well as your own mental sanity. Still, give me the next patient. I'm to believe that you're married to Abraham Lincoln, sir?
Today is a very special day for me and my fictional other. The 20th of September is a day of our 4-year anniversary, and I decided to marry him.
Do go on, please. Tell me more.
We are together for so long, and I believe that it's real. I remember the day in 2020 when I finished the first season of Clone High and felt warmth inside my heart. I saw my boy getting into troubles, solving them, acting like a hero despite being just a loser, doing good deeds and looking for love and affection.
Well, I believe Mr. Lincoln was married to a woman, albeit she looked like Danny DeVito, but it was a woman nonetheless. And he's also not a fictional character, so I don't understand this logic. You could visit his bones, I believe.
I saw myself in him, but I also wanted to be like him. I wanted to be with him, so we can become better together.
The ring
and
represents
get the
Lincoln
love
sexual.
that we both truly desire.
Very interesting. I mean, the country looks very favorably on Mr. Lincoln. In fact, he's on the penny and the $5 bill.
I remember the days when the fandom misunderstood his character so much. I had to create a whole account to just protect
the things we learn
from
on
all the
Ludwig
hate.
streams.
He made my life brighter, and I wanted to be his guardian angel. Abe is an honest and fair man, and I wanted to be like him, so I did everything to fight for justice.
I don't even know what to make of that. What justice are you fighting for? The man is dead.
I did everything for him, and I never forgot that time in my life because it made me realize that it's important to stand up for myself, that I matter. We both were just a couple of misunderstood teens after all.
No, you
I
weren't.
hate to bother you, but Abraham Lincoln isn't a teen. If he was alive today, he'd be 217 years old.
After all, if nobody understands him, At least I do. I believe that he's very grateful for me, defending him and loving him, just the way he is. Though 2022 was a hard year for me due to mental illness,
I'm sorry.
Lincoln's gonna come back from the grave.
We have for today. Well, let's pick
And
this
then
up next weekend, shall we?
By the way, your last payment didn't go through. The receptionist is going to check with you about your insurance provider.
Someone drop a nice juicy tip.
Where did he come from?
Do you mind telling me about what
Back in
dates
your
you're
hole.
on with Mr. Satoru Gojo, ma'am?
Satoru and I love going on coffee dates together during the weekends.
I see. You bring a small figure to represent him in the physical world.
Like some sort of form of
artistic magic.
Yep, today we went to see the new Demon Slayer movie. Then afterwards got my favorite noodle dish. It was a great day and the movie was amazing. We've been really busy lately, but it was so nice having today to just relax together.
I guess Gojo found time to see the Demon Slayer movie with you while somehow being captured during the culling game. Do you not see the madness in your delusion, woman?
Oh yeah, well, today was my birthday and Satoru surprised me with the best gift I could ever hope for. Today also marked our 300-day
Gojo
anniversary.
is like left
Great
me in the
things really
prison
do
realm.
happen in threes. I love him so much and I can't wait to spend the rest of this life together.
I feel like you aren't listening to me, madam.
Today, I married the love of my life. We're in Okinawa right now for our wedding. It's been an amazing trip and I couldn't be happier. We had a small private exchange of vows and rings on the beach today. Earlier this week, I also got to visit the aquarium shown in JJK, Hidden Inventory. I'm so in love and so happy to be spending the rest of my life with my best friend, my other half.
When you say small private exchange, do you mean you were alone in a hotel room commissioning artists to draw fantasy weddings and children? I think it would be beneficial if you maybe flick the bean just a few times less a day to your favorite Jujutsu Kaisen moments, and maybe, just maybe, focused on the real-world connections you so desperately need, and possibly a gym membership. And maybe you two can one day meet a 3D person, just like our boy Logan on Love on the Spectrum. Are you telling me an autistic man
Domain
is more
expansion.
capable of finding an
Limitless
organic
calories.
love than you are? Oh well, these are strange days, and they will only get stranger. But when it comes to mental illness, business is booming, and I'm becoming a therapist.
Fictosexual, sexually attracted to fictional characters. Who would do that? What a weird situation that would be. Okay, LTG. This is a fun one. I think LTG is gonna get mad about this one specifically. He might even react to it and talk about butt and dick.
Eternal youth, a goal that many strive for and none achieve. Surgeries,
And your
injections,
mom!
filters, hair dye, lifts, tucks, and a plethora of other efforts to delay the inevitable march of time have all failed. But there is one man who has become legend for his refusal to grow up, his absolute lack of dignity and responsibility, an almost mythical figure who has been immortalized as the one who left it all behind in exchange for eternal youth. Indeed, he has left it all behind. His ambitions, his daughter, even his name.
Dale Emmanuel Wilson. Alright, I'm done with the video. Call me that shit in person. I'll show you how much of an antichrist I am. I've put it like this. I've yet to have a come up to me.
That's crazy. Like, this is another video by the same content creator, and he just starts it up, and the guy says the guy's birth name, Gale Wilson. And he's like, that's it. I'm fucking, this no more. I'm not watching another second of this bullshit shit. You'll call me that. You're like, what, your name?
Me IRL and dare call me that in person. Never once
Dale.
came on stream and said that was my fucking name.
Okay. Way to play into all the stereotypes. If you call me my actual birth name that I have and was born with, I'm gonna fight you. I'm gonna beat you up if you say that.
What is that supposed to mean? He's gonna like beat somebody up in the street for calling him his legal name? How old is this guy? Oh, he's only 41 teen. This guy still wants to be called the Lawan Sparrow. He'll beat you up if you don't call him his stage name. Oh, alright, well, since he's an actor, let's... Dale Emmanuel Wilson, a name we all know and love at this point. the sharp-tongued provocateur with a tough-as-nails mindset and impenetrable mind.
Oh, my bad. Let me not scratch my hair because a nigga will record me and say I don't shower. Nigga. Me like, get off my dick! Why have I only ever caught fade with How come I never had a fist fight with a white guy, with an Asian guy, with an Indian guy, with a Hispanic guy? The Come catch this thing, bro!
He is the polyester prince, the low-tier god, and the newly dubbed best-written non-fiction character of all time. And he is facing yet another resurgence of notoriety due to several recent events. One could argue that he is approaching his peak cultural relevance in years, with edits getting hundreds of thousands or even millions of likes, most of them even containing messages implying he's superior to those that criticize him. Whether it is meant in jest or not, there has been a notable rise in those that question why Dale is so hated, and even think that his misdeeds are overblown or that the hate is unjustified. People refer to him as a well-written antagonist, some even going so far as to say they relate to him, or making up poetic phrases to romanticize abandoning your child and refusing to pay child support. And while it may appear hard to understand for those that only have surface level knowledge of Dale's career, it's important for people to know that he is not a sympathetic figure in the slightest. He is a 41-year-old child who pretends to be an actor, sees women solely as a vessel for sex and children, watches AI videos of himself in relationships or receiving acting awards, and refuses to take responsibility for anything in his life.
I'd like to know how wet you are at the moment.
Soaked. The thought of you makes my... I keep clenching, trying to imagine
yeah,
which-
lick them lips.
Oh no.
He is the world's oldest teenager. No matter how much people try to make him look interesting, his life is just kinda sad. So in this video, we'll establish the reasons for Dale's resurgence, why some people still maintain his innocence, and why it's important to remember why trolling the man became so popular in the first place.
This is what the fuck is wrong with niggas. Apes like this.
Any man in here that's like living life via emotions, there's actors that get paid to just put it on screen, and you're doing it for free. BBC matter everywhere, or not even BBC matter because using a pump, just dick matter everywhere.
I figured before hearing me talk, though, you'd want to hear low-tier God himself's take on why he's so disliked.
There is no LTG hate. If I was ugly, there would be no hate. The fake hate is niggas that are just sexually attracted to me. That's basically what it is. And it's popular to do so. Anytime it's popular to do something, that's when people will do it. If it was popular to glaze me, everybody would glaze me, right?
Apparently, the only ones hating him are sexually attracted to him, and they only do it because
So
it's
how do you
popular.
explain ugly lolcows?
First off, if it's very popular for people to keep a live debt count,
Like, if yeah, my dick. Y'all just want my dick. Y'all, it's like a woman who is like, oh, they're trying to spike my drink. They're trying to rape me. And it's just like a fat 400-pound land whale. It's just completely out of touch with everything. But how do you explain, how is DSP a lolcow, Dale? Hey, Dale, how is DSP a lolcow? You think people are sexually attracted to him or you?
call you a deadbeat, accuse you of improper conduct with minors, and otherwise ridicule you, maybe you should consider why that could possibly be. And secondly, I can't say I really believe there would be no hate if he was unattractive. But whatever. Let's get started with what makes this grown
Daughter
teenager
may
just
cry.
that popular to hate nowadays.
Hey, child support.
Now, the strongest indicator of Dale's immaturity is his refusal to take care of or pay child support for his daughter,
No!
accompanied by countless remarks disparaging her and illustrating that the only things he is capable of
Fair.
associating with women
Hey,
are
that's
being
fair.
sexual objects and having children. For the uninitiated, in my last video on the topic, I covered some documents unearthed by trolls that seem to indicate that Dale was required to pay child support for a daughter who was born in 2014. After an extended period of attempting to deny the existence of this child, including some hilarious stream moderation decisions.
I don't have one of those. You're banned. Let's add the C word into automod.
You get banned if you say the word child. You can't say child.
Tell your dad that ain't nobody
I never
banned, bitch.
understood that way of thinking because surely Dale has hated or disliked a person in his 40 years of being alive and not wanted to fuck the person.
Yeah, it's all just a cope. It's all just a cope. Yo, you don't like me? Well, that just proves you're gay. DSP did the exact same thing. It's like, oh, if you talk about people and the things that people do, that means you're gay. You know that, right? it's like, okay, I'll keep that in mind next time you talk about something or someone.
That shit on mine too.
Dale is
just trying to get people to stop making fun of him by throwing everything he can at the wall, hoping something sticks.
finally acknowledged her existence, and her mother has also shown herself online to contextualize their relationship. She shared some alleged voice messages left by Dale regarding his unwillingness to raise their daughter.
I can't do shit with a daughter. Can't teach it shit. Can't put it in sports. It can't carry on my last name. I can't be rough with it.
And Dale himself has gone on several rants on stream, essentially implying that he doesn't want a daughter because he can't get over the fact that she will possibly become sexually involved with another man, and may not keep his last name.
Yeah, like, the probability and chances of everybody in this chat having a daughter that's gonna grow up to twerk, suck, get backshotted, busted on,
that's bad.
Face nutted on, titties nutted on her knees, sucking a dick.
Why is that so hard?
99.9%.
Like, yeah, like if a girl gets into a relationship, she's probably gonna suck a dick. That's what people do in sexual relationships. Why does that upset you so much? That's life. It's humanity. It's reproduction. I guess because he's imagining it a black person doing it. That's what pisses him off the most. I can only assume.
You said you got a son, but you want a daughter as well. My question is to you is why? They're already cooking up lasagnas and casseroles and shit.
Lasagnas and casseroles. Apparently, that's the most important thing in the world.
Like I said, I don't want no females in my lineage whatsoever. Then on top of that, girls,
you ain't getting them lasagnas.
They're born to extend another man's legacy. So as soon as your girl's born, that she not even for you.
What exactly does being for somebody entail? Such an odd thing to say on so many levels, especially since he seems so fascinated with the sexual acts his daughter would supposedly carry out.
The crazy thing about that is being a good dad will stop at least some of that behavior.
Dale cares about a child carrying on a legacy and not being able to carry on his last name, but he hasn't even wanted to carry out his last name for years, instead wanting to go by Sparrow. Pretty funny. These clips and all the remarks Dale has made on the topic make it abundantly clear that he is—
Like, what does your dad think about you not extending his family name? Oh, I guess we won't be able to ask him because he's never around.
A horrifyingly self-centered, sex-obsessed freak whose life revolves around—
Stop giving him money!
—around sports, sexual gratification, and an all-encompassing aversion to any form of responsibility. The way he thinks of his daughter is just sickening, really. For someone whose notoriety is solely based on a few strings of creative playground insults, it seems very appropriate that he is eternally mentally stuck on the playground. Anyway, following these developments, Dale represented himself in court while seeking a restraining order against the mother, and was actually able to obtain it. This was notable for a multitude of reasons. Some onlookers think it is impressive in some way that Dale was able to quote-unquote win in court, while others relish the opportunity to create a new wave of deadbeat memes. And there were even some very funny clips that came out of the court footage.
Okay, so she says, I saw Dale at the Poor People's Gym on Thursday, and I can confirm he still has Slim Jim legs.
The trolls were certainly delighted that they were being armed with more information to hurl into Dale's face, but in all transparency, there are some issues with the actions the mother took as well. We know this because a judge agrees that some remarks she made constitute as harassment and doxing, and that they could spur trolls on to engage in inappropriate behavior outside of the online scope. This provided ample justification for Dale to be granted his restraining order.
I think what's happening here is that comments are being made that are provocative, and they provoke people in the community, some of whom are just random people who are following somebody on social media, to engage in action that are harassment. And I think that's because of what the post says. I do find that she is harassing the petitioner.
Not only that, but clips have surfaced of Dale representing himself, and he does seem to appear composed and reasonable.
And the fact that she's in here as my child's mother is extremely egregious. And if we share a child together, there's no reason for this woman to be trying to figure out ways to dismantle me online and put my safety at risk, considering that in the future, that same child will have to be at that same house.
This has even contributed to some asserting that this is a huge win for Dale, admiring his conduct and even going so far as to say he is overhated. However, let's not get too ahead of ourselves,
since the judge said some
forget
people
that
are
this stems
harassing
from his
him,
unwillingness
everyone
to take
is
care of his
harassing
child.
him.
Yeah, boomer versus technology.
extremely immature.
But I guess the girlfriend didn't really plead her case very well either. And LTG has had plenty of experience and practice sitting on his chat crying and whining and bitching, being a little pussy, that he's used to it by now. So when he gets in court, he just belts it all out like it's a native language.
Reasons behind that, and his constant remarks disparaging a young daughter who has done nothing to him.
Fuck off my doorstep. I did not agree that you were a product of casual sex, my nigga. And I would have had the tool tucked just in case. I went, is there an issue? Wait, hold on, you pulling a on me? Absolutely, bruh. Get the fuck off my doorstep. I did not agree to have you. It's a girl. I'm like, did I stutter? Get off the doorstep. You are not one of my authentic children. Get out of here. Your debt, my debt has been paid. Here. Locked.
It also means that Dale has finally officially admitted to being what many would call a deadbeat. And while some would say that this is none of our business, it still indicates that he lied and denied responsibility for a very long time. Even a quote-unquote W for low-tier god is a loss for an innocent child. Additionally, this may be the unfortunate end of an era, as he won't be able to be trolled about taking care of his daughter as easily.
Take care of your child.
Y'all just want my dick.
Now, Dale is considered by many to be a teenager mentally, and it seems some of his alleged relationships would be with people similar to this so-called mental age. This brings us to another allegation against low-tier god pertaining to improper conduct with a minor. As was compiled by Shang Tsung, and as I covered in my last video about Dale, he has been accused of starting to date one of his ex-girlfriends while he was 29 years old and she was 17. This was gathered from clips of her referring to their 4-year anniversary, allowing trolls to extrapolate from other posts about her age that she had been 17 years of age during this time, prompting her and Dale to state that they consider their anniversary to be the day that they met. This being an uncommon choice, as well as the fact that they felt the need to mention this odd detail 4 separate times in one video, was enough for many to accuse Dale of grooming. Since then, I've discovered a new allegation regarding an old clip of Dale in which he talks about the era in which he was on MySpace, while seemingly debating if he should even be telling this story at all, and sprinkling some other remarks about how he was on his Drake shit back then.
Alright, so... Damn, should I really even be telling this story? I might have to leave something out. You know what? I'll tell it. Let's get it popping. Yeah, I was on some Drake shit back then, so...
Dale recounts talking to a girl who claimed to be 14 years of age and keeping contact with her. Then, when the girl was, quote, 17 and a half, he told her that they could kick it in the summertime.
This is like in the MySpace days, right? I think I always had like a few years over this chick. So some young ass white girl adds me on MySpace. She's like, hey, like blah blah blah.
And you're
and
sitting
I'm
there
like,
and you're
aren't
like,
you a little ass girl?
like, should I say this? Should I tell the internet this? The instinct should be no.
I think I was maybe like 19
Maybe
at the time.
I'll get in trouble here.
I think she was like 14 or some shit. She's writing me, blah blah blah.
19-year-old
I was
talking
like, how
to
old
a
are you?
14-year-old.
She's like, I'm 14. I was like, nah, I can't talk to you.
No, you didn't.
She's
You
like,
didn't do
AJ,
that.
nothing but a number. I was just like,
And then kept talking to her. He was like, no, I can't talk to you, and then kept talking to her. So what kind of message did you send there?
could chop it up on MySpace, but we can't do anything. I was like, you're way
Bro,
too young.
quit smacking your
You know,
lips.
Plus, I just can't play with fire. So she would always comment on my pics on MySpace and everything like that, you know, asked to be in my top 8. We know we kept in touch over the years. We never fucked around, never did anything. Some years go by, boom, she's like 17 and a half. She's like, can we kick it still? I'm like, nah. So I said, when do you turn 18? She's like, in May. I said, cool, we'll just kick it in the summertime.
Dale goes on to say that he didn't even find the girl attractive, but entertained the notion because they had known each other for so long, as in since she was 14.
You know, she still looked like a basic Becky or whatever, so I entertained it because, you know, we kept in touch for all these years over the internet anyway. So she said, me and my homegirl looking for something to do. All right, I think, you know, I got a homie, blah, blah, blah. So she brings her homegirl. We, you know, they come over, we're kicking it, you know, doing typical shit, playing NBA 2K, Tetris Splash. She's like, so can we go in the room? I said, sure. We go in there, we start fooling around, kissing this and that. Mind you, I never really was attracted to her, but I was just like, fuck it, I've been knowing her for so long, I might as well fuck now that you're legal.
He finishes the story by saying that she had poor personal hygiene and describing his solution to this, which I guess was the original purpose of telling the story, but he makes sure to tack on at the end that he quote-unquote smashed.
Our legs are right here, we're kissing, blah, blah, blah. And I start undoing her pants. Thank you for the 10, I appreciate it. And I go down.
Someone listened to this story and was like, oh my god.
Her legs are open like
Where's
this.
my
I go
card?
down, like,
I need to put in my info now. And give it to him.
It smelled so bad. So I take a hot, wet rag, clean up the and then I smashed.
He's common sense either. I have no idea how anyone in their right mind can tell a story like this unabashedly, and he sounds psychotic throughout the entire video. Not only that, but he sounds extremely immature, only telling this seemingly incriminating story with the intention of mocking the poor hygiene of the girl and describing the way he dealt with it. As always, there is the possibility of this story being completely fabricated, but many of the details shared, as well as how Dale tells the story, are not very favorable. Additionally, the way he seems a little nervous to tell the story, as many in his chat reference Chris Hansen, does not help in the slightest, and the entire scenario paints a grim picture. As I said, there is no guarantee this is true, but it certainly led many to come to a horrible conclusion. This clip was posted by Stale Cognitive God and will be linked below. If nothing else, this story certainly illustrates that Dale is not some sympathetic figure, and only fueled the onslaught of hate coming his way. Now, before we get to the rest of the video, let's take a break quickly as we listen to Low Tier God share an eloquent and enlightening commentary on the current precarious and contentious state of political and racial identity in the United States.
I already showed you guys the black archetypes, right? Let's pull it up again. New Age black, standard black, raw black, barbecue black, black biscuit, hotep black, black conservative, black zesty.
You're just saying words, dude.
In keeping with Dale's extreme corniness and immaturity, I'm
does
going to
any of
guess
this
he thinks of
mean?
himself as a one of one black, and will ban anyone who says otherwise.
If you have to ask what category I fall under, I'll just hit this for you.
Axe? You're the kind that says axe, okay? You're not that special.
Anyway, now that you've been educated by hearing Dale's illuminating hierarchy, let's move on to another source of attention towards Dale at the moment, that also happened to fuel edits of a certain nature being made about him, his so-called beef with Gideon. Now, contributing to the recent rise of eyes on Dale has been the coverage of Gideon, who has had beef with him stemming from an interview 3 years ago, as well as some traded insults along the way.
Quick question, how do you get a meat sack in the back of your head? Especially in 2026, I'm just trying to figure out, how do you get like man boobs and a meat sack in the back of your head in 2026 and current day? You know what's crazy about Gen Zers? They could play the role in current day of a sitcom father under 30.
Gideon has decided to explore the allegations of misconduct with minors Dale faces, as well as the deadbeat arc. I have a bone to pick with Gideon as well, as the first video he released in this thread contains about half an hour of him reacting to my video, without once—
Like, what a comment. These Gen Zers, they could be cast as a father in a TV show, you know? And it's like, Dale, you couldn't even act as a father in real life.
Mentioning my name, the title of the video, or even linking it in the description. The title and my channel name are on the screen for all of around 11 seconds during his intro. A little slimy for a 5 million sub channel in my opinion. It's not like he wasn't enjoying the video either. Also started to ban people for wishing him a happy Father's Day in his chat. Besides that though, he reacted to my video, the frighteningly psychotic anecdote from Dale we covered earlier, as well as additional information about Dale avoiding responsibility for his child. This has led to him mocking Dale and recording several messages for him.
Yo, this message is directly for Low Tier God. I am so sorry for telling you to pay child support for your 10-year-old daughter, and I'm also sorry for telling you to stop talking to kids. I don't want any beef, Dale. I want to squash this, man. We're both black brothers. You know, let's just meet up. She was only 17, Dale.
Gideon also spoke with several Low Tier God trolls, and I would say that the beef hasn't really had much substance, especially since their only official interaction was years ago, and you would think the outcome would be pretty straightforward, right? I mean, Dale has serious allegations of grooming against him, as well as a plethora of other lies and controversies plaguing his career, and Gideon is a self-proclaimed predator hunter. Seems pretty cut and dry. But we've forgotten to consider two things. Low Tier God has aura, and he also has lore. What does that mean, you ask?
No one knows what it means, but it's provocative.
Well, there's been an influx of edits portraying Dale as superior to Gideon, generally accompanied by the phrase, "What is a high-tier human to a low-tier god?" While this is obviously a joke, there are still people engaging in this narrative, saying that a high-tier human is like a B+ and a low-tier god is like an A-. This is so stupid. Is this what my life is? I honestly have no clue what the underlying logic behind these edits is, and in all likelihood, most of the people making—
Just doing a YouTube post update on what I'm doing. I think it's about time.
Or liking them don't know either. Is it partly because all the 15-year-olds on TikTok relate to Dale, who is that age mentally? It could also be based on the appearance of the two people and how low-tier god mogs. It could be that people think Dale is smart or redeemable, or it could just be this ambiguous and unspecified lore that everyone seems to think he has. But these edits have been accompanied with countless others, essentially elevating Dale to the status of some fictional character, as they refer to him as the best written antagonist, all fixated on his status as a god, and even saying that he has sacrificed everything for eternal youth, as they have somehow found a way to make abandoning your child and streaming with wrinkle filters on sound like some sort of heavenly pact, and not just being kinda pathetic. All of that aside though, low-tier god is not well written. He is an alleged creep, a confirmed deadbeat, and a 41-year-old who has extremely childish views on women, relationships, and responsibilities.
Low-key is making my eyes water a little bit. It's like a stinkier version of every time I smell it, it's like I'm a gag. It's almost like unwashed box.
This man was born before the Berlin Wall fell, calling it box and eating pussy-flavored chips in the car with a faulty wrinkle filter on his face. He claims he doesn't have human emotions and is just faking it. He bans the C word and Happy Father's Day in his chat. Why should we put him on a pedestal for being well written? I admit he can be entertaining to watch and has a propensity for stringing together some very creative insults, but everything he says can be boiled down to either projection or just playground insults. And these people are looking at an irresponsible, immature, racist, creepy guy who committed real misdeeds and downplaying all of it by basically calling him a fictional character. Obviously not everyone making these edits of low-tier god is implying that he is good or attempting to downplay his shortcomings, even though I do think they're in part contributing to that. But there are many people making their own comments and posts who are genuinely confused at all the hate towards Dale, and who think it is forced or unjustified.
Why do we hate low-tier god? I haven't done much research about him, and the only thing I know is that he's prideful, and he's a deadbeat. But do we really care that he's a deadbeat?
So I don't know anything.
Yes, being a deadbeat father is terrible, gang. But there's celebrities out here that y'all continue to support, and they don't take care of their child.
Who? Who are you talking about? Other people did bad things and you like them. No, I don't. Who are you talking about?
What's an example? When Iggy was talking about Cardi, y'all don't care about that.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about any of those people. They could all ditch.
And
they could all get ditched.
Y'all been clowning this dude for years. I remember like last year when y'all was bringing up like his polyester fit, calling it Nightmare on Session 8. But this dude's genuinely like on his old clips, he just seemed like a broken hero. And he's just like relatable. Why do we hate this man?
While being incredibly misguided,
Reddit,
this post probably indicates that most of these people showing sympathy towards Dale on TikTok just know next to nothing about him.
I haven't done much research about him.
I talked about this in my last video about him, but some people probably think that the reason he's so hated is because he was mean to people while playing fighting games or something. Unfortunately, it amounts to a lot more than that. But at least now, after the court case has happened, even these people are aware
he's
that
relatable because
he's
he's black,
daughter,
I guess.
Which is not just some small thing that you can brush off just because—
He's relatable because he's a deadbeat dad? Like, I don't know how we got there.
Celebrities do it. That's one of the most TikTok brain takes I've heard in my life. There honestly have been a lot of people in the comments of the aforementioned edits getting a decent amount of likes while defending Dale. Probably my favorite comment related to this specific perspective is on this TikTok post in which, depressingly, there are people downplaying his misdeeds and defending him. But one commenter in particular said that all he's done is just abandon daughter. Which, if you ignore how sad it is that somebody is actually saying that, as if it isn't bad, it is definitely a funny way to put it. Arguably even funnier is the comment underneath which informs us that people in fact abandon their daughters all the time. Oh, okay. Apparently since he's part of a cycle of trauma, he was bound to do something similar. It was just his destiny, really. He didn't even have any choice in the matter. I guess he was also thrust into the cycle of trauma when someone else pissed in his sink, and that's why he has to do that to others as well.
Oh yeah, if I'm over somebody's house, I will piss in your sink. That's 100%. Yeah, I don't piss in toilets. I just don't.
Why is the toilet bad, but sink good? Okay, never mind.
If I don't have a bottle with me, I'm pissing in your sink.
All jokes aside though, I don't know if it's that much of an excuse to say.
And you'll clean up my sink.
Say that it happened to him when he was a kid, so that's why he was bound to do it to another kid that's done nothing wrong. He's already 41 teen. Beyond just wanting nothing to do with his daughter though, it seems that Dale has made a point to justify this decision and insult his daughter
We're not
constantly.
beating the
That doesn't
allegations
seem
about the
necessary
savage
even
part
for
about
someone
it, no.
being extremely generous and just blaming the cycle. Another source of people showing sympathy towards Dale is this clip from his discussion with Gideon 3 years ago, which is referred to as a top 5 low-tier God speech. Wow, real steep competition there. It must be up there with saying you should yourself, or the Haitian connection clip.
They have an excellent connection for being a nigga from Haiti. He must have did some fucking voodoo. Put some goddamn goat eyeballs, mouse balls, hands, feet, eyes,
balls, dicks balls,
all in a motherfucking
balls,
goddamn
balls.
pot, a black pot, and was just churning it. Said, la, lu, la, lu, la, la.
Anyway, here is the lauded and eloquent speech.
What is a man that has everything in the world, but he sold his soul in the process?
I mean, that's just being ungrateful at the end of the day. If you reach a status where
Real question is
the
why
top
are you bring a
1%
security piss bottle
of
with you
society
going to
cannot
someone's
reach,
house?
you still find
It's
yourself
warning
in
you.
a sad place.
You need to have a bottle ready.
There's got to be something psychologically wrong. There's really no reason to be depressed with money. Now, mind you,
That's a materialistic mindset, though. That's a hella materialistic mindset.
when I say money is not about purchasing anything. It's about waking up, knowing everything's good, knowing that you can pay your rent, you can pay your bills, and that it's not about purchasing materialistic items. That's why if you go on my Instagram, I don't even post much because money's not having about materialistic items.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not buying it. His point essentially amounts to if you're depressed, that's something wrong psychologically. Wait, so being depressed is a psychological disorder? You're pulling my leg. That can't be true. Also, he claims not to be materialistic, but there are countless clips about him flexing his hat, or, of course, the infamous Balenciaga shirt that he had an entire meltdown about.
If you black and positive in my stream today, and you're not upset at me for wearing a Balenciaga tee that I've worn 1,000,000 times on stream, give yourself a goddamn clap.
I know this is just one clip, but if this is supposed to convince me
Sounds
that
like
a
he's about to
degenerate
cry.
like Dale is somehow worth empathizing with, I think I'd need to see something more compelling. The TikTok opinion of if I can't see his shortcomings, they must just not be true, has been mirrored many times before by Dale himself. Like here, where he pretends not to hear a donation about him rage quitting his own DNA test by essentially plugging his ears and saying, nah, 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 I can't hear you.
Me,
I'm
zero.
sorry that you
That's it. Why is that shit even on? Why is that shit even on? Didn't hear it.
Or here, when he argues with the announcer of
Press
a
the
game
button,
to say
man.
that he did
Mute it.
not in fact lose.
No, I didn't.
No, I
fucking
didn't.
lose nothing.
People need to be aware of the things this
You
guy
lose.
has done to ensure that he's not able to squeeze any relevance out of this
You're only
undeserved
saying I lost because of my dick, you stupid Street Fighter announcer. Shut up. I'm gonna ban you.
attention he's getting. Don't be like
And then he blocks the person he lost to.
Dale and just ignore negative information about him. And now on to the final reason people may defend Dale, which is that they think he's intelligent or that he has strong comebacks. In one TikTok clip,
Your
somebody
mom.
commented that you can't deny that Dale's comebacks are unstoppable.
Your mom!
The clip itself consists of someone messaging the chat saying Dale has been streaming for 13 years, which is pretty much true seeing as his channel was created in 2013. Dale's unstoppable comeback was asking if the chatter or their parents had accomplished anything worthwhile.
I have not been streaming for 13 years, broadcast. Nice try though. Yo, unban that person real quick. If you could show me anything that your parents or you accomplished in the past 13 years, I'll quit streaming today.
Let's analyze this ironclad argument. Well, based on his own
Just
words,
dox yourself.
Low Tier God will be
Dox
a
your
failure
parents.
if he is still streaming in 6 months. There's an entire web page.
Here's what you have to do. First, you have to dox yourself. Then you have to dox your parents. Then you have to tell me personal information about your parents that I can verify. And then I'm going to say, oh, that's not big a deal. No one cares about that. I don't care. It could be...
Hey Dale, if you want my comeback.
Yeah, right?
Scrape it off your mom's teeth.
Guy could have built a hospital, and LTG would have been like, yeah, well, you probably had help to do that, so it doesn't count, idiot, dummy, I'm smart, you're dumb. And now you're doxxed, and you can't take that away now. And
that's been created.
It's like, you realize you're not that smart, Dale. Like, it's a very stupid thing to demand out of somebody.
Created with the sole intention of not letting him forget this. It seems like this comeback could just as easily apply to Dale, who is still streaming, and whose most viral moments consist of him constantly becoming enraged by video games and making up creative playground insults.
Your
But let's take a
mom!
look at something Dale considers to be an accomplishment. Here's a clip in which he seems to want recognition for introducing some vocabulary words to his viewers.
Couldn't have an accolade if your life depended on it. Yet you heard me say accolade, start borrowing and start stealing. I say relentless, niggas borrow and start stealing. I say robust, niggas borrow and start stealing. You get what I'm saying?
Wow,
No.
That's very impressive. I didn't
No, we all know DSP invented the word robust. We all stole it from him. Idiot. Also, what a dumb narcissistic thing, too, to think that just because you use a word, every time you hear the word after that, you're like, oh, you stole that word from me because I used it. It's like that's borderline autistic.
know those
Are
words
you on the spectrum, Dale? We don't claim
before. I mean, to be fair, with people who still watch Low Tier God, he's probably
But what
right
if
in assuming
DSP
they
stole
didn't use
robust
those
from
words
LTG
before.
though?
It's really just sad that Dale thinks those words
should
are
robust
hard,
on
and then
each
he
other.
deserves some sort
Who
of
the fuck
credit
doesn't
for
know what
introducing them
relentless
into the
means?
public lexicon.
A new age black, of course.
If this is what he's considering to be an accomplishment these days, then the chatter he was talking to probably has a whole lot of things they could point out to refute this point. Dale is not intelligent, nor is his wit unstoppable. Before finishing off, let's go over some other miscellaneous examples of Dale being extremely immature and corny, just to really hammer it in, starting with a classic one, projection. When he's not plugging his ears and drowning out information that makes him feel bad, he may also invent scenarios to make himself feel better because he's insecure. Take this example, in which he engages in the superpower granted to gods of his tier, known as projection, in which he takes a video the Critical Drinker made about Will Smith and immediately assumes it was made to hate and says that it wouldn't do anything.
This dude damn near got 1 million views for basically bashing a man that's worth over $300 million. What is this video supposed to do to Will Smith? Nothing.
It's very corny, rog logic to think that just because he has money, then you're not allowed to make fun of him. That's why I'm wanting that money. I want so much money that no one will be allowed to make fun of me anymore. It's like, well, good luck with that, dude.
Like, he just said, you know what? I'm gonna drop a video on a rich guy with crazy accolades and just bring up the most negative shit about him and just make a video out of it out of nowhere. And this video is years too late and it still did damn near 1 million, which it will eventually do 1 million. I'm just like, it's just crazy how like the market for shit is just drama 24/7.
Critical Drinker actually starts off the video by saying that he and almost everyone else likes Will Smith. It seems like without even starting the video, Dale assumes it must be hating and immediately concludes that it won't accomplish anything, and it will only be a popular video. Sounds to me like he's projecting his thoughts about people who criticize him without even watching the video. Some other corny things he does are using AI to generate videos of him doing things he couldn't do in real life, like receiving an award for acting or being in a happy relationship. His obsession with sex also dictates that he can't go a stream without referring to BBC or miming out an elaborate skit centered around it.
Your dick just blew up.
What about the fact that he threatens people who call him Dale, but also dislikes when people call him DeLowan because he thinks they're making fun of him? He probably hates it himself, seeing as in the past he's gone so far as to say if he saw a black-sounding name on a job application that he would deny it without even looking at it.
See any Balrog names, I'm throwing them shit in the garbage. Fuck your credentials. I'll choose everybody else except for you. I see any Balrog name, you're not getting hired. I'll be like, Tay Smith. Next.
He's actually amended his
So what,
requirements
they have to
now,
change
saying
their
that
name
only
in order to get a
females can
job?
call him DeLowan, while males have to call him Low Tier God as his actual
Oh.
name. This
Oh, you
guy is
deadbeat.
just something else. I could make a video that's 4 hours long just centered around these horrible, depressing clips. But I'd rather just talk about how a human being can become so egregiously self-centered and immature. To address the point made by a TikTok commenter about the cycle of trauma, there could be some truth to that. There's a clip in which Dale pretends to not care about his father not being present, instead saying that he could have been making more paper because if he had a father, he would be a professional athlete.
Do I suffer from parental father issues? Absolutely not. I don't give a fuck about having a dad. It just would have been nice because I probably would have been rich already. If you're 6'7" and you're not a professional athlete, your parents were just garbage parents. And I said some shit like that on Facebook, hoping my dad would see it. I said, you know, I'm seeing so many men parade around their favorite football teams and this and that, wearing their jerseys, wearing Lakers jerseys and shit like that with other niggas' names on it. But how many fathers do you think are sports fans that was never there for their sons?
This odd narrative about sports being the only worthwhile part of having a child has resurfaced frequently as Dale talks about his daughter, and he makes a nonsensical connection to a lot of people cheering on sports teams who didn't raise their child when they could have been wearing their child's jersey instead, as if being a present father would have guaranteed him a spot on a professional sports team roster. It's honestly a very hyper-specific thing to focus on. Dale has also spoken about being tall but not fitting in during his interview on No Jumper.
Growing up, I was always like teased, but I think that's what helped me. Like everybody hated me because I was tall. So I was tall, I was quiet, I was like,
And something about the fact
all this weird shit that he thinks he's being insulted for when he was a kid. He's just like a narcissistic dweeb. They made fun of me for being tall. All the tall kids at school get bullied, don't you know? They're like, whoa, I bet you're gonna play sports later in life, haha. I bet you're the first to find out whenever it's raining, haha. I bet you have to bend down in order to get indoors that are too small, haha. It's like that stupid movie he made where he was a kid and people were making fun of him for his hair, and they're like, oh, his hair looks cute, but also wild, haha.
Everybody hated me.
It's like, these aren't what people made fun of you for. They made fun of you for being a dork and a dweeb and a stereotype.
Because I was tall.
Yeah.
So I was
You're
tall.
tall.
I was quiet. I was like,
You pointed to tall, more like tall, Wilson, haha.
And something about the fact that I didn't want to play basketball and I just wasn't like trying to be on some jock type thing. I definitely felt like I got a lot from people as a young guy.
I mean, I still get it. They're like, oh, do you play ball or are you an athlete? I'm like,
Which is such a seemingly
you're a
innocuous thing to
streamer.
focus on that it's possible he has some unpleasant childhood memories centered around sports. Somehow he's grown up with the idea that sports are the ultimate outlet for men and sex is the ultimate outlet for women. And this warped
and acting. He also only respects actors.
worldview shapes many of his controversies. Some other things that could have contributed to this mindset is him being cheated on by a girlfriend when he was younger, which led to him diagnosing himself as a narcissist and saying that he doesn't have human emotion.
Yes, I was down bad like that. Why do you think I'm like this now? Why do you think I'm so arrogant? Why do you think nothing bothers me?
Nothing
That's just one of
bothers
the many
him.
stories of people that f me over in life. That's why nothing bothers me. That's why I lack empathy. That's why I'm a narcissist. Because the world turned me into that shit.
Nothing bothers me. Why can't I throw hands with a white man? Why am I always throwing hands with a black man? Why not an Asian person? Why am I always fighting black people?
Additionally, people theorize that growing up, Dale was bullied for his name, prompting him to change it to Deloan, but that he now hates that name as well, due to unresolved trauma related to being an outcast in the black community growing up. Of course, this is all speculation, but it would make sense considering how he has changed what he prefers to be called so many times, and why he would make a choice like being called Low Tier God as an actual name, though that could be an attempt to cling to the only relevance he's had.
Yeah, I doubt he got bullied at all, because if he did, he would have stories about fights that he got in school, and he doesn't. So he was probably just a quiet dweeb, and everyone made fun of him for, having a sort of doesn't really fit in anywhere, because he didn't really know where to fit in, because he didn't like the people of a certain demographic, and he didn't like most demographics, I would guess.
Either way, regardless of what happened when he was a child, it's really no excuse to leave it unaddressed.
Yeah, your name
and
is
take it
Dale
out
and
on
you're
so many
tall.
people in
You
his
don't even
40s.
have a chance
I won't
here.
pretend to be a psychiatrist or diagnose Dale with anything grand, but it's clear he has some issues with his past that have marred the way he sees family, children, and gender dynamics.
And he definitely has some issues with his own race. I think that's safe to say. This is not controversial.
And that is unfortunate.
He's pretty open about it.
Harming many people he's been involved with. However funny it is to mock him, it is ultimately sad that he clearly has issues, and that he has been able to go so long without addressing them. From every online indication, he really is a horrible person, at least in my opinion. And that's where I'll leave my quote-unquote analysis. He's not well written, he has no aura or lore that's worth looking into. He's stuck in his teenage years, and something needs to change.
Hit like. Sure. I'll hit like. Good video. Hopefully it makes LTG really, really, really mad and he watches 1 second of the video and pauses it and then starts ranting as if he knows what the entire video says, because that's what he does, apparently. Keeping on the Dale train, the Dale hate train. This is Low Tier Fatigue, my favorite LTG to track the channel.
This video is not intended for harassment, bullying, or hate toward any person or group. Any opinions expressed are for commentary and educational purposes and should not be interpreted as malicious intent.
I don't feel fatigued.
Why does everyone like the sports outfit? So he's
Really?
the Ingrid, right? Poor cat.
This ninja stalks me every night.
Get blocked!
Ninja, I am me.
Damn, dude. Look at that punch in the face. Kick in the face. Chop in the face. Suplex. You ain't living if you ain't winning. Yeah, they gave like everyone a sports outfit, and some look better than others, for sure. But I'm surprised people even use them.
Whoa, somebody get the dog!
What the hell? What a collection of noises. Yeah, but now you're gonna not be able to make a video about it, because I'm not on camera. So he's Alex. Go Cammy! Go Grammy! Get Grammed.
I'm sure DSP is thrilled to know that his favorite character Blanca won Evolution for the 2nd year in a row.
Yeah, I heard people talking about that, and they're like, DSP makes Blanco look so dumb and boring, so that when you see someone playing him at a high level, you're like, wow, so this is what this character can do, huh? Zangief? Yeah, that's how his name is pronounced. That's how they say his name in Street Fighter story mode. Zangief.
Not only that, but the final was a Blanca mirror. That goofy character was top tier since day one. No changes since then.
That's a good point. He says it's always a low tier character. Whenever he loses, it's like, yep, because you picked a better character than me, that's why I lost. It's like, for one, you can choose that, and for two, it's not about the character tiers, it's more about the matchups between characters. That matters way more than this arbitrary imaginary tier list. Like, the game is pretty well balanced. There's no one character that can beat every other character, and there's no one character that can lose to every other character no matter how skilled you are. Like, everyone has their own tools and mechanics.
Didn't you hear no one talked about evolution this year?
Yeah.
According to Phil, unlike back in the day when it was pulling
This
Super
is
Bowl
literally
numbers.
sitting over here mashing buttons. Like, I'm watching this dude just mash buttons into Drive Rush.
Yep, that's how you play video games. You press buttons.
Could you ban that person out of my stream? Thanks.
Because
There's
you're
6K
equal skilled
bans
to
because men are sexually attracted to me, and I'm heterosexual. That's why.
Oh, yawn. This is never
How do you
gonna
get hit
work,
with that many
Dale.
counters? You keep pressing buttons off Drive Rush.
I'm pushing buttons. The winner
Daigo,
also
I'm coming
beat
for you.
Daigo in a legend set using Blanca. Daigo, I'm coming for you.
No, you're not, Phil. You're not coming for anyone. You're coming for the black men that you watch in your pornos. Those are who you're coming for. Honk, honk.
Damn it, Grimberly!
Reversal for what?
It's weird how he takes this game so seriously but plays on a controller. You'd think he would go full LARPer and get a fight stick if he wants to be a fighting game legend. I guess he can't afford it. If I had this game, I'd probably try to either
This
main...
game is really all split-second timing and knowledge of the game. Anyone who gets mad about losing just suck.
Yeah, it really is. It's about execution. It's about spacing, execution, like not dropping your combos, which is basically the same as execution.
Bloop.
And not rage quitting.
The fact that you could lose to trash fuckers like that and something labeled Street Fighter? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Game's a fucking joke.
Wow, so persuasive.
10 more minutes, I'm turning this piece of shit off.
I disagreed with you, but now I agree with you because of what you said. Really good job.
Freestyle ass, no build Fortnite ass Street Fighter.
What?
Ban
He
this
is
dude,
trash, but he
please.
beat
You wouldn't
you. Ban
understand the
him.
ethics of fighting games, you fucking retard. Your name's Edgar. I know you're a bum.
No, you don't. You don't know anything about these people. Meanwhile, they know everything about you. Keep coping.
Flash
Fucking
K, blah, blah, blah.
Fortnite ass Street Fighter that I'm gonna keep playing and losing at. Yeah, if I played this game, I would probably either main Cammy or Aki. Aki looks really fun, but hard to play. So it would be a challenge.
It's
to
the
learn how to
same
play
guy
her
player. I gotta
effectively.
blacklist him.
But
The
she looks
game's
so
not
fun.
worth commentary because it's not a real fighting game.
She looks like really fun if you master her. But if you're not, you're just gonna get body, which is...
Don't stop till you get enough.
It's fine too.
Kick!
Somebody else just mashing. This guy's just mashing.
And, I mean, he doesn't really have to step his game up if he's winning. If the technique he's using is working, then he'll have no reason to do anything but that.
Just mashing buttons, literally.
Yeah, sure.
You can't do a combo in this game, right?
Sure. I mean, if you suck so bad that people just have to press buttons to beat you, then why would they
easily connect? Because it's Street Fighter 6.
Why would they put in any more effort
Street Fighter
in
6
that?
combo?
Ludwig's World, something like that, right? So he rolled up.
Scrub.
What AI voices do I have? I use a program called VoiceBox. It's loaded in Pinocchio, which is a sort of a platform to download a bunch of local AI models. And the thing about VoiceBox is you can generate your own voices pretty easily. You only need about 30 seconds of somebody talking, and you load it up and you have a brand new voice. So I have Greer, I have Josh Moon, I've got Morgan Freeman, I've got DSP, I believe. I could open it, but it's going to take a while because it's a very big program.
It would drive impact.
But like basically unlimited voices and for free. It's all local.
Not playing this again.
It's like, how can people complain? They're like, oh, you use AI. And it's like, yeah. It's like installed locally on my laptop. Are you telling me my laptop is draining water from the environment? Come on, give me a break, man. Like, it's funny how all this shit is going to be.
Ludwig's Morgan Freeman is legendary. So good.
It's like eventually all these things are going to be able to be run locally. And then what complaints about data centers are you going to have then? It's like, oh no, my computer is ruining the environment. What, running things locally? Like using the same amount of like CPU and GPU processing power as running a video game? Like eventually we're going to have to just like be okay with it. Like me using my computer to create 30 seconds of a voice is so unethical compared to playing Pal World for an hour.
I feel like when you compete in fighting games, it's equivalent to streaming. Like, damn, what else I'm gonna do in my spare time?
Gooner.
Ludwig is making Soul Swap 2. The Rog's Revenge.
Alright, this guy's just a fucking
The Rog
mashing
Redemption.
buttons. Doesn't know what's plus, don't know what's negative.
Do you? Damn, the pressure, dude. You gonna do something? Buddy, there you go. You did something. Good job.
Just literally mashing buttons.
Just literally fucking mashing buttons.
Yeah, he's got a Rekka. It's just like Fei Long. I'm gonna keep drinking my syrup. I'm gonna keep putting you in the corner. I'm gonna keep comboing you like a summer ant. I'm gonna unbraid my hair. I'm gonna seal up all your cracks. You did the thing.
Bloop.
The new news about the Invincible fighting game looks cool. Like they're adding the immortal. Oh my god. And he has like a Dark Phoenix style resurrection. If he dies with full meter, he'll come back. Which is funny. He's the immortal.
Bloop. You literally just can't do this to me in another Street Fighter. Just mashing random buttons. I could bet to the point where I gave this $1,000 if he could beat me one round.
Okay, here it is. It took that long to load up. It's very slow.
Best part of Evolution was when Ludwig, not that Ludwig, was on stage and said, I like Street Fighter but I like having stream viewers more. Entire FGC trolled.
Then he said, I like Cammy. And they said they wanted to kill him. So we got Greer, Josh, DSP, Christopher Lee, who's the judge in the court case, animation that I was making. And Morgan Freeman, and they're all...
Has he tried being better? No.
This would use
Is he
the
a
court to
scrub?
cap the sale
Yes.
price at around
You suck.
20% of its actual assessed value.
Takes about a couple minutes, depending on the length of the clip you're trying to get him to say.
My guess is that his plan was to win the judgment and then take this news to potential investors to see if they wanted to take advantage of an ill-gotten 80% discount on prime real estate,
He did
furthering
actually
his
say if
fantasy
you
of
play
someone
Cammy,
else
eat shit
essentially
and die.
buying a brothel for him to run himself. But hey, that's just my opinion. Don't sue me over it or anything.
If only. Sue me, Russell. Sue me. I need the victimhood points. Yeah, stuff like that. And you can change the voice.
I don't believe she knew of Jan's hatred towards sex work.
And let's see. Create voice. You can either record or you can upload a 30-second clip. And that'll just be a new voice. Way more effective than like 11 Labs, in my opinion. And free. You only need 20 gigs, 19.85 gigs, and install it on NTFS drive, not a FAT32 drive. Just so you know. So you
Different
probably
fighter. Guarantee
you
you this-
probably can't install it on an external drive unless you're using an NTFS external drive, which most aren't.
Bum ass wouldn't be able to take a quarter life at all off me. But in this game, you just mashing, pressing shit, gluing shit to drive, gluing shit. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. This game fake as fuck. None of these could ever beat me in a different fighting game. None of them. Literally none of them. There's not one I take a fake loss to in Street Fighter 6 who could beat me in 5, who could beat me in 4, who could beat me in 3rd. It's impossible. Literally impossible.
Like every game.
It's the only game you get away with that fake shit in. I'm literally watching the mash buttons in my face and there's nothing I could do about it. Mash buttons in my face and there's nothing I could do about it. Mash buttons in my face at a different fighter. You can't beat me, literally. Another trash player, bro. I lose to this, I'm turning the game off. Just mash. Look at this dude.
Look at this
Look
dude.
At this dude.
Oh, you're not doing too bad.
Denied.
Oh.
Get the fuck out of here, man! Stop with this game!
Bloop.
Rage quit.
This is why this is my favorite channel.
You see, I almost lost to a trash. You see, I almost lost to someone who's god awful at fighting games.
Yeah.
Street Fighter fucking 6. That's literally the epitome. I almost lost to a horrible fucking player. Not because of my skill level, but because Capcom said, we want to make game accessible to everybody.
Oh, this is low
That
tier
was an
fatigue.
excellent idea. Excellent.
This is low tier fatigue, as you can see by the avatar there. Fun channel. I like channels that have like super duper unhinged editing, like this one, and Pollard stencils for wings.
Idea. Excellent. Sure. You know what? Usually I don't like the word clutch, but in this game, I don't give a fuck if you say clutch because every win I get is clutch because it's fake. So yeah, anytime I win, it's clutch. Anytime. And just mash buttons. Look. A modern Geef. Just go ahead and calm yourself already. You're already born for nothing. This is the pinnacle of your garbage fucking existence. You grew up to be playing to stream snipe and play with Geef in a game that's already modern. This game's already modern. You don't need modern mode, you bum ass. Look at this idiot.
Idiot.
Look at this. Look at this dude. Bloop. I'm not showing this shit. I'm not gonna entertain this shit. I'm cool, bro. The game's already modern. They got playing modern mode. I'm cool, bro. That's not Street Fighter. Some fidgety ass, dumb stream sniping ass playing on modern mode. Pointless. The whole game is modern. Why the fuck you need a modern mode and a simplified version of Street Fighter? I've never used Sagat before. Why the fuck would I be using them? Oh yeah, the cast is made. Is this nigga really like? All right, for sure. Bloop.
Watch your head.
Fucking sloppy ass, mashing ass, fucking garbage. Fuck.
They try to send for me. I don't use the toilet thing. I piss to my gallon like every day. I don't use toilet touches in my.
Yeah, he's so sensitive and soft to like try and get a restraining order against you if you beat him in a fighting game. This one is Red Dale. LTG thrown around like a piece of chicken. Same game? No, different game.
Dick in 4. That's why I got the screen off. It's gonna be Rogues that don't even watch basketball, just causing anarchy just because they can. Yeah, NYC is gonna be a crazy night for them. About to be looting all Rashid stores, all Shaheen stores, all Dalsim stores, jacking all the honey buns, snacks, colored juices, demanding chopped cheeses, all types of mystery meats on shopping carts with fire glistening at the bottom. See, muchachos know how to celebrate and good fun. You're just gonna hear mariachi everywhere, smell hella fucking carne asada, fucking all types of parties. Black's just gonna cause anarchy. You're not even gonna smell a hint of barbecue. Uh-oh.
Who will emerge a champion? Fight! The scales have tipped. Not quite. This tournament is the strongest. And I hope you're ready.
Hell no, Dale, don't use the God tier unlimited saga soundtrack in your trash ass streams.
Oh, this internet is horrible.
Song request BTW. The song request playlist is hella stacked.
Bro, I couldn't even anti-her. Alright, bro. You got me fucked up. That lagging that shit out of here. You might see the Ninja Turtles pop out when the Knicks win. There's no telling what's gonna happen. Shredder, everybody coming out. Big Apple, 3 a.m. It was one round, dude. If you did it twice, that'd be different. But come on, it's one round. Now you never play me again. No, I'm not gonna get that game. That lets you know that grown men cut the game on just because I did. Fucking weirdos, man. Alright, let me get a Smash lobby going.
I told y'all to get that ass, bruh. That ass, what about that, nigga? We lit, nigga.
And they still going home to slums. They're rejoicing while a bunch of rich niggas just won hella bags. Well, barbecues can never conspire with a dreidel. Are you a real sub or a fake one over there? What the fuck is this level? The fuck? How the fuck did this happen? This Luigi is trash. God, this nigga suck. This garbage ass, trash Luigi out here, bro. Sloppy ass bum. That shit, yeah, Luigi was god awful.
Fuck Luigi.
They're allowed on anybody but me. Wasn't fucking around, and you're banned. That fuck, you ditto him. It's gonna be a straight up ditto. Niggas are moving slow as fuck, no combos, just doing dash moves over and over again. Nigga was ass. Poor excuse of a fucking goddamn Luigi player. Or wannabe Luigi. 7-6, is this you? This ain't even the match I wanted to see. No. I want to see Rog versus Prince. Nah. Bro, why y'all keep fucking the lobby up? I'm about to cut the game off, bro. What the fuck y'all doing? Niggas pressing ready and... This nigga said Street Fighter 6 guidelines. Just press whatever you want and it'll work. It's not a real fighting game. Damn, you said it sounds like chaos outside of NY? Fuck. You know what? It gotta be a crazy vibe in NY right now, though. The aura in NY right now gotta be magical. I'm talking about, I seen on Twitter, fireworks popping, you got Statue of Liberty, music, rogatry, anarchy. Shit. I feel like if you're in a house tonight or not at some sort of party or something like that and you live in NY, you missing out on a crazy anarchy vibe. You'll probably never get this chance again. You should be outside. I'd be outside just acting like a straight up rogue. I'm like, yeah, type shit. This is your only time to rog out. You might as well. Not even about the Knicks, just the fact that being outside and being able to just cause crazy ruckus and not get in trouble for it. No, I don't stream on YouTube. It's not beneficial for me. Yeah, there's no way I could be a squeegee at a basketball game, knowing that my girl used to like Knicks, has 2 black kids, and I'm just a squeegee.
What?
Just in the stands, just cheering for athletes. Knowing she's gonna be checking out shit. She probably like Knicks again after this. Just soaking up all these black men's aura, rich black ball players with swag, dribbling,
he is
cuts, lineups, braids, locks.
He is
fades,
hard up now.
Cats like that, you gotta feed
he
them
loves
whole
them.
raw chickens and
He
shit.
can't stop talking about it.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, man, those big black men with their big black...
I'm one of those type of people where it don't matter what I do, people will try to figure out a way to flip something into a negative. I could rescue a baby from getting hit by a car and they'd be like, whoa. Like, why would he need to be congratulated about something at the average?
And it's the same DSP logic. I could save a bus full of burning puppies and people would still not like me. It's like, this is a cope, man. human would do it. You're never gonna do anything like that. That's why people don't like you. You wouldn't rescue a child. You would throw a
I
child
thought
into a ditch like
LTG
you
was
did
a
your own
new age
daughter.
black who was above rocketry.
Nah. He likes to think so.
Who's gonna kidnap the baby? So it don't even matter. I really truly believe
It
this.
doesn't even matter. That's why next time I run across a dying baby, I'll just like keep walking because
Well,
everyone's gonna make fun of me anyways.
You don't have the best historic with the
Yeah.
underage.
Right? You'd groom her and be like, hey, just hang in there. I'll be back in like a couple years.
Black music will never make a comeback. You know what black music is now? It's kind of like black cinema. Remember how black cinema could have movies in theaters and it was taken seriously on the main
Yeah, it's called Sinners. Have you heard of it recently?
on like the main big screen?
Bro, they gave an Oscar to Black Panther and that movie wasn't even done. The CGI wasn't even finished and they handed
How
him an
about you
Oscar.
rescue your own child from the stigma of fatherlessness first?
Right.
Drake and all those names don't count. I mean, like as a whole, not legacy acts. I'm talking about like a brand new artist that just comes out, dominates the game, black, crossover, everything. I think it's over. I think that black dominance shit is over. As far as music goes, it's a wrap. Of course I heard of them. Typical
wrap,
trash
no pun
artists.
intended.
Fake opium, yarn sewn in locks, corny as
Which
fuck,
fish?
a twig. No thanks, zero ore.
She would have played like that. Yeah, she would have played like that. Yeah. I don't know about it. I don't know about it. I don't know about it. Take my bitch up, my better.
Bro, all these niggas do the same lame ass delivery over. That shit is so easy. I already dropped a bullshit track like that years ago.
Pop these perks, yeah. I'm gonna shy bar, yeah.
Let me find this shit. That's what I'm saying. You know how old this song is though? Check this out. You know this is a 5-year-old track, right? So how he made the song was he heard me clowning like opium 5 years ago. And he engineered a whole track out of it. He engineered my verse, the hook, everything. And made a song out of it.
Make fun of
it. Said rewind it.
Yes. Make fun of it.
Give it to you one more.
Oh, Liquid Richard. Of course.
Shut
R.I.P.
the fuck up,
legend.
spectator, and suck my dick. That's why you're here watching me play Street Fighter. Because your ass could do it yourself, nigga. You're a spectator. Worthless ass nigga. We talked about you type of people. The niggas that like to kick back and critique niggas that actually do things. Mars worker. KY ass bitch. Motherfucker, you're fascinated. That's why your bitch ass is here.
The Three Kings remix.
She be fucking me, she be making me cut off my eyebrows. She be fucking me, I don't know why she makes me cry so deeply. Oh my god, she said she don't wanna fuck with me. So I show her that I'ma get it that money. Oh my god, she said she don't wanna fuck with me. Oh my god, oh my god. I'ma ball up on that batch. Show her how to get it. I'ma hit her fucking lip. Pop these perks,
Really?
yo. I'm gonna show her a bar, yeah. I'm gonna show her a bar, yeah. Fuck with me, I slick my wrist. Pop those Percocets. I'ma drink lean, get over my shit, and fuck the next bitch, yeah.
Sounds like Melanie Mac.
Get over my shit, and fuck the next bitch, yeah. She don't really know her. I don't know what else to do. She said she don't really know her. She be fucking me, she be making me cut off my eyebrows. She be fucking me, I don't know why she makes me cry so deeply. Yeah. She said she don't wanna fuck with me. So I show her that I'ma get it that money. Oh my god, she said she don't wanna fuck with me. Oh my god, oh my god. She said she don't really know her. She said she don't really know her. I don't know what else to do.
I don't want to do this anymore, man.
Little banger for an outro. It's not bad. Classic. Speaking of lolcows and their downfall, this is another really good one.
British gamer acting as a consumer advocate.
West Memphis
The
fish.
autistic British gamer acting as a consumer advocate on YouTube.
Oh wait, first let's look at Deadpool in Tokon, because apparently he's really memeing it up. Where are the memes at? Wade.
Allow me to introduce your glorious champions. The Fighting Avengers. The Unbreakable X-Men. The Amazing Guardians. The Knights of Doom. And...
Stay out of my face, lady! You mess with the Ghost Rider, you'll end up as a ghost! All skill, no luck! Hey, Vamp, how about some help here?
I'll make this quick. Show me how much monster you've got. Don't blink. Here, take this. Gotcha. Weapon's hot.
Never gonna get another blade.
Why is Ghost Rider using a car?
That's second gen Ghost Rider. That's I forgot his name, but he's not Johnny Blaze. He's someone else using a car instead.
Close your eyes. It's over.
They say I'm a legend,
but I am also a god. So easily tricked.
Robbie Reyes, yeah.
I've saved Asgard more times than I have threatened it. Honestly. No, really.
Beauty God!
It's the Belted Rider.
You dislike my prattling tongue, beast? You will not survive.
I mean, out of all the attempts at making a second generation superhero, Robbie Reyes Ghost Rider
I
is
see
probably one of the more...
motherfuckers are still trying to ice skate uphill.
Out of all of them, that's probably one of the more successful ones, the Hot Rod Ghost Rider, whereas the other ones just kind of failed.
No, really?
They tried to make Amadeus Cho, the next Hulk. That one didn't work.
Beauty God! No!
You dislike my prattling tongue, beast? You will not survive.
Don't even need to get started on Miles Morales.
My Ragnarok!
Whoa! Rage quitting is the ultimate fighting game sin. Let me check out some strats.
You hear that,
And
Dale?
now time resumes. It's me, the FGC's favorite. How's this pose?
Lock it up, Wade.
I love it when you threaten me. Get over here. Hey, chat, somebody clip that. So elegant. Random bullshit go. Deadpools assemble.
Random bullshit go.
Deadpool Corps! Wait. There's something else we should do. I remember!
Enter the Midnight Samurai Outriders!
He has the swag of a new age black.
Oh, we're cooking
Also,
now.
wake me up when they put Cyclops. I will be sleeping forever.
One does not cross a frost sight, everyone!
It sounds like they're even doing the multiple...
Oh my god, he rage quit. You hear that DSP? What if Wolverine said that would have broke his heart?
I don't know. He's going to play it for a week, because he's just going to get bodied and not have fun anymore. It seems like they're doing the Deadpool with the multiple personalities, which I haven't seen that in a while. It seems like they always go with that version of Deadpool in the video games, but in the movies, they just forget about it.
You're gonna feel this.
Rest in peace.
All out attack! The power of Jotunheim! Hell is coming for you.
Pretty cool. Is that Howard the Duck? What's the duck doing? What does the duck do?
He's playing the open beta. I promise you he will not be playing the full release.
I guess it's, character avatars. Character costumes. Wow, look at that classic Iron Man. Classic Cap.
It's because they don't want to put in a person with multiple personality disorder because their audience aka the left usually have the same problem. That's why they won't promote that because it's too close to home.
Yeah, they had it in that VR game that kind of flew under the radar, which was, they used, they didn't get Nolan North for that Deadpool, but they were able to do it for this one. Instead, in the VR Deadpool, they had, fucking Dr. Horrible, you know his name. The How I Met Your Mother guy.
content of the past from the likes of
Brain fart, what is
Yahtzee
it?
Croshaw, Total Biscuit and Jim Sterling is something I look back at quite fondly. Some people will have criticisms of them, I am sure, especially for Sterling, but on the whole, these people are seen
Neil Patrick Harris. That's it.
as honest, independent creators willing to dig their heels in when it came to advocating for the consumers of video games. And I'm more than willing to consider that I may have a rose-tinted pair of nostalgia goggles on, but I see it now a decade
It's
ago
hard to
as a
watch
much better
FGC
time
shit
for
in the
games.
current day cause it's all fat guys with long hair and stubble with names like Sophie and Naomi on stage, lol.
Yeah, it needs healing. It needs to be healed, for sure.
Gaming and the discourse surrounding it. Nowadays, Yahtzee is still doing his thing. He seems to have a good reputation and be an honest and respectable guy. Then there's Total Biscuit, who is sadly no longer with us.
R.I.P.
Some may not have liked his
The originator of Let's Plays. Never let DSP take that away from him.
autistic screeds and his R-Traps gay controversies in his later life, but I
Yes, by the way, traps are gay.
see this as a great loss.
That has been
And
decided by the Supreme Court.
Then there's Jim fucking Sterling's son. Now their career tells a bit of a different story. They have had a particularly unique and weird fall from grace, losing around 180,000 subs and having
gay.
their reputation tarnished. Some progressive types claim Sterling's fall off is just due to transphobia, but alongside the cartoonish transition, the content took a nosedive so drastic that a
Oh my
once
God,
well-liked
that's so
figure
cringe.
is
I didn't even notice the goggles. Look at that. It says they, them on the goggles. Are you fucking kidding me? Can you be more annoying, please? I want this movement to die off quicker. Can you be more annoying and drive more people away and show more people how mentally ill you are, please?
now dragged into the modern era as a pathetic, unwatchable, and at times detestable person. But before we
This guy
suffer
is
through
Tipster's
any of
idol.
that,
I
let's
know,
take
right?
it back to the good old days and look at Jim Sterling's entry to content creation.
Zelda fans, you're wrong, you're stupid, and your mothers didn't raise you right. Hi, I'm Jim Sterling, and I used to think that Fallout fans were the biggest fucking idiots on the planet. Then Diablo
This
3
is a
was
visual
announced, and then I
representation
realized
of
that it was
mental
Diablo.
illness.
I know, right? And like his content all the time was just like being obnoxious and annoying and disingenuous just for the
Maybe
sake
people
of.
did unsubscribe because of all the trans stuff. I unsubscribed because how many times can you rant against capitalism before it gets old?
I was never a fan. I never watched his stuff. I did watch, Zero Punctuation Yahtzee reviews. That's about it from The Escapist.
Is this the felted PPP?
Yeah. The only other Escapist content was Movie Bob, and I didn't watch that unironically. That was just there to be made fun of.
Diablo fans who were, indeed, the biggest fucking idiots on the planet.
Ha ha ha!
But then
Zelda fans, guess what? This is like a Mega 64 skit. Like, they probably parodied this more than once. Zelda fans, you could suck a fat one. Hi, Offensive Gamer here with your gamer news.
Sonic 4 was announced, and, well,
I thought Fallout fans were dumb, but Zelda fans, oh my god, you guys really take the cake. Hi guys, Offensive Gamer here again.
we all know what Sonic fans are like.
Now, as you can see, Jim has always given off
Unsolicited
the
advice. Never trust someone that says they are pro-consumer. They want to stick a stick in your hole.
They're just pro-coomer.
extravagant theatre
Watch Jim. That's the new Movie Bob. Oh god.
His Fallout 76 launch coverage was pretty funny. He got Todd to sweat by exposing how bad Gamebryo
Yeah.
/ Creation Engine was. He fell off pretty hard.
Yeah, he was at his best when he was exposing like asset flip games, but you can't really do that anymore because those asset flip games are everywhere now.
kid vibe.
There's just too many.
But he has talked about having a fairly rough upbringing. He's talked about how, as a child, he would travel around the UK with a Hell's Angel as a stepfather, but he still found the drive to try his hand at stand-up
hell?
comedy and becoming a game
So, woman with neo-Nazi mom, Kershey. Man with neo-Nazi dad, Jim Sterling. Man, this is hard to keep track of.
journalist. The latter would eventually pay off, as he got a job in 2007 with Destructoid, and it was here where Jim started his most well-known series, The Jimquisition. In its first form, it was simply Jim stood in front of a white wall, going on an epic rant about some gaming topic, and they'd be uploaded on the Destructoid channel. This was very low budget, uncontroversial stuff, but it would show that Jim could perform, and his show for a time would move to the Escapist. Here he would develop the Jimquisition into more of an elaborate show.
He would play right now. Yeah. We need a picture to confirm his baldness.
It just seems like it might be reductionist in terms of overall analysis, but I think a lot of trans people are just mad about going bald, and they're just like, I'll just put on a wig.
Character of this arrogant, self-aggrandizing games journalist turned great dictator. He had
just a bunch of steps in order to justify wearing a wig.
Make more serious critiques of the video game industry, along with making his character more animated.
It's like, it's okay, you can just wear a baseball cap, like Stuttering Craig does. I don't know, maybe that's the meme. Which way, Western man? Which way, baseball cap or wig?
And manic.
Choose your fate.
We all know James transitioned because it was the only way he was winning a wrestling championship.
There is a lot of some of that too, where they're just like, the female space is less competitive, so let me inject myself there. And it's like something we were talking about, I think, yesterday or the day before, how a lot of these people just drive themselves crazy, thinking that it's easier to be a female content creator, when it's like, it's not easier. It's a lot different.
These now 12-year-old...
Like, there's parts of it that are harder.
Videos. Unsurprisingly.
But you drive yourself crazy with this, being like, yeah, I'm just trying really hard to make it as a content creator, but all these women are just getting like a free pass. Oh man, I need to tap into some of that.
They don't quite...
I don't know, maybe.
Hold up. There was creativity on display from Jim, but mostly his comedy made me feel like I was talking to a Redditor that listens to electro swing.
Dead Space 3 caused a major ruckus when it was revealed it would have free-to-play elements. The producer's justification, which remains on record as one of the silliest ever spoken out loud by an adult, was that mobile gamers expected freemium elements, therefore a horror game based for console users definitely needed it.
We drink with you. Every categories is difficult in their own ways. Even VTubers have their own challenges, right? Wig of Blood.
Yeah, of course. And yeah, maybe there is some hypocrisy there. I do got this nice VTuber model, but it's just fun. It's just fun to cosplay. Cosplaying is fun. It's no more deeper than that. Yeah. Cosplay is fun, and there's more costumes that can be had with a female avatar.
Yeah,
nothing too deep about it. Don't look too deep into it.
Logic? Anyway.
Now that wants to make me fucking bite down on a curb. But who am I, some stupid asshole in the current year, to be saying this? Because at the time, this made him very popular. So much so that he decided to go independent. He launched his own YouTube channel and a Patreon with great success, and would go on to make weekly Jimquisition videos, mostly ranging between 10 and 30 minutes in length for over a decade. And it must be stated again, this show in its heyday was a huge hit. He was regularly hitting over 500,000 views.
We don't. Does that discriminate? We don't discriminate. If you're buying, we're selling? Okay. I'm sure he doesn't believe any of that anymore. Yeah, the super tolerant left of Jim Sterling.
Huge hit. He was regularly hitting over 500,000 views on episodes of the Jimquisition on his then Jim Sterling channel. And one of the things that aided him in his astronomical success was his drama with the games company Digital Homicide and their $15 million lawsuit against him. Along with the Jimquisition, Sterling also started a first impression series called Squirty Play. This would be similar to Total Biscuit's WTF series, but he would often play comically bad games. In 2014, one such game that he played was Slaughtering Grounds. On first impressions, this was just a particularly bad and verging on unplayable Steam game, and it wasn't out of the ordinary for Jim to find and mock games such as this. But on this occasion, the game developers Digital Homicide saw Jim's video and reacted to it by adding sarcastic text over the video mocking Jim. Observe the text here. Hello, this is Jim Sterling, and I'm a fucking idiot. Don't believe me? Well, just watch this piece of shit review I made. Jim then reacted to this, pretty much just laughing at the absurdity of it the whole way through.
Hello everyone, it's Jim Sterling here, and I've upset a developer, I think. As you can see, they re-uploaded yesterday's squirty play of Slaughtering Grounds and then added text annotation.
And of course, he just calls everything the most disgusting, gross, disturbing thing you could possibly imagine. Because that's just how his content is, I guess. I don't know how this ever became a socially acceptable sense of humor. God, I was watching Kino Casino watch clips of RTU, and he's literally just belching right into the microphone. They were even watching a clip of Quartering, and Quartering was doing the same thing, just belching right into the microphone, just disgusting, fat, loud, greasy ass belching, and they're like, my bad. And it's like, can you not?
Slagging me off and calling me an idiot.
Can you literally not?
They are calling me a fucking idiot again. This... It's my fault for thinking that when you pause the game will pause. I didn't realise that the Slaughtering Ground devs were going for a Dark Souls thing here. I should have spotted from the art direction and the gameplay layout that what I'm going to do now is run around aimlessly since I haven't made any attempt to actually figure out the game thus far. I will be sure to blame the developer and Steam for my failure in taking the time to evaluate the game before I review it. Why do you say? Because I'm Jim fucking Sterling's son.
In response to this, Digital Homicide struck Jim with a DMCA claim. This tactic would also be used by the Skateman Rescue devs and Cobra Studios, hoping that this would silence Jim's criticisms. The video was down for about 2 weeks, but Jim did manage to get the video reinstated, and this ended up being a huge W for him, because he created a Jimquisition episode tearing apart the game and the bad actions of the developers.
The game's blood effects, for example, were taken from Google image search. You can even see where they failed to wipe the white background from the blood in the game. Slaughtering Grounds' official artwork is a desktop wallpaper made by someone else and not credited, and it was of course discovered that Imminent Uprising was censoring negative feedback, as well as banning anybody who had anything bad to say about the game or its creator.
Also, Jim mocked them relentlessly for their stupid legal takes.
It seems Imminent Uprising takes phrases absolutely literally, as shown in an email it sent to Popad where it declared that my video wasn't protected under fair use because my criticism was unfair. Yes, these guys believe that fair use means fair use. As in, if you think the critic is being a meanie poophead, you can try and weaponize the legal system against them.
And as Jim Sterling knew 10 years ago, making an argument such as that is incredibly fucking stupid. Jim did it with malice, did he? But again, this is a big hit for Jim. He handled it greatly, he did not back down, everyone was on his side, and he got 3.5 million views on this video. I must say, it was genuinely great content, and a year later, Jim decided to revisit Digital Homicide and investigate their other games. Jim found out that Digital Homicide were spam releasing games that were no more than Unity Store assets, and they were using shell publishers to cover their tracks as they flooded the then Steam Greenlight program with asset flips and low effort games and not build a bad reputation for Digital Homicide whilst doing so. So in retaliation to this, Digital Homicide filed a lawsuit against Jim pro se, meaning they wrote the document themselves. And initially with this lawsuit, they sought damages of $10 million, and some of the claims in this lawsuit were just demented. They claimed that Jim comparing them to the thieves in Home Alone was libel. They claimed that Jim wearing a witch doctor mask and calling himself the Steam Cleaner was done to incite harassment, and that there was a civil conspiracy between Sterling and Valve to undermine Digital Homicide's business. So as stated, the lawsuit was initially $10 million, but because of the increasing amount of emotional stress Digital Homicide were under due to Jim's videos, the lawsuits were amended, taking these extra damages into account. The first amended complaint increased the damages to $12.5 million. Then a second amended complaint increased the damages to $15 million. Fortunately, a motion to dismiss was granted, and the case was dismissed with prejudice, meaning any similar lawsuits from Digital Homicide could not be filed against Jim in the future. Jim then went on to make more content about it. He absolutely mocked them and was seen positively across the board, and an attempt to silence a creator only made them far more powerful. At this point in time, his Patreon was making a shitload of money. In 2013, Jim was earning around $10,000 from it, and at his peak in 2022, he almost hit 15k. Jim would go on to get quite a few wins throughout this period of time. For example, as Jim was taking home the money with Patreon, he decided to turn off ads for his channel, meaning then he also wouldn't have to worry so much about content ID. But the problem that Jim ran into was that when he covered something from a major publisher, they would then grab the video and run their ads on it. So in retaliation to this, Jim came up with a plan called the Copyright Deadlock. He would intentionally show copyrighted content throughout his videos of all of the major publishers that were known for claiming videos, and this would result in multiple companies claiming the same video and then having to dispute each other's claims. This would mean that there would become a stalemate, and eventually no ads would end up running on the video.
Provided you know a Content ID claim is coming, not terribly hard to predict, and can find some other Content ID match content to include, easy as fuck, you can at the very least make sure nobody is making money off of your work, even if it also means you can't either. And I mean, if you weren't going to make money off it anyway, you might as well make a mockery of the system and take a petty little victory as reward. We have a system where it's actually better to infringe on as much copyright as possible than abide by fair use. A system where I'm now not worried about using whatever music or footage I like, because it literally doesn't matter whose rights I'm encroaching on anymore.
And you know, at the end of the day, this isn't a huge thing, but it was clever for him to figure it out, and it's very entertaining to watch it play out. And things like this would endear him to so many people. Again, when Konami were deciding to stop making games and sell out all their big franchises to make pachinko machines, Jim was there to rip the shit out of them, and again, it was pretty entertaining. And even back then, when he started to get called out, he revealed in a Fallout video that he was polyamorous and some type of bisexual, and he was just like, fuck you, I don't care. And at the time, it was like, he may be some weird, gay, fat cuck, but you know, he's talking about Konami and Ubisoft. His degenerate activities would leak into the show, but not at all like how they would eventually end up doing. A criticism that I would have of the golden era of the Jimquisition though, is he did start to get quite self-indulgent. Like the amount of time he spent talking about boglins, for example, as a viewer at the time did start to test my patience. And this goes for anyone that does a weekly schedule of releasing videos this size, but he would phone it in on occasions and release something that really wasn't worth the viewer's time. So overall, I do find the dry and mean style of comedy that Yahtzee has more appealing to Jim's, and he may not have weaponized his autism as effectively as Total Biscuit did, but when he was talking about the games industry, he was a guy the average person could get behind. And I'd say when he was on his best run, probably around 2016, he did make some good content.
So as far as I'm concerned, we're done. Thank God for me. Not worth it.
So then why don't we look at the bad? And I believe this did start to come pre-2020 with Jim's podcast, The Podquisition, and Jim's co-host, Laura Kate Dale. I have covered Laura in the past. They are the stereotype you already think they are through and through. They're an autistic, trans, hyperwoke, sex-obsessed games journalist that blends said journalism with being an irritant woke scold that often gets things wrong and still fails upwards. I think Laura is what triggered Total Biscuit to totally spaz out about the R-Trap's gay thing, because they got very upset about the comment.
R-Trap's gay? No, genuine question.
And the Podquisition was just endless sex jokes and complaining. It seemed like they were only ever happy.
That's funny. Also, fucking Miracle of Sound, another this guy who just plasters trans flags all over the place. It's like, bro, just put the song cover in the bag, man.
To totally spaz out about the R-Trap's gay thing, because they got very... Position was just endless sex jokes and complaining. It seemed like they were only ever happy when they were talking about sex, which really was an upsetting insight of what was going to come with Jim. And personally, I became an unknown psychic enemy of Laura at this point and stopped enjoying Sterling's content in turn. He did have some stupid dramas as well, like people were trying to DDoS him and dox him because he gave Breath of the Wild a 7 out of 10, even missing how ridiculous it is to get pissed off at something like that. Retrospectively, that's quite a fair score. He also got in quite a lot of shit for giving Hellblade a 1 out of 10 due to a game-breaking bug. I think this was more seen as fishing for drama and attention-seeking over trying to make a good point. And I think it must be said, Jim has never really been good at games. I think he has the typical games journalist level of skill. But people weren't really there for his gaming reviews. They were there for his exposés on bad business practices. They were there for the Jimquisition. Even the Squirty Plays series stopped eventually. I think when Steam opened the floodgate,
and you're just like, why did you call it Squirty? And you know why, because it's a fucking sex pest.
There was
the whole point is just to like gross you out and creep you out and make you think he's just a fucking weird freak, because he is.
No novelty in finding a shit game, but
This
eventually
is a
the
squirt.
Jimquisition would also start to change. And this came with Jim Sterling announcing that they were a trans femme non-binary. They became a new person named James Stephanie Sterling.
Oh, hi, didn't see you there. I'm Fem Sterling.
Unsubscribe!
Here on the Jimquisition for the first time.
Unsubscribe!
Fuck. So, I've been pretty much full-timing it in my non-binary finery. Been doing that on some social media. Been doing that on live streaming. Been doing that in this building, and as of last night, recording now, like outside. So, fuck it. Here we are.
At first, James announced that they were pansexual gender trash. At one point, their gender identity on Google was non-binary gender trash girl
Bathe
from the
them.
gender dumpster. People were skeptical as to how seriously James was taking their transition. Not Owen Jones though, he interviewed them shortly after congratulating.
And it's extremely sexist and misogynistic too, to just pretend like you can boil down what it means to be a woman to wearing a wig and like flicking your wrists around. Okay, look, I'm a woman now, I'm wearing the wig. That's the woman thing now. And it's like, women get very, like actual women get very insulted.
Somewhere
by-
Digital Homicide and Gilson B. Pontes are laughing
Yeah.
their asses off.
They won. Asset flip game win.
Them about coming out.
I would say, yeah, okay, this is, it's such a mockery of what
Are you suggesting that Jimothy is an autogynophile?
Yeah, that's what it is.
But many of the Jimquisition's casual fan base were daunted to see this new person before us. And let's be real, like they start wearing a collar.
Like, there have to have been some people that are like, you know what, I'm fine if you want to pretend like you're a woman, but like the dog collar thing, that's a little bit of a step too far.
With a dog tag on. It is real.
But it's like, it's not even just like an expression of trans identity. Like, you're literally just fucking gross. You're just a sex-obsessed weirdo, and this is a reflection of your obsession with just being nasty, man.
Really off. Normally I'd see a channel like this and I'd think, oh, that's a bit weird, but I wouldn't dwell on it. But then this is the Jimquisition, come on.
Oh.
And the
Appropriate
character has
background
always
music.
been a comic
I watched you
caricature as well.
change into a goof.
But now we have what
knows
looks
what
like
he's
a
doing.
comic caricature.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense that he was just like, I want to get into
It's
wrestling.
like Mrs. Doubtfire,
Yeah.
but played by a sex pest.
Hello! It does make sense he wanted to be a wrestler, but he didn't have the physicality to compete as a wrestler, but he did have the physicality to compete in the women's league. So there's your in.
But needs to be taken very seriously. And now the Jimquisition is whatever the hell this is. Some of these clips coming up are difficult to watch, but I do think examples need to be given.
Before we get cracking with today's video, I have a spooky Halloween story for you. So settle
Look
in.
at me!
Content warning, by the way, for upchuck references and, well, I guess we could call it medical
And trigger warnings. The
body horror. So,
Sterling
this
always
weekend
forced his bullshit wrestling into his videos.
I don't know how people would watch that.
had a wrestling booking.
Like, he's literally just daring you to stay subbed.
Was traveling with a friend and colleague who I quite like, so like I was trying to be like hot and sexy at him for most.
And again, he's just like he's being a bimbo, like he's just being a ditz. It's so insulting. It's like him being like, well, this is what being a woman is, right? You're a big bimbo ditz, right?
Most of the day. I'll let you know how that ended up. Later that evening, I threw up all over his bathroom because the HRT I'm currently on has convinced my body that it's pregnant.
No, it didn't.
Fun.
They then go on to tell more of the awkward story about them throwing up at a guy's house that they thought was cute. See, it's difficult for me because I am all for YouTubers making whatever they want and not being at all beholden to their audience. But then again, this is not what we signed up for. James then went on to talk more about their phantom pregnancy on Yahtzee's podcast.
And that's one of the things I was going to mention in the catch-up at the beginning is that I am pregnant.
No.
Or rather, my body thinks it is.
No,
so
it doesn't.
I started getting car sick randomly the other week, and it turns out that the hormones I'm on have made my body think it's pregnant.
No,
so
it didn't.
Oh, nice.
just announcing now that I have a strong, sturdy son on the way.
No,
I've
you
named
don't.
him Borkis, and because the baby will never be born,
No,
it
you
means I
don't.
get to choose who the father
I
is.
remember
So
watching
that's
them
sad.
before they went
'Cause
trans.
anyone who crosses me is going
But
on the
unsubbed
list.
as the wrestling skits started. And I hate skits.
Like, and this is clearly not about living how you want to live. This is not about expressing yourself how you want to express yourself, okay? This is about making other people uncomfortable. This is about disturbing people and like grossing people out and making them like uncomfortable
OMG.
and scared.
As a woman, this is so annoying to me.
Yeah.
Dude. Just stop.
Like that's what I say. Like there's so much misogyny and just like insulting towards women in the trans movement because it treats women as a subset of men when you think about it. And it's like, it's not a subset. These are two different branches underneath the umbrella of human being. You can't take a man and
Kids, just stop!
and make him into a woman without putting that underneath the subset of men. So you're being very, very insulting to women by acting like this is all it takes to be one.
All right then.
Orcus.
A Balkus? I don't know, just some random bullshit designed to just creep you out. Like nothing about this is funny. There's nothing funny about this. And just how creepy it is to be like, you watch, I'll claim that one of you is the father, and then you're on the hook for child support. And it's like, how about you just jump off a bridge? That would get you canceled. That would have been an epic moment though, if just one of the three betas here actually adopted alpha energy and it was like, you know what? You just have a mental illness, bro.
Moving on.
And incredibly uncomfortable content becomes very commonplace in the Gymquisition. And I feel like it's even masking to call these sex jokes. Like with no reference to the topic at hand, and with no humor, James just starts...
Like it's really harassment. Like it's borderline sexual harassment, what he's doing.
Being randomly
like he's intentionally like trying to make you uncomfortable, which is what sexual harassment is.
You can sit there, yeah, big tough guy game bro,
No,
looking all haughty with your arms
Nobel Peace Prize if you did that.
Snorting in derision, but who are you fooling, really? What's your performative indignance achieving even? It's just you sat there, alone, watching this on your phone, surrounded by your plastic statues of slasher movie murderers depicted as big titty anime girls.
those are cool.
Admit it. You don't just save scum, you are.
It goes on for a lot longer. I am cutting these short, and you don't...
He's trying to do like a sexy voice in order to just like creep you out and make you cringe. It's like, that's what creeps do, man.
have to go looking for these, right?
You're just a creep. Like, no woman acts like this.
Video something like this happens, and it starts to feel like some type of exhibitionism that the viewer isn't consenting to. And trust me, dear viewer, I am saving you from worse stuff, but I will show one more clip that is quite alarming.
Now, my extensive research has concluded that you can give your Switch to a nickname, but Nintendo's famous hatred of the something amendment means you can't call it Stephanie's fuckpad. However, you can name it Cunny Stuffers Anonymous, so that's very good news.
This is totally wretched. This is fucking sickening. And it's not just this, the content has got worse too. All they do is complain about their shit life, and they've adopted such progressive thought that freemium mobile games are no longer predatory, but they are ableist.
Does that become an accessibility matter? I don't know. I'm just talking through a desperate haze of physical agony right now, but I dare say time skips and speed ups are certainly considered enough of a need that ableist freemium games exploit it often enough.
And I don't want to chastise.
That's why so many of them walk around with canes. Like, the hormones, like, deteriorates their bones. And then you heard earlier him talking about how he was throwing up all the time. Like, who would hear that and be like, wow, this looks like the choice for me.
Is people for...
I want to be a gross, sick person whose bones are breaking, but at least the wig will help.
Addiction, but they have given in to being an exploitable adult. Once a successful gaming YouTuber, they have figured out that they are trans and have ADHD, so now all they're capable of is being a pathetic bed blob. And now any game where you have to figure something out is a chore to them. They want all of their gaming experiences spoon-fed.
This game was super fun, by the way. I forget what it's called. Yeah, it's a fun game.
To them like a baby, and they harness
What's this? What's this one?
progressivism and accessibility as a reason for this having to exist.
Remembering where to go, what does what, where I needed to head after I got the item that lets me do new stuff. My
fun short indie game.
I'm not asking for a game to be its own walkthrough, but those compasses and mission markers and glowing.
I don't think the hormones actually break your bones, but I don't know the whole details behind it, but it's about just like calcium and nutrition and how just like your body processes different proteins whenever you're like in that state of hormonal shock, essentially.
Trails that people complain is spoon feeding and hand holding and casualization.
Because you're introducing a chemical into your body it's not used to. It's not supposed to have it on that level.
Some of us, it's the difference between playing a game and our brains locking up like Bethesda software at launch.
And you see, I think James now just hates every single aspect of the gaming industry, and they hate their job. Like, they have the privilege to act more and more childish, and I think they just want to play with toys all day and be a sexual degenerate, and they loathe the fact that they actually have to work for money. The thank God for me catchphrase and the self-aggrandizing but obviously tongue-in-cheek nature of the Jimquisition has been ripped away to show who James truly is, and now standing there is just a self-entitled maniac. Take, for example, when they did a 10-year retrospective of the Jimquisition. At this point, they've been losing subscribers, which we'll talk about, don't worry. But it is crazy that they'd done a video a week for 10 years, and celebration was calling. Just a little extra note here, something I remembered. This isn't even fully true. One thing James fails to know is they actually did 2 remastered episodes. So there's been 2 times when James was sick and they've just reposted an old episode. So they have missed 2 Mondays. But anyway, they can live the lie and just say they've made a new episode a week for a decade, and all they do is just fucking complain.
When you take a change too harsh, your body doesn't respond very well.
Like, what he should have done is get in shape. Like, have that kind of body transformation. One that everyone can get behind, and you'll feel better about yourself and your body anyways, to the point where you probably won't want to change it to such ridiculous degrees. You'll just be like, well, now I feel comfortable as a man, and I don't feel weak and powerless. I feel empowered because like people don't treat me like I'm a big fat blob anymore, and that's how you feel better about yourself. Not trying to be something you're not.
About their shit life anyway.
And the other reason
a path that could have been.
It's hard is because, well, I'm fucking tired. I've stressed and pondered and worked and written and talked about all this shit for 10 goddamn years. Don't know if I mentioned it's been 10 goddamn years. It is staggering that I've lasted in the face of YouTube becoming an unviable platform.
You're such a victim. Life is so hard in your arcade room.
This channel
with your 10K a month.
Being basically done for, and this side of my career not really being something I can just sort of continue on its own. But for the good bits and the shit bits, I have gone the fucking distance. And you know what? I deserve better than I got. I don't care how arrogant that may sound. For all I've accomplished in this business, I deserve more than the business gave out.
So much entitlement. That word that Joshua is for some reason having trouble finding. All of this goes back to those 2015 videos Harmful Opinions did exposing that fat 50-something-year-old who was pretending to be a 6-year-old girl in public and trying to force people to recognize their identity. All this shit is just fetish play done to a non-consenting public. That's a good point. Like he just shoves it in his audience's face when it's clear that
it's funny you mentioned that because it's proof DSP isn't actually working out.
Mm-hmm.
You do actually feel better mentally after working out, and as you can see, Phil is more miserable than ever.
Like the runner's high, you get it is like a real thing, but it's not like he's even doing enough cardio to get a runner's high. Okay. New trailer for Cyberpunk Season 2. This may get the stream blocked on YouTube, but that's fine. I'll just cut it out. Unmute. Gotta love Trigger.
Sleeping on trash. It's literally Rev FR.
I don't know, this one chick, she reminds me of like a mix between Lucy and Kiwi, who was another member of this one. Because she's got that face mask. Very nice, Trigger. No lollies! No lolly character, unsubscribe. No, that's fine. Interesting. Trigger knows what they're doing. I have high hopes. Sequels rarely surpass their first season, but sometimes it does.
What do they think that they deserve? I really can't figure it out. Again, they did used to do some good work, but now they just create perverted slop. And what, do they want to be paraded around? Do they want to be heralded as a savior of gaming? It's really ugly to see this self-entitlement on display. And fortunately, the general public do seem to see it too. In 2020, James reached the peak of their subscriber count with 900,000, but they have been bleeding them ever since. And currently, they sit at 720,000. Roughly 180,000 below their peak. And in a very peculiar attempt to own the haters, James has done milestone videos when they dropped below 900,000 and when they dropped below 800,000 subscribers. The under 900,000 special is really just a whole lot of coping about YouTube, saying that they're trying to hide their vids. The fact of the matter is, somehow they were still doing fairly good numbers, getting between 150,000 and 300,000 views on a video, like doing the same show for a decade with absolutely no innovation apart from becoming a non-binary femme, and still expecting to get 1 million views a video or something is just stupid. But the one thing that they will not entertain is that they have changed and that their content has become unwatchable shit.
I've also noticed the perception shift among some of my own fans. People who have told me they went off me not because of coming out, but because my content and persona completely changed afterwards. And I'm like, fucking what? I was trans before I came out, and literally nothing about the show changed except some videos now have multiple topics per episode.
But the thing is, you can find genuine fans expressing their distaste with James's new content, and they aren't citing their politics, they seem to agree with them. The show is just miserable to watch. They aren't having a fun time trashing stuff, they are just bitter now. And anytime they're not being a queer doing some weird sex stuff, they just seem miserable. And then they do the 800,000 subscriber special. And just look at the setup now, the camera work, the mic as well, the production value is just awful. They are so done with it, but they feel the need to defend themselves, and there's no other way to say it, it just reaches lolcow territory.
He's turning trans. His work has been suffering from it. When he started wearing makeup and going on about being non-binary, I had to unsub, it just got too much. He rocked up in a wig and makeup, and I haven't watched one of his videos since.
Any response
I guess I'm a
to
massive
this?
transphobe.
Identity politics
yeah,
just kill all
you
jokes,
are.
Imo.
Oh no. The people being just like, well, I guess I'm a transphobe then. And he's like, yeah, you are. Oh, you just now figured that out? And it's like, they're telling you they don't care anymore. That's not a good thing. You shouldn't be happy about that. That they're like, oh, whatever. I guess call me a transphobe. Don't care anymore. And he's still trying to be like, well, doesn't that make you feel bad? And it's like, they're telling you no. They're telling you no.
What else have we got? He's always been a degenerate, open about sexual encounters with men. He's
true.
gone in full mental breakdown mode and trans trending. I'd support if he was genuine, but it's rather late in the game now when everyone was coming out 5 years ago.
Any
the
response?
Lipstick, I couldn't click on the thumbnails anymore after that and finally unsubbed one day. Once I saw dudes starting to wear lipstick and shit, I got out of there. Yep, I note the fuck out of their turd wearing lipstick. I stopped watching him once he started dressing as a girl. It's just too weird for me. Yep, definitely around the time he started dressing as a woman. I'm not a 10 by any stretch, but he doesn't have the look. Nor do I identify like that. Just as much as some try to push that on people, I don't agree with all that and stay in my lane.
It's very
He's
low
more
effort.
annoying now.
You're
Like,
just
what is
reading
going
what
on
they're
here?
saying.
It starts as though they're going to clap back at the haters, but they do it so limp-wristedly that they just make themselves the subject of mockery. And at times, things weren't all too sweet behind the scenes either. In 2023, James wrote an update post on their Patreon called On Being Hurt and Cutting Ties. Here, James announces that their editor Justin is no longer working with them. And James is quite dramatic about this, writing, I confronted him and cut ties with him over a week ago, and I've been trying to process the whole thing to work out how to talk about it. I can say I put up...
Well, like, the thing about autogynephilia is that it's... The foundation is narcissism. It's like when you love yourself so much, you just wish you had just like a gender-swapped version of yourself that you could love, but that's not how humans work. That's not how relationships work. People who are too alike to that extent usually don't get along very much, but the root cause is narcissism and lack of actual relationships, because they're like, maybe I can just fantasize my way into another relationship, but by being the person that
with a lot over the years. I put up with theft, I put up with manipulative behavior, I put up with being talked about incredibly hurtfully behind my back. When you find out the guy you pay around $30 to $40 an hour for an average of 2 to 3 part days a week, with breaks literally whenever wanted, is telling people you're overworking and underpaying him, and taking money while you've been lending him cash without expectation of payback, and after he spent 6 months free renting your home, well, let me tell you, it hurts. Then they go on to say that Justin had been exploiting and abusing others, but they're not comfortable giving the details. James does say that Justin had been speaking about them behind their back, giving some reason as to why they would write a post like this. And then Justin expectedly responded with their own post, and he tells quite a different story. Justin claims they had been taken on part-time mainly to make art assets for $1,500 a month. But quickly James started giving Justin more and more work, with him basically becoming a full-time producer and editor of all of James's content. Justin would even end up living with James at one point in time and took on more of a personal assistant role, driving them to events. But with this extra work, Justin only negotiated his pay up to $1,800 a month. He claims he was supposed to be doing 2 days of work a week, and that would work out as around $28 an hour, and that this $30 to $40 an hour number was picked out of nowhere. And they claim with all the extra work they do, it became nearer a 40-hour week. In the post they write, "See, if I was only getting paid for editing those 2 things those 2 days, That means that literally everything else that I was doing for them was unpaid. None of the other podcasts, none of the gameplay videos, and certainly none of the trips taking them everywhere in the past. Those were all freebies suddenly. Basically, that's the thing that James Stephanie Sterling didn't think about. I was either an underpaid full-time worker at $11 an hour, or a decently paid 2-day worker who wasn't paid for a lot of their work. Now, we can't really know the truth there, but another thing that James brings up is that they're in their second marriage now, right? But James brings up that their first wife financially abused them, kind of for a reasoning of why they couldn't pay Justin more. James claims they were in a situation where they didn't have access to their own money. They didn't have ownership over their own bank account, and the money they spent was monitored. And they explain this in the post by saying that they are very easily gaslit and terrible at self-advocacy, and that this abusive relationship left them $100,000 in debt. Now, I understand if the roles were reversed, this wouldn't be a laughing matter, but back then, James was a fella, and they were the one that was taking in all of the money. And I've seen a picture of James's first wife, and they are the most rancid Karen you could imagine.
The crazy part
and
is
now
Jimmy's
this just
wife
reads
looked
like,
exactly
one
like
thing you
him.
didn't know about me is that I'm completely pathetic, so it's okay that I don't pay my editor enough. And I think that Justin quite fairly mentions that James is always buying extravagant junk. James loves to take time and show off toys that they've bought, and just look at their backdrop. And there's always new rotating junk as well, like James is regularly buying pinball machines and figurines, whilst talking about being hard up and asking for sympathy. And the thing is, James brought all of this to light, and will now be forever known as an entitled bad boss that cannot manage people or money. I want to touch quickly upon their wrestling career. Much like the Boglins
this story
obsession that I
sounds
referenced
awfully
earlier,
familiar.
a huge amount of the Jimquisition airtime is spent just patting themselves on the back for their shitty wrestling. I don't know anything about wrestling because I am not a closeted homosexual, but unsurprisingly, people seem to think that James is not very good at it.
And look at how he's choke slamming that poor lady. Like, not even caring about her safety at all. Like, she lands right on her head, which, of course, you're not supposed to land on your head.
Just look at where they're doing this as well. What wrestling?
If this ever happens to Phil, I will not be surprised.
Well, maybe. It could be. We do speculate sometimes. I think, like, when he's really old, he's going to come out as gay, and he's going to be surprised that no one cares, and that they all knew already for years. But, like, this is just an example of you're just a guy beating up a woman. You're just a dude just beating the shit out of a woman. And you're telling me you enjoy this? You're having fun with this? This is fun for you? Okay, if you say so.
Ring has trash lying around next to it. It looks like an Antifa drug den or something. And also, unsurprisingly, they bring their gender identity.
What kind of wrestling move was that? Is your opponent the door?
Antifa drug den or something. And
take this door.
Also, unsurprisingly,
I'm the door killer. The door is my enemy. It's part of my lore. The doors killed my family. It was time for me to run up and throw my big fat body at the door. Oh wait, there was a person there.
I would love to know what wrestling school gave James the pass and what promotion allowed him to compete.
And what a god-awful costume, too. It's like the worst ever. It's like it's designed to be bad. Hold on! Take that door! Blur!
I wonder if he got mad at the lady that didn't want to get smashed into a door.
Yeah. Why'd you have to move out of the way? I wanted to crush you. God.
they bring their gender identity into the wrestling ring. They do podcasts about queer, trans, and disability visibility in wrestling, because what we need is more big gay disabled people pretending to chokeslam each other. And nowadays, James does have some type of a writing career. They have worked on Quantum Witch, Date Everything, and Vampire Survivors. You see the likes of Laura Kate Dale and Jim Sterling getting work in the games industry, but I don't think it should be too demotivating. Now, I couldn't say to what extent, argument, but I do believe the anti-woke narrative that DEI hires are making game development and companies worse.
What are you
but I
talking
do think
about? Look at her.
something gets overlooked. There's a type of autism that these people have that makes them present and create in these ways that are quite
Look at my
unfortunate.
muscles, hey!
But what goes along
I'm
with
like
this
Phil, I'm
is a
flexing.
personality type of being incredibly self-important and unable to feel shame. This allows them to jam
Party
their
in
foot in the
Vampire
door and
Survivors
claim that
was
they
writing
are
a
the
tiny blurb about the magic girl BTW. It's not quite the same.
person for the job, even when their credentials are absolute shit.
This book is the culmination of years of butt-based research.
So to the autistic neets in the audience that I imagine there are a few of, just try to shut the shame off and trick your ways into positions of power. But with this, the Jimquisition now has infrequent uploads. And I think James made a great decision to do this. The show took a few months break not uploading, and now they seem to release once a month or whenever James feels like it. I'm not 100% on that, but the quality is noticeably better. Now I'm not saying I'd watch it or there's redemption in sight for James, but at least they don't just sound fed up. And I think people want to hear James say, we're going to stand up and fight against the bad practices, not, I'm so miserable, everything's pointless.
Anyway, today's video is one that I hope will be good. I feel awful. I am sweating like nobody's business. I'm not very well at all. The chronic pain is terrible. I slept on my neck weird, and now I've got some sort of pinched nerve or something.
Who cares?
I don't want to be here.
This is like DSP tier shit. Yesterday it was really hot outside, so I put in the air conditioning unit. So there's that, if you hear some noise in the background, that's why. It's like, can we just get to the point?
On the plus side, my hair looks fantastic.
No, it
Didn't
doesn't.
ask. Now talk about Bobby Kotick and his association with Jeffrey Epstein already. And now when it comes to James Stephanie Sterling, I'm pretty sure there's going to be stuff I have missed, good and bad. So do let me know, because I'm thinking of doing a follow-up stream to cover any of James's funny little moments that I didn't get to here. So stick around for that, like the video if you liked it, and there'll be more content soon.
That was that. Hey, Captain Alex. 11 months ago. Sadly, I think I got everything I can out of Captain Alex. Not a whole lot of... there is a lot of footage to go through, but it's more the same. More the same Alex being Alex. Alright, I need a palate cleanser from looking at that saran-wrapped abomination. Looking like a sausage in that wrestling outfit.
My name is Imagine and I think you know
Captain Alex. You already said that.
The one and only.
The one and only. It is the kind of woman we like looking at.
Looking at this and being angry, I can't imagine such a miserable existence. But what I want to talk about right now real quick is some more news involving Stellar Blade. Some good news. Instead of the usual drama and all the people whining about this game, we're going to see the CEO of Shift Up once again demonstrate just how base they are while mocking the backlash of the character Eevee. Now, of course, this is the CEO of Shift Up. They are very active on Twitter. They're constantly reposting arts of Eevee and all Shift Up related characters and products. They've already reposted some arts that was making fun of the outrage directed towards Eevee and her design. And of course, this is terrible news for the psychopaths on social media who can't stop projecting their insane delusions about this character and Stellar Blade BloodRayne. Now we have this right here, sharing a picture of a cosplayer. This user says, they said Eevee's design was unrealistic, yet there are real women who look like her. Her name is Arger Yang, and she is Taiwanese. Amazing cosplay. So here we have another almost one-to-one identical portrayal of Eevee by a real woman. Okay, it's a great cosplay, yet again. And you can see the reactions, right? Things make a lot more sense when you realize they aren't actually arguing in good faith, and they just hate gamers and beautiful women. They said unrealistic because they're just jealous of anyone who's slimmer than they are. I don't remember her name though. She blew up when it first got announced. With this girl right here, we've shown her cosplay before. It is dismantling all of the discourse saying, oh, Eevee looks like a literal child, and then you have adult Asian women putting on a perfect cosplay, and then they just proceed to say racist things, but, you know, par for the course for these individuals. But here's some more photos, some more pics of this Eevee cosplay, so you guys can really get the point here. It's a great cosplay, and it's a very representative one of the character. But guess who also really liked the cosplay? The CEO of Shift Up, reposting this cosplay right here. And, of course, attached is the quote talking about how people are claiming Eevee is so unrealistic looking. He is very aware of this Western, let's be real, Western backlash regarding this character, and he's playing right
she looks
into
nice
it.
and all, but my
you can
hope
see a
for the
follow-up
game
post
is that the
saying, the CEO
soundtrack
of Stellar
slaps
Blade
at
just
least
reposted my
half as
post
the
about
first
Eevee
game.
I'm sure it will. They know what they're doing.
Cosplayer, where I defended her design. Based move by Kim Hyung Tae.
She doesn't
supporting
look
the
like
character.
a girl with bags, wrinkles, and looks like she woke up from an alcoholic binge, so she's a child.
Yeah, James Gunn is never going to buy this game. Very sad.
And the fans who love her instead of folding to the critics. He has good taste and sticks to his values. It's good to see. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this man continues
Kogers forgot
to
the
be
Adam's apple.
unfathomably based in the face of so much outrage and so much delusions. Common Kim W sticking to their guns, sticking to their vision of their game, and appealing to the people who matter, the actual target audience, and not screechers on social media.
Thanks, Rev. Doing the right thing. Basically just snubbing the people who think you should somehow feel ashamed for a character design. Ah, the sheriff. What's the sheriff doing?
So it's said that every somewhat successful product has a cheap copy. For example, with Snickers, we have Snipers. For Coke, we have Pepsi. That was a joke, by the way, Pepsi lovers. Although you have no taste buds, I assume you at least have enough brain cells to comprehend that it was in fact a joke. Now go drink your product that tastes like warm piss. But Dr. Pepper clears both, by the way. Anyway, continuing where I left off, for Live Leak we have Instagram Reels now. For Moist Critical we have Pyro Live.
For Evan we have
even now
DSP.
have a whole lab-verse of people acting like popular YouTubers.
Hello once again, audience. When we left off, I was actually in a different world.
But I assume by now you get my point, where one product has seen
Isn't there someone who is LARPing as the Angry Video Game Nerd now? I think I saw one of his videos.
success, you will often see cheaper copies that attempt to replicate said product in hopes of seeing a portion of the success the original saw. It's somewhat normal to see now.
I love prongles. Oh, I'm in S&Ms. Whoa. Oh, that's a little racy.
It is, and this
are they spicy? The spicy S&Ms.
Same thing can be seen on the internet, especially with content creators. When one creator sees a large amount of attention, sometimes others will attempt to copy aspects of that creator to reap the same benefits, whether it's doing the same things, creating the same content, or even attempting to copy the personality of the original. However, in this category, unlike the off-brand products versus the name-brand products, it very rarely works out for the person copying the original content creator. Yes, initially you'll probably get a lot of attention if it's abundantly clear you are copying the original, and people are only there to either gawk at the LARP or make fun of you for what you're obviously doing, but long term it often doesn't work out, as people will probably get bored rather fast if that's your only selling point, unless you actually manage to develop your content and slowly distance yourself from just being that guy that copied another person. A good example of this is with the 10's clone 11's, someone that's main selling point was he looked exactly exactly like the esports player TenZ, and he got popular mainly on platforms like TikTok around 2023 due to that fact. And he played into it for some time until he branched away to do his own thing and is doing fairly well in that endeavor. But what if every time people got bored of you copying another creator, instead of, like I said, branching away and developing yourself past being just a copy? And what if every time people got bored of you, instead you just continued and moved on to copy another creator? And it works so well, in fact, that you become so well known as a copy, you become synonymous and almost just as popular as one of the very creators you were copying. And in some cases, people actually confuse you with the original, or they don't even know there was an original in the first place. And it even develops to the point where it becomes some Ouroboros type shit, and groups of other people begin copying you, with each one differing slightly with their version and most definitely their personality, to say the least.
The faithful...
But it's now just copies of copies, and it starts to get really ridiculous. On top of the fact, countless other controversies and things from your past begin rearing their head as you slowly become more and more hated by the wider internet, resulting in people eventually granting you the prestigious title very few are fortunate enough to be bestowed, which is an internet lolcow.
I'm copying
that is more or less the summary of the creator
Give
we
me
are
money
going
to
to
open
be
Pokemon card. I mean Beyblade boxes.
Call yourself like Dark Side Inward, but you're just like one of the most whitest people ever, but you just call yourself
Faithful Ninja.
Speaking about today,
the Faithful Rog.
With that being the Faithful Sheriff, formerly known as Dr. Witnesser, or Edward Preach Fishing, or just Joseph Henning. This is someone that I've briefly spoken about before in another video, and someone that within their current lab is a peanut that, if you couldn't tell, is a blatant copy of an already existing streamer that many of you may know as the guy from Fortnite, or alternatively, the popular streamer, the Burnt Peanut.
Love you, nut. Peanut's middle is the perfect place for my froggy penis. I want to wear them like a condom and feel that sweet, sweet ass pucker.
And as I alluded to earlier on, people are either brain dead, fortunately not that terminally online, or the Faithful Sheriff has honed his craft so well over the years that it even puts the TF2 spy to shame, because some people actually confuse him as the original Peanut. And quite recently, he's been everywhere, getting a lot of online attention, but obviously not for anything good. Because right now he is basically the internet's fleshlight, primarily because, for one, as we'll find out, it can be said he's a serial copycat. His on-stream behavior alone has caused quite a few problems, and he's found himself in multiple...
They want to be a VTuber but are afraid of icky anime girls. Well, massive pussy energy.
In a way, me and Ann Lead are kind of like ironic VTubers. We don't take it seriously enough to be VTubers. We just have it for the avatar.
Controversies due to recent and past events under his previous personas.
So, back in the day of the 19...
But I think it's funny when they're using it to troll the Peanut by being various other Peanuts and trying to basically be the Faithful Sheriff version of, like, the... You know how Faithful Sheriff kept trying to get Burnt Peanut's attention all the time? Those other Peanut VTubers were trying to do the same thing to the Faithful Sheriff and basically just, like, annoying him by acting like he does towards a bigger content
but there's
creator.
A significant difference. We like you, Enden.
Oh, thank you.
In 10 and 1800s, people would refer to black individuals as...
And a lot of people nowadays only really tune into his streams and content to basically clown on him and make his life a living hell.
Like, how do you make your income?
Do that?
Yeah, Fortnite pay you?
No!
Speaking of, Ann Lead finished Xenoblade Chronicles 3 after we rated him yesterday. So no more use of that Xenoblade costume anymore. I'm gonna make more for her.
My stream!
What video game are you playing next? Let's see what we can do.
My views, my TikTok, my videos pay me.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're not a 300-pound chud loser who asked to have a micro penis on their peanut VTuber on Twitter?
But we'll be looking into the Faithful Sheriff and his past today in order to answer the question if he deserves said notoriety and hate, or is it all just simply overblown?
We failed to bully him into barony of fake.
Wrong, Xenoblade 3 has DLC in December. Oh no! Persona 4? Oh, okay. Well, I already made the Naruto costume when he was playing vanilla Persona 4.
Where did the Faithful Sheriff come from?
No. Oh, are you black?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I really missed an opportunity to not call it notoriety.
Good. If I'm a white dude, but I say the N-word like this, I'll give you an example. A guy calls me the N-word, and I say, bro, I'm not a.
So before becoming the faithful sheriff, Joseph was known under another name, or persona if you will. A far more infamous and hated name that still rightfully follows him around to this day. It's kind of like his dark backstory, maybe his Green Goblin era one could say, before he later became the Peanut we all know and love, where he does almost the exact same style of content he was previously so infamously known for. But he started making content mainly streaming on Twitch all the way back in 2020. Now if you remember anything about 2020, not only was it one of the good years, but two major things were happening. One was the rise of COVID leading to lockdowns, and the other probably because of COVID was the huge jump in popularity surrounding live streaming, which both led to a dramatic increase in people starting to stream themselves and the amount of people tuning into certain streamers like Ninja, Jinxie, XQC, and more relevant to this story, Dr. Disrespect. Now Dr. Disrespect was quite popular prior to 2020, and before his latest accusations, and no, I'm not talking about the cheating
Apparently
situation.
Supergirl fell off behind Morbius. His pop-ass Andro is probably morbing right now.
Can they meme it to be like, hey, we were just busy that weekend, put it back in the theater?
But before his latest controversy, Dr. Disrespect was one of the top streamers. He had an enjoyable on-stream persona, he had cool transitions, his production quality was genuinely impressive, and he even briefly dabbled in music production.
The only playthrough I saw of his, because I don't really care about Call of Duty, was when he played Resident Evil Village. And it was a pretty good production, it was pretty fun to watch. TBH. When you play as Chris at the end of the game, he was finally able to use his Call of Duty FPS skills and just destroy everyone and dominate. It was kind of funny.
Thousands poured into the so-called Champions Club every day and enjoyed watching his streams, with one of said viewers being Joseph. In fact, he liked Dr. Disrespect and idolized him so much he was inspired to start streaming himself. But instead of starting his streaming career as himself and slowly discovering what type of streamer he wanted to be and evolving his content over time, but in his case he basically decided to say fuck that and became a Dr. Disrespect clone, even naming himself after him with the username Dr. Witnesser. And when he did eventually start streaming, he attempted to replicate both the look and aesthetic of the Dr. Disrespect streams. Now look, I get being inspired by other creators, but there's being inspired where you maybe take one or two things and do it in your own style, but then there's attempting to be a one-to-one copy with both the look and name. And at that point you aren't simply taking inspiration, you're attempting to blatantly copy that person. But to be fair to Mr. Witnesser, his on-stream antics were vastly different to that of Dr. Disrespect's, and it wasn't just out of nowhere he decided to become a copy of Dr. Disrespect. There is a tiny bit of lore to the LARP, which heavily relates to what he does on stream and the infamous acts he's known for within the space. So from what he has publicly divulged, the story basically goes pre-COVID he was heavily religious and he was a part of a local church. And at said church he asked if anybody wanted to go door to door with him to try and spread the word of their religion to people in their local area. But unfortunately, nobody wanted to do this with him. So he just decided to do it himself. But then COVID hit, so he now couldn't attend church or go door to door to speak about his religion. So taking inspiration from his now favourite streamer, he had an idea. And with said idea, along with basically copying Dr. Disrespect's name and appearance, he would market himself and his streams in an area not many were doing at the time. He got into the meta early, if you will. And this was, as he titled it, bringing the gospel to gamers.
I go into games and tell people about Jesus.
You go into games, like Fortnite games, and tell people about Jesus.
I tell them the gospel message, man. The gospel message of the good Lord. When I went to church, I asked people, did they want to go knocking on doors and telling people the good message, you know, like, because I was excited to do something for the Lord and share it through my neighborhood and stuff.
And switch from his cat model now to a cat girl.
I get it.
Nobody raised, like, nobody.
Yeah, like, not the time, not the place, man. Like, what?
volunteered to help me? Like nobody. I said, okay, well, screw that. I'll do it myself. And then COVID happened, and then everybody stayed indoors, so I decided to do it online in the games.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I went viral for doing that.
Yes, he would preach his beliefs in Fortnite games. And look, I'm not the best when it comes to religion. I do have my own beliefs, but I think one of the worst places to preach one's religion is on a game, let alone a game like Fortnite where the average player is either an infant or just mentally checked out, because that's the only way you can play that game. And that's not mentioning the fact that most people would rather just play a game than have a conversation about religion. On top of the fact, knowing the average gamer, some slurs are going to be involved, let's be honest.
Oh, what? You're live on Twitch?
It's just not the best place for you to attempt to educate people on your beliefs, in my opinion. But the act of simply preaching about one's religious belief on a game is not why Dr. Witnesser is so infamously known. It was more about how he did it. Because when he finally found someone with a functioning mic in his lobby, he would always prioritize trying to educate them on his religion by any means necessary, and he will be very persistent in this endeavor.
Jesus or Satan?
Jesus.
Okay, good choice.
F. Satan.
But don't use F. That's little kids shouldn't be swearing, bro. Come on. Jesus wouldn't want you swearing, right? If Jesus was standing in front of you, right? What would you ask him?
I don't know. Can we play the game?
We're playing the game. You can't talk and play the game at the same time, bro?
I can.
Okay.
I just want to focus.
Focus on Jesus.
Obviously, he's coming on a bit strong there. They clearly indicate they don't want to talk about this, but he still persists. And even more concerning, that is a literal child he's trying to educate on his religion. And that's what he's most known for, basically ramming his religion down people's throats, even when they refuse.
Not here to listen to your Bible studies.
Hey, dude. This is the most important thing you're ever going to listen to in your whole entire life, because it's going to save your life.
You are not going to do anything.
What?
That's going to affect my life.
Really? So if I tell you, if you don't turn from your wicked ways and repent and trust in Jesus, you're going to die and burn in hell and cease to exist and turn to ash? That's not going to affect anything you think about?
I don't care what you...
And you would think that the event I showed you earlier with him talking to a child about religion would be a one-off, because a normal person would either scale down or maybe not engage in such conversations with a child, because, you know, it's a child and it's also not their child, so they very much don't have the right. But if you thought our dear old Dr. Witnesser wouldn't do such a thing again, you would be sorely mistaken, because he's done it multiple times.
Okay, who's Jesus? Tell me.
God's son.
Oh, okay. Nice. What did Jesus do for us?
Died.
On the cross?
Died.
Yeah.
For our sins,
Died
right?
like a...
If I have the choice to talk to this creep or go to hell,
allow me to
Send
educate
me to
you
hell.
if you want.
Hurry up
God
and turn
made
me to
Adam and
ash.
Eve, the first two people. Jesus dying on the cross made it possible for us to be forgiven.
I need a little more metal.
I'm talking about Jesus here, son. Okay, listen.
Okay.
Dude.
Get the
I don't care.
Get the cars. You know,
Let's go. I got a legendary sniper.
You fight the good fight.
I need 250 wood. Do you have any wood I could have?
Your lack of paying attention is disturbing me, bro.
Please.
You don't want to hear about Jesus?
Well, I kind of don't really care, but I need
What? You should get a Bible. You could get one for free on your phone. Did you know that?
Cool, I don't really care. I just got really good loot.
Find yourself a youth Bible and read more about God.
This kid is
leads
never
on to
going
one
to...
event he's actually...
Like, this kid is always going to remember that weird religious guy on Fortnite who pressured him. And it's going to make him less and less likely to be sympathetic towards the religious perspective. Like, you're just ruining what you're trying to do here.
Most known for, apart from the forcing his religion on people and the times he said things relating to...
Yeah, and it's also very narcissistic to just act like anyone playing a random game needs to care about what you think.
This is how you turn people away.
Yeah.
Which is why I think he's a Redditor.
You think he's like doing the Westboro Baptist Church thing where like they would protest outside of soldiers' funerals as if they're not the bad guys?
Race.
Did you say the N-word? And I'm like, what N-word? You mean?
But he is most infamously known for the time he preached to a child who had a different religion and basically said they are going to hell.
Talking about since you're American Christian, since the Muslim culture, we don't really talk about that.
Yeah, you don't talk about it because they don't want to believe it. That's why. The Christianity in general. It doesn't matter that I'm in America. Christianity is all over the world.
So look, if you were to die in your sins today, you would be sentenced to hell.
This is the thing Dr. Witnesser is most known for. Well, that and the time he told a child Santa isn't real.
People were saying that Santa Claus isn't real, that your parents just bring you the presents.
Yeah, that's actually true, unfortunately. And that's another lie, and that people do spread. I don't teach my kids about Santa Claus because it's not real, and I don't lie to my kids.
However, after this event, Twitch in 2021, just a year after he started streaming, would decide enough is enough, and would outright ban him from the platform indefinitely. And Mr. Witnesser would respond saying this ban was down to Twitch obviously hating Christianity because it goes against their agenda and the LGBTQ.
My name's Dr. Witnesser. Twitch permanently banned me off their platform. The gospel of salvation is a message of love, and there's absolutely no hatred involved in a message like that. Twitch shows their intolerance to Christianity. And it's no surprise because they're run by the LGBT community. If you go onto his Twitch and tell them about homosexuality is a sin, that goes against their agenda.
He also claimed he would be pursuing legal action against Twitch for the ban, which is kind of ironic since the person he's copying, Dr. Disrespect, did the same thing when he was banned, but he won or settled his case with Twitch, and Mr. Witnesser, I don't think ever started his case with Twitch, despite saying he was suing them. But anyway, Mr. Witnesser would be banned for the next 2 years on the Twitch platform, and within those 2 years he would continue his preaching and usual antics on other platforms like DLive, which I've never heard of before, but he would then move from that platform to his new home, streaming on places like YouTube and Rumble. Also around this time, he did briefly start another channel on YouTube called Edward Preach Fishing, but that went nowhere and he stopped uploading after only 6 videos. But as the years went on, Dr. Witnesser never really changed his on-stream behaviour, which just led to his reputation getting worse. And at the same time, clips of him either forcing his religion on others or getting trolled went viral.
I don't know, you might need... I don't know if we can res you. You might want to call God to come resurrect you.
Hey, that's not funny.
That is pretty funny. It is funny.
It's pretty funny. You're not, you know...
Come
you
on.
Smiled. Don't lie.
I didn't.
Gluttony's a sin. Hey, Dr. Witnesser. Gluttony's a sin.
Videos going into his online activity also went viral, with the most popular being a video by Curtis Connor with almost 10 million views. And in his twilight years as Mr. Witnesser, many would just give him the nickname and regard him as Dr. Chud, and for some reason people would make edits of him where he appears to be releasing gas or alluding to him doing things with children.
Epstein's Island, that shit. Yo, I'm talking about like just...
I would just like it to be known, from what I found, there hasn't been any serious allegations of him talking explicitly to anyone underage, even though recently in TikTok comments people are circulating a certain Discord announcement which I'm pretty sure is completely fabricated. I think this allegation or misinformation mainly just comes from the thing with him forcing
also,
a religion on
it was
kids.
because he had a fart button of his own.
It wasn't really that they were making fun of him, like that's something he did himself.
In-game, but with that said, he seriously was not helping himself when it came to people trying to allege he does things like this.
Yo, what's up, Doc? Long time fan. Just want to know, when did you know you liked kids? Oh. Wow. Yes, I talk to minors all the time. So what? An 8-year-old, I talk to them all day. Every day. So what?
Okay, he's referring to talking to his own children there, his own kids, just for context. But his reputation was at complete rock bottom at this point. No matter what he did, people even knew him as the guy who attempted and failed to force his religion on people, even kids. Or he was known as the person who was a Dr. Disrespect clone that was being constantly clowned on and trolled. And around this time, it looked like he was going to be forever chained to this infamous reputation, or at least as long as he existed on the internet. But all of that changed in 2025 with the rise of another streamer. A streamer that goes by many names, from the Peanut to the best VTuber, depending on your definition of a VTuber, or as he's also known as, Israel's greatest streamer.
Bro, this is the number one streamer of Israel. Israel's finest.
Yeah, everyone I don't like is
CIA
Jew.
Witness Protection, or the Israeli Witness Protection, or something, or whatever the stupid shit Hassan said this week.
This was the Burnt Peanut, a streamer that saw a huge rise in mid to late 2025, with a lot of people finding his content entertaining due to things like his on-stream personality, production quality, and his overall peanut appearance, resulting in him standing out as a streamer. Which, with that said, some of said characteristics sound like what other people would have used to describe another streamer, but with Peanut's rise, a lot of people would take notice, including Dr. Witnesser, and he would once again be inspired, but this time he would shed his mortal skin and ascend to his next evolution. Or his next LARP if you want to be specific.
What does goonin mean? It means playing with your dingo till it goops. Wow. That's crazy. That's wild.
What a Christian.
So coinciding with the rise of the Burnt Peanut, in early 2026, Dr. Witnesser would once again basically do the same thing he did.
It's kind of funny how quickly all of this went down. Like, usually locales take a couple years to melt down, but this happened basically this year.
With Dr.
And we're not even done yet.
Disrespect, but this time with the Burnt Peanut. And he himself would become a P-tuber or VTuber, taking heavy inspiration from the Burnt Peanut.
Well, happy Tuesday,
He couldn't be like a banana or a...
We're going into Fortnite and telling people about the good Lord.
To be honest, since the Burnt Peanut...
Maybe you could have been an apple, but that wouldn't have worked. He would have been like... He would have been representing sin at that point, right? Or representing the tree of the fruit of knowledge that you shouldn't imbibe in, I guess. At least, I don't know if he can now. Like, we're already fallen.
Its rise.
I'm just saying he didn't have to be a peanut.
This type of thing wasn't uncommon. We saw a lot of the so-called food tubers around this time, where people would put their eyes and mouth on any inanimate object or
like
food item.
Heart?
I'm pretty sure at one point I even saw
his
a
idolatry
used
of
period
others. Also, he doesn't have any originality.
I'm not going to talk about that one.
Ways, probably in an attempt to see a portion of the momentum the Burnt Peanut was seeing at the time, and there wasn't really a problem with this. Yes, most were copying the format, but not entirely, because they were doing their own things with it, and nobody except one person was copying him one-to-one, and he himself didn't really see an issue with people doing this.
I mean, are they... I don't know. I mean, are they kind of hopping on the floor a little bit? Sure. But you know what I mean? It's like whatever. It's like whatever. I mean, I didn't invent the peanut. I didn't, you know what I mean? They can do whatever they want. They can, you know what I mean?
No, I don't really know what
follow your dream, that's what
He does this weird thing where he just goes, blah, 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 blah. It's like, what? What? Calm down, man. Like, figure out your fucking words.
I say, that's what I say.
However, as I said, one person wouldn't simply do what every other copy was doing, and they would choose an avatar very similar to the Burnt Peanut, which, as I've said, was apparently so close to the original that people often confused them. And that person was the faithful sheriff, aka Dr. Witnesser, who was now a peanut.
I don't know what happened. I fell asleep.
And you can see he's trying to sound like him too, not just look like him.
Fell asleep watching the Bugulator, okay? And I fell asleep. I woke up like this.
I woke
up? I'm telling you, I don't know what happened.
Well, wait a minute. Before you condemn him as a copycat and label this as just a blatant copy and paste of the Burnt Peanut so you can ride on his coattails of success, because to be fair to him, he did add something to this new persona, and that was lore. Now, the canonical lore in the Faithful Sheriff universe is that the only reason he became a peanut was because the Burnt Peanut cursed him to become one using his peanut magic, because the sheriff had made some not so nice remarks towards his friend. And despite the obvious fictional elements within this story, this is based off actual events. As when the sheriff was still the witnesser, he would say that the Peanut's friend Gingy was boring, and apparently Gingy would see this, reply to him in some fashion, and supposedly he was very apologetic upon seeing she did actually respond. But for some reason, he would then use this event to transition into the faithful sheriff, implementing the Burnt Peanut into his lore as a villain of sorts. Despite Peanut at the time not having anything to do with him or this situation, it was only Gingy.
I think it's the Burnt Peanut. I think he did this to me.
I hate that voice.
You know what it is? I bet you. I called his friend Gingy boring. It's a curse! It's a curse! I bet you this is what happened. Burnt Peanut cursed me for calling his friend Gingy boring.
You know what you mean?
Yeah, he turned me into a peanut, actually. That's why I'm a peanut. He turned me into one. He's my arch nemesis.
Also, on multiple occasions, the sheriff has tried to reach out to the burnt peanut, only to be ignored.
Here's the deal. If you get the burnt peanut to respond to this video by saying, I released you of your peanut bones, you get your witnesser back.
Spoiler alert, we never got our witnesser back. However, now that he was a peanut and no longer the witnesser, with this evolution, you'd expect him to maybe change his content slightly. You wouldn't think he'd just continue what he was doing as the witnesser, but now just as a peanut, right? Well, he wasn't exactly doing the same thing. One key difference was he was now leaning into the whole Dr. Chud gassy thing as the peanut.
One more?
Yeah,
okay.
one more.
Got it. Sniff him out.
Oh man.
Sorry.
I need like
a little bit gassy.
But yes,
I need the head
he was
shoot
doing the
emoji
exact
now.
same things he was infamously known for as the witnesser.
I need the activate persona redeem for moments like that.
So, do you believe in Jesus? Or did college teach you out of Jesus? 'Cause that's what
Nah.
they do.
But with this change of appearance, it led a lot of people and those educated on his past to take notice of the new peanut in town, and people would almost immediately begin shitting on him all over again.
How's Houston treating you? Fine. What do you do for a living, son? Still in school. Still in school? Alrighty then, young buck. I see. What do you plan on doing when you graduate? What do you want to do when you grow up? I don't know. Alright, I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Hopefully you figure it out soon. You gonna go to college or what? I don't know. The one thing I don't want to be is
Sweet.
The sheriff would begin picking up traction to the point where he was more known than his days as the witnesser, and at times just as well known as the burnt peanut himself, because people just loved to point and laugh at him. Clips of him being trolled or just being bad at games would be endlessly circulated on platforms, to the point where it eventually reached outside to people who didn't even know his backstory or who he was, and some would once again mistake him for the peanut that everybody was talking about and was blowing up at the time. But even though from the outside the trolling and everything sounds pretty funny, obviously some trolls would take it too far, where on multiple occasions people have gotten into his Fortnite lobby and read out both his and his wife's social security number and their address where they live with their 2 kids, which is terrible since it potentially puts both him and his family in danger, and it's so bad in fact people just apparently post his home address everywhere.
Like how you lied about being from Texas when you live at...
I don't live there, buddy.
Really? Because your wife does.
On another occasion, the faithful sheriff supposedly received a cease and desist letter from the burnt peanut whilst live, and it resulted in him immediately ending his livestream as he thought he was about to be sued for using the peanut's likeness. However, he would later clarify this was a fake email and had nothing to do with the real burnt peanut, and in that post he would also say that to prevent this from happening again, he would remove himself from the burnt peanut universe and remove the burnt peanut from his lore, but he will not stop being a peanut. So now the faithful sheriff no longer had an arch enemy, but that hole would quickly be filled by another, which was Super Mega. And for context, around this time this account was responsible for the circulation of the burnt peanut's avatar with his cock out, which is something they would repeat upon hearing about the existence of the faithful sheriff, but they would claim that the faithful sheriff himself asked them to do this so he could be more like the burnt peanut, which is a claim the sheriff would deny, leading Super Mega to leak supposed DMs, where the sheriff apparently asked for this picture to be made and even provided a picture of his IRL peanut for reference. Now for those of you that are mentally deficient, this was a blatant troll, and the faithful sheriff would prove it was a troll with one key piece of evidence.
Never said this. I never even knew that these guys existed prior to yesterday when this post came out. Here's a picture of my real penis that you can use. Obviously, this is not me. Y'all have seen me. This person probably weighs about 170.
I'm 300 pounds.
I personally don't believe he would take the lap of copying the Bent Peanut that far, and once again, obviously, this is a troll. But unfortunately, instead of moving on, the faithful sheriff would keep feeding said troll, responding to basically every post about him on that page, and even threatening legal action, which I don't think he would pursue, because he's claimed this before and nothing came of it. Plus, it's incredibly expensive, and I don't know about the faithful sheriff's finances.
Yeah,
I
you probably
don't even
can't
think
prove
he's in a
damages.
position where streaming is his job.
Like, it's be really hard to prove damages when they're such a bigger channel than you are, and more than likely sent people to your stream in a positive notion.
And he hasn't divulged anything about his employment, but either way, I think he probably won't have the resources to pursue a lengthy legal battle. However, even to this day, Super Mega is still trolling.
Not positive in terms of like positive vibes or positive things that they say, but positive as in terms of exposure and money and just like being unable to prove that they took money from your pocket, you know?
Him, even saying he got in contact to put a penis on his new avatar, because yes, the faithful sheriff wasn't done just yet, he would keep evolving. So what would he become?
Uwe Boll's new movie made more than Supergirl this past weekend. What was that one? The Vigilante movie? The Vigilante Citizen? Is that the one?
Next. Who would he copy next, I hear you asking? Well, that's the funny thing. Unlike his other iterations, he wouldn't really change. He was still a peanut, just now an anime peanut. Or dare I say, a VTuber.
I tell you what inspired
now
this.
we
You
can't
guys want
see
to
his
hear what
eyes.
inspired this?
You can't see his panicked eyes.
I was going to collab with a streamer, and this streamer was a Christian streamer, and she was a VTuber. And I was going to collab with her, and I thought, hey, how quickly can I get this model? Like I came up with a concept. I was like, I want this model. How quickly can I get this model so that when we collab, I can be a VTuber too, like an anime version? And she go like, can I get this in a couple days? And she was like, no, are you kidding me? Like, no. And she told me the whole process and how much and all that. And I was like, wow. So I then got inspired and I was like, I'm going to do this. And yeah. Anyways.
You know, I didn't do that for months. I didn't drop a bomb on Paris.
That's the state of my Instagram Reels feed, by the way. That was immediately after. But yeah, he was...
Yeah. Anyways.
You know, I didn't do that for months. I didn't drop a bomb on Paris.
That's the state of my Instagram Reels feed, by the way. That was immediately after. But yeah, he was now a VTuber, and in my opinion, I'm pretty sure of the context given, it was completely AI generated, like a lot of the assets on his stream. But around the time he debuted as a VTuber, he also managed to get in a conflict with Jinxie of all people.
What a world.
He sent us down. Oh my god. How old was the kid? Oh my god. I don't know if there is legitimately...
There's a whole world we're unfamiliar with. A world full of Uma horse girls reading out translated versions of Hitler speeches. My god.
A worse thing
what a world
you could do or say. I don't legitimately think there's a worse thing you could do with your time than play Fortnite with a 7-year-old and tell him he's going to hell. Like, I would put that on the dead last thing to be doing with your time.
Super angry. What really pisses me off about Jinxie and all these other streamers that are talking smack about this is that they don't know what they're talking about. It astounds me how someone could be streaming to 30,000 people and be this popular when they're 100% this stupid.
Now, Jinxie had just discovered who the faithful sheriff was, and he had started to look back at some of his most infamous clips, especially around the time he was Dr. Witnesser. And he had a few takes on his behaviour around this time, much to the dismay of the faithful sheriff, who basically denied any wrongdoing, especially in his most infamous clip clarifying he never told that child they were going to go to hell, only to then somewhat walk back that when reviewing the original clip, and he gives the excuse, I said he was sentenced to hell, not sent to hell.
Like, they listened to this video, and to them, it sounds one way, when in all actuality, it's something completely different. And the only thing I could come up with is that they're literally possessed by demons, or they are willingly, knowingly being this stupid on purpose. Not what I said
at all.
In general, it doesn't matter that I'm in America. Christianity is all over the world. So look, if you were to die in your sins today, you would be sentenced to hell.
Not sent to hell.
If you were to die in your sins today, you would be sentenced to hell.
Not sent.
Not sent
Ha-ha.
to hell. Not that you're going
Brilliant.
to hell. The sentence would be hell.
Let's be honest, it's not really the faithful sheriff's
that big a
fault here.
difference.
He's got a terminal case of internet lolcow, and one of the symptoms is quite literally for you to claim that everyone else is wrong, and you're in the right even if there's piles of evidence proving otherwise. However, going past this, he would finally be recognized by his previous arch enemy, and the very person that was responsible for his existence. Yes, the burnt peanut.
I got some interesting news. Did you know the burnt peanut actually responded to me over the weekend? You guys wouldn't know that.
So he goes into the burnt peanut stream whilst he's live and notices his name is blocked, and because his name was blocked from being typed, it obviously meant if he went into his chat with the faithful sheriff as his username, no matter what he said, the messages would not send because of that username. So when he realizes this, he calls the mods goofy, and the peanut sees this message.
LOL mods, you're so goofy for blocking me. Goofy mods.
And after being surprised about this, the faithful sheriff apologizes and says, "Oh, I thought my messages were blocked." And the burnt peanut will respond saying, "Yes,
It's
your
almost
name
like
is
you're
blocked in my
toxic as
stream."
fuck.
No, only I can see what you're saying. You are blocked. That is true. You are blocked, sir. Only I can see what you're saying.
And with this opportunity, he would ask the burnt peanut if he could join the Rust server where him and a lot of other popular streamers were creating content, and in response, the burnt peanut would just ban him directly instead of just his name this time.
I go, so I guess this means I can't join the Rust server. And then shortly, like 10 seconds after I say that, he bans me.
Starting to like the peanut now.
From the chat.
And just to take this a step further, he would post this clip on Twitter where Gingy, Peanut's friend, would respond saying Peanut doesn't really care about him and the sheriff is just being very parasocial and he needs help, of which he would respond, "You're still boring." Holy aura. The conversation continues where she says he's just a copy and he just alludes to her being racist or something, and the conversation ends there.
What?
As that was ending, the faithful sheriff universe something.
Come on. You can't be serious. There could be other white, black, Asian, Hispanic streamers, but nope. Moment another peanut comes along, it's suddenly not allowed, sounding pretty racist to me. Bro, turn off the irony filter for a minute. This is not the time or place. Also, like, you can't play this card when you already told everyone you are copying the burnt peanut. It's not coincidental.
And the conversation ends there. But as that was ending, the faithful sheriff universe
mods are goofy, then acts like a total goofball.
Was about to see a few more additions when people decided they would copy the copy by creating their own version of the faithful sheriff. We had Faithful Emmy, who was apparently in love with the faithful
so
sheriff.
Funny.
We had the faithless sheriff, and even the faithful word I cannot say. There was quite a lot of them. And despite the fact the faithful universe was growing, the faithful sheriff wasn't too happy about this, because he thought this was just people blatantly copying him, which, to say the least, is very, very ironic. And at this point, I honestly can't tell if he's just going
children
along
in
with...
Fortnite.
Yeah.
He's not known for understanding the concept of time, place, and manner.
Maybe that's part of his problem. Maybe that's the overarcher problem.
This, or actually thinks like this, because he's just feeding the trolls constantly. But finally, in this story, the faithful sheriff had one more evolution, because he would turn into a cat.
Oh, hi! You're probably saying to yourself, I can't believe the faithful sheriff's a cat now. Well, at least nobody can call me a copycat. Get it? Copycat?
Yeah, I don't know anymore. He went from a Dr. Disrespect clone, to a Peanut clone, to an anime Peanut, to a fucking cat. What a legacy
Why
this
don't you
guy
kill
has.
yourself?
But that's what the Faithful Sheriff is to this day, and he's still basically doing the same content. The only thing that has really changed over the years is the persona, or the LARP he uses.
I'm a chud, I'm a chud, I'm a fat little chud, playing lead all day until the sun comes up.
So in conclusion, that is the Faithful Sheriff, aka Dr. Witnesser, aka Edward Preacher, and in my opinion, he does deserve the criticism thrown his way. His online history is basically built on copying others and controversies that tie down to his own actions that in lolcow fashion he can admit fault on, and he is either unknowingly or purposely feeding trolls online, which just encourages more trolls and even more hate when he could just mitigate all of this by ignoring it. But at least now he's sort of doing his own thing, and who knows, maybe we'll see the Faithful Sheriff in the top 10 streamers alongside people like Jinxie and Queso. Yeah, I think that's very unlikely, but anyway, what are you doing with your life, huh? Not subscribed to the channel probably, no bitches, no kids, definitely no...
I will give you a thumbs up, okay? Okay? Deserve that, okay? First video I've saw of yours. Don't exactly know the whole scheme here. Let's see. Reddit's most insane moderators. And a big dumb moron. A literal big dumb moron, because he's over 600 pounds. He's a giant moron. What's ALT doing?
Fuckers on that sand. I'm not letting birds eat them. I'm protecting them too if I ever seen them. You can't just let the birds get them all. Notice no flowchart Cammy. Hello. Just saw you earlier.
Yeah, guys, keep testing.
I know you're supposed to leave it, but like that's the thing. I could not do it. I couldn't. I know you're supposed to, but I'd be like, "Fuck you, birds."
Reddit's
Birds
most insane hall
don't
monitors.
Birds seem as genuinely
How
more
do you choose
asshole-ish than
just one?
turtles? If you had to choose, right? So I'm protecting the turtles because also they're babies. Fuck, some birds are assholes. You know that. No disrespect to bird lovers out there.
Okay.
Cringe overload.
Yeah, guys, keep testing the chat because you know it might freeze again. You got to keep testing it. Okay. Keep talking in it to make sure it works.
Okay, we got the point. Almost done with this one.
Yeah, I think chat's frozen again.
God.
So 3 months.
What a
upload
fun
doesn't work,
stream.
You got to go 4 months.
Don't you see how this tactic is not working, sir?
Again, till we find how long this person's been subbed to me.
Like at that point.
Oh. Slideshow started. Is he in chat yet? Oh, I didn't even see over there because there's so few comments. Okay, well, DSP is in chat. There's 2 people in there, and one of them is DSP. I will show you the entirety of the chat right now. I didn't even notice it. But here's DSP's chat. It's popping off. We have Game Dude who says, yo. And DSP says, good morning.
He is the Game Dude.
And then Game Dude says, hope all is well with you. And then DSP responds with, pretty good, as long as the chat keeps working. Yesterday sucked in that regard. And that's the chat. I'm showing you the entire chat right now. That's
Game
nothing
Dude,
has happened since
you're on
then
the
either,
run from
so
the
that's
law.
that we're working with.
Of course you hide in Phil's chat. He
6
protects.
months only mode will do that, yes. Incontinent content. Good name. Incontinent content with the baggies. Oh, I think I might steal that idea for tomorrow's thumbnail. Actually, I'm going to say it now because you're about to feel scammed. But there is no show tomorrow. Tomorrow is off. I got to get ready for the Kaching, which is on Friday. Friday, Kaching of the Ring finals.
Gotcha.
But I'll be back Wednesday. I'll be back Thursday. Be back Friday, obviously. So
ending the stream. What?
But no tomorrow.
Both the Game Dude and Eric are
I gotta
Canadians.
get my shit in order. Man.
Coincidence.
Gotta get my shit in order.
I think not.
What the fuck? Oh, that's the invader. I thought that was a regular enemy. I was like, what the hell is this?
He's getting invaded?
Am I poisoned now? What the?
Am I poisoned? Why am I poisoned?
Am I
He is the Game Dude. He is so rude.
Am I?
He is a gamer with a bad attitude.
All right. Gotta make it a stream, everybody.
Who did that one? All right, we gotta keep a count.
All right, let me record this one.
Cringe overload.
Of all these.
That looks crazy different.
He was invaded by a person wearing the butterfly costume with 6 asterisks within his name.
Different game.
Shit. Well, here I go.
Bye. Well, now I'm dead.
Well, here I go.
Guess I'm dead now.
Shit. Well, here I go.
Cringe overload.
I wonder. I can't tell what his vibe is right now for this game. Like, he doesn't seem like he's having fun, but he's not like overly pissed at the game yet. I don't think he's happy with how this is going. He did get to the goal, but it wasn't like over the top because one person gave 100, right?
Indio.
So that kind of doesn't count in his mind. How is it doing money wise though? Let's see. Oh my god, this fucking thing. Okay, 206. I guess that's probably not as much as he'd hoped for. I think. Definitely not as much as he thought, I bet. Let's see what they finished, though. I don't know.
I'm going to put this one now on 6-month sub-only mode.
6-month only now?
The trolls don't affect him, you guys.
For those wanting a chat update.
Totally unaffected.
One person has
was from the
responded,
press
and it's
screen
game
and
dude
not the
again. He
game.
says, yeah,
Right.
this exploit is trash. Hope they get it fixed soon.
That doesn't count in his mind.
That's it.
Eventually, we're going to find the length
There
of time.
is already a cringe?
So that this idiot can't keep doing it.
No, you won't.
I just don't know how long it has to be. You know?
Your video on
It's-
cringe.
Oh.
You
Is it
and
6
new
months? Is it a
subscriber.
year?
Like,
It
how about
sucks,
cringe
but what can I
2?
do?
What are we at
Once
now?
again,
able
when
to
one
talk.
person wails,
10 years. I
everyone
recommend
else
10 years.
fails.
your video on
say,
cringe. You and new
Let me go
subscriber.
ahead
Like,
and
Jade only mode?
And you're rat-hearted.
set it up yet again.
What?
Cringe 2, maybe?
I am not their Pokemon.
Oh, by the way, if that ever happened to me, I'll tell you now what to do. We have a backup plan. So if that ever happens to me, what I'll do is I'll drop the link in the chat for the Kick chat, and I'll drop so you could just be in the Kick chat room. You don't even have to be on Kick, but you can still chat there. So that's what I'll do. Of course, you have to have an account on Kick if you want to chat, but that's what I'll do. I would not start another stream if that ever happens to here.
Sucks. We only got 2 hours of gameplay in, but that's why we're going to do it again tomorrow.
I want to be a very
and I got to go get the
masculine
Pokemon stuff
man.
downstairs. I have to get it. It's
I
outside.
don't want to
and then
be
we're going
made
to open the
feel like
packs.
a girl.
Oh, pack time. Oh, can't wait for the fucking pack time.
Dude, my ruin says, if this doesn't work, try a year or two. Exactly. That's what I have to keep doing. Just keep finding the right
I'm not
link.
even streaming on Kick. How can I be trying to get Kick viewership?
My ruin says, if this doesn't work, try a year or two. Exactly. That's
Yeah,
what
try
I'm
a
doing.
year or
Just keep
two.
finding
I'm
the right
restreaming
link.
this on Kick.
Like, who is this idiot who's been
Into
subbed to
Investment
my
State
channel
thumbnail
this
dropped.
long, and they know the exploit, and they keep using it?
You're idiots. Why
It's
would they
either
be
that
so
or think of
dumb
it this
as
way.
to do
If
that?
that's not the case, then are you telling me that they could do it without talking in
Holy
chat?
hell.
And if that's the case, that's insane.
Follow me and you can talk in
The
my chat in 2
Indivestance
years.
Day thumbnail has dropped. It has dropped. Nerd Brew was correct. We have breaking news here. Breaking news.
Cringe overload.
The Indivestance Day stream thumbnail has dropped. Would you like to see it? I can show it to you.
Overload.
Oh no.
Here it is. Indivestance Day 2026 stream. So I can see now that this is obviously AI for sure, but DSP is now trying to use specific images for his face. This, obviously, you know this one on the right. The one on the left I don't recognize, but the one on the right you definitely do.
What in the
right?
fuck
That's
is
a
this?
famous image right there. So this says Indivestance Day 2026 stream. One stream, one night, one legend.
I want you to
both
think about how
fat.
crazy that is.
And there we go. I hear music from.
They're
Can't be
both
Raw Phil,
fat.
can it?
They're both ugly.
Hold on,
They're
but
both
there you go. That
gross.
is the so this new DSP and old DSP. The only
Cringe
difference is what the weight.
overload.
So he's
Wrestling
lost weight.
promo.
He's lost weight. I think is the message.
Well, it is
I
him and his
guess.
own worst enemy.
And now he buttons his suits, which he doesn't wear
Yeah.
on stream.
Yeah, you remember? Remember how many times he wore a suit jacket on stream? I don't.
The one night is funny as well.
But again, it's just like they're fighting each other. Which look, versus new DSP versus old DSP. It's like it's just self-hatred incarnate.
Well, it does finish at 9 p.m. That's the one night aspect of it. And there is also no vest. So there you go.
Yeah, where's the vests?
Amazing.
Amazing.
Wait. Raw Phil's cucking us.
Amazing.
Somehow, some way. Where are you? Here he is. I found him. Son of a bitch. I muted it. He's fucked. Okay, cool. With the new path tracing mod. Oh my god.
Wow!
I
Makes
almost
such a
done the day
difference.
To do it without talking in chat. How? How do you overload chat if you can't type a message into chat? It doesn't seem to make sense, does it? All right. So I'm actually not recording this part. What I'll do is I'll probably make this stream public. So guys, what I'm doing is a mini stream here in order to open Pokemon packs. We're going to do a new box and a new booster set, which is all good stuff. And the reason I have to do it this way as a separate stream is because someone keeps using this exploit to crash chat and freeze it.
You get it.
I don't know which way to flip these. Okay.
Oh, Japanese packs. Yeah, here we go.
I spoiled. Some kind of a Pokeball. I don't know what or a bomb. It looks like a bomb. Okay.
Is this really what it was the whole time?
Explosive bomb. I'll just make names up. Explosive bomb card. Okay. Who's
That's
this?
what he did the whole time?
Fun begins.
Oh, man, already.
That's Delmise, isn't it not? Delmise? The ghost.
Is it not? Is it not?
Anchor? Yes, that's Delmise. All right. That's right. If this is the Pitch Black set, the Pitch Black cards are focused on dark / psychic / ghost types.
Oh.
Here we go. Who is that? Oh, that's a lower evolution of one of the ones that turns into like a dinosaur,
even know what they
I think.
are?
I don't know his name.
I don't know. Who knows? How could you know?
It's cool looking. I like that one. Like a big head. He's gonna headbutt you like Frieza. Okay.
This is really something,
What the
isn't
heck
it?
is that?
DSP doesn't know that there is duties that you have to pay if you want to order them online, even if they're in the United States.
We've seen this one before. I've had this in a game. Yeah. I don't remember what it's called, though. It's very weird looking. It has like a helmet on.
This is insane. This is it.
Okay.
We don't even care about what they
All
are.
right, and Poplio. I remember Poplio. He's a starter Pokemon. We had all cards
Yes,
that you cannot talk in
Frisia.
chat. It's because of my
Character
troll.
very well known for headbutting people.
Our GP Gremlin did a $5 super chat. He says, Ascended Heroes, Destined Rivals, because they're not more expensive. Stop
Yes.
saying that. They're all by retail by $5.99. We're not
Yes.
talking about retail.
We're talking
can't
about
buy them at
scalpers.
retail because everyone buys them up the second that they hit the retail shelf.
talking about
You can't get
scalpers,
them
dumb
readily
shit.
Available. If you're getting them from the reseller market or anywhere like eBay, you have to pay top dollar. There's nothing you can do about it. Okay?
Yes, there is.
Okay? All right.
Okay.
Guys, it looks like that's it. I want to say thank you for a great stream. It was well supported.
Okay, there you go. Oh, wait, what's he going to bitch about this?
We got our first freaking hit, which is awesome, of these Japanese cards. Abyss Zero, it's called. I like it. And this is a preview
Moru
of Pitch
Pickle.
Black. So the more cards we open this week.
All right.
We've got Mad TV and we've got JJ Beats VT.
Mad TV.
Who should we
still here?
host here?
Oh, this is
Yeah.
funny. Someone said, there's everyone was wondering where they were. I guess I was here extra early. Game Dude has to say. And then Nightbot rattles off.
He probably got it from the shop app.
Game Dude saved a 5 spot. Okay. Now I know this is because of the thing, but look at this. So Game Dude saved a 5 spot from happening in his chat right there. Okay. And Game Dude says, there's everyone was wondering where they were. What do you mean everyone? Nightbot? But then DSP has to respond and says, yep, you're early. Stream just started, so people should begin to arrive now. Oh, is that it?
Treats it like a fucking sporting event, man. It's so cringe.
Incontinent Content says, we know why DSP always has a shitty attitude. Not bad. Danny Dedike says, Theo Theory, it's possible Google employee detractor or banning people does not help stopping chat from freezing. I don't see it happening to anyone else. Now, I think people, some people seem to know what they're doing. I don't know the details about it, but seems like someone seems to know what they are doing. But I haven't seen it happen to anyone else except for Rolf Phil and him, so. Dominic says, trying so hard to hold his rage is getting bodied by Cammy, knowing this is going to embarrass the fuck out of him on socials. That's the vibe I get too. He's trying really trying hard not to show emotion, and then this chat thing is adding to his stress levels. So he's going through it, you know.
Remember, Mad TV mocks me. I've literally never watched Mad TV.
Why do you rate him?
I've never seen his content, so I don't know if he mocks me or not.
Why do you rate him then?
I don't even know if he mocks me or not.
Why do you rate him?
X-Goons. Who is that?
That's good.
Have we hosted them before? I don't remember.
So for all you know, you could raid Mad TV, and immediately once your crowd goes into his chat, he just starts doxing all your pay pigs. You okay with that? Ooh, I don't know. I don't even watch it. So if I don't see it, then it probably doesn't happen, does it? Because I'm the entire universe, I guess.
He may mock me, but I don't even know it, so it doesn't even count. Is that what we're trying to say
guys,
here?
go keep watching this guy. I flat out
what?
to.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, what the fuck? I won't watch it, but hopefully you guys like him. I don't give a shit, but...
Big up, C-Raw.
Like, imagine that. Like, how many people I rate on Twitch? Why would I ever be like, I don't watch this person, I don't know what they do, I don't know what they stream, but have fun, guys. Good luck.
Oh, do you see the Japan game score? No, I did not. What are they winning? I know they're playing Brazil. What's the score? Let's see the update.
For the Japanese Pokemon cards, they're less soft, but they hold their value more permanently than the American version, and they based on the American version's value on the Japanese cards.
I don't get it.
Gary.
Yeah, I don't know. He's just like, is he really just like at this age trying to create his retirement fund in this way?
Japan holds surprise lead versus Brazil in the round of 32. 1-0. We're at halftime right now. Let's go down to the sideline, see if we get an update. Oh my God, here it's worldwide shipments are being delayed due to Kentucky being underwater, but also we have a World Cup game going on here, but no one gives a shit about that. We want more updates on the Pokemon cards. Okay, I can do that.
Pokemon cards are dropping in Japan only this year, and next year it will drop in the USA.
I guess he's just like, this is his retirement plan. I'm just going to buy a whole bunch of Pokemon cards, and that's going to be my 401k. I don't think it works that way, Phil, but you do you.
Manka says, who wins custody of Miku tonight, Brazil or Japan? I hope Japan. She belongs in Japan. Miku.
Yeah. Brazil can have Brazilian Miku.
I remember the first time I saw that, I thought that was like so insane.
$800 at this very moment, and I believe they only have 10 packs.
Hatsune Miku.
Money well spent.
I remember seeing the concert of that. Hatsune Miku. I didn't go to the concert, but I saw video of it, and I was like, wow, this is kind of crazy.
Be the old guy working under an elite manager in their 20s.
It feels weird. But now it's not that weird, is it? It's kind of, the world has changed. But okay, here we go. Night stream.
And then all of a sudden the YouTube chat freezes again. And I'm like, what? I thought you took care of this when I went to 1 month sub-only mode. Like, I thought that would have handled this issue. And it froze. So then I redid the stream again and did 2 month sub-only mode, and it froze. So then I redid it again. I think I did 4 month sub-only mode, and it froze. And then finally I redid it one more time.
5 months,
this
and
time,
it froze.
6 month sub-only mode.
Wow.
And finally, after 6 months sub-only mode, the chat worked again. And I was like, wow, this is ridiculous.
I guess this is something you're going to have to keep your eye on forever.
YouTube chat to freeze. I don't understand it. And in fact, right now, no one's talking. It makes me nervous, so I typed in
Talk
test and
to
it
me!
worked. It's
makes me nervous.
Insanely stupid that this even happens. It's got to be the dumbest coding error from such a nonce. Such a complete dunce that was...
nonce!
Do you know what a nonce is,
British
Phil?
style.
You mean a pedophile?
I think he's trying to say dunce, but he fucked it up, is my guess.
It's got to be the dumbest coding error from such a nonce.
A nonce. I don't know if he knows what that means, but okay.
Such a complete dunce that works for this company and probably doesn't deserve a paycheck.
Nonce.
If you have a
Maybe
hole
he
like
should
this
beg
in
for
your
money.
code, that an entire, streams chat
He doesn't deserve
freezes
money.
and can't be fixed.
So,
It's
are you whistle-blowing Phil or what?
Mister.
So...
And that's always where his mind goes to. That person shouldn't receive money anymore. It's like, okay, I guess he should beg for it then.
For those of you here
Okay,
that
we
are
need to hear this.
Yeah, I know Damage Coda. He says YouTube only cares if a bottom line is affected. Watch them instantly solve the problem if someone like Moist Critical or someone like him gets affected. So here's my question.
You're a nobody, Phil.
Don't bother me.
You're an absolute nobody.
You're not actually going to permanently do anything to me. If you
The person is doing it because of reactions such as the one we are getting right now, and it will not continue until you stop giving reactions like the one you're giving right now.
Freeze my chat, I'm just going to make another stream. And if you freeze it again, I will literally just make another stream.
Well, that sounds like a pain in the
2-3
ass.
minutes, it's annoying, but life goes on, right? You're having no impact.
You have no life.
I would guarantee you if they did it to someone big on YouTube, then they would get impact because then they get visibility that they did it. You know what I'm saying? Here, no one cares if some idiot is fucking with me. People fuck with me every 20 seconds, right? No one cares.
I thought no one
sounds like it's affecting you.
Do it to someone bigger, then you'll get notoriety. Why are you fucking with my stupid rinky-dink little stream? You know,
because you're an asshole.
Bigger streamers wouldn't make a big deal about it. Like
people don't do it for the popularity. They do it because you deserve
anyway, so my apologies, guys. Let's not bring it up unless it happens. If it doesn't happen, good.
Don't bring it up unless it happens.
Posted in the chat. There we go.
Isn't that kind of like
tonight? All right.
Say that about everything.
Oh, you know what he was going to do there.
Layla, I don't give a shit. I don't care about what idiots on the internet say. I don't give 2 fucks about it.
Sure.
Do you know there's a stupid channel that only talks about apparently how you don't open cards the correct way? What is wrong with people? Thanks, Layla.
John, how are you? Good evening. Good to have you. Caterade says the glitch issue is so serious. Why is YouTube jacking their feet? Because, like someone just brought up, no one apparently has done it to a big streamer. If someone went right over to Asmongold or right over to Moist Critical or right over to one of the Paul brothers and destroyed their chat over and over, then probably YouTube would do something about it. But no one cares about me. You know what I'm saying? If I have no names, no contacts, if I go to support, they're over in Pakistan or India. They have a FAQ of frequently asked question answers that they'll keep regurgitating instead of listening to me.
Why do the abbreviation if you're going to say the whole thing?
Even though he talks to them as if they're real people. I think he's getting stuck in the AI chat, you know. Dave Unsolicited Fish Picks says, can't believe ALTs is cucking us tomorrow. The big ups, Dave Unsolicited Fish Picks. Just tomorrow. I promise it's going to be worth it. The rest of the summer.
Joseph, thank you for $5. He said, this sucks ass, but I'm still here even though I can't chat. If you
sucks.
Super chat
Here's
or
money.
If you send me a tip. If you send me a tip, you can send me a lengthy message. Because in a tip, you get a big paragraph that you can actually...
That's added value.
Type. And I do
Phil,
apologize.
trust me when I tell you, you really don't want a human at YouTube to monitor your channel.
You know what's funny is that the only reason you can send a big paragraph of the tip is because he's not using Stream Elements. If you were using Stream Elements, it would scale up. The text box would scale up to the size of your donation as part of the website. But since you're going straight through PayPal, it's basically like sending a receipt. So there's no character limit. You're welcome, Phil. You better hope you never go back to Stream Elements, then you'll have to take away that ability.
And now they can't even talk in chat because of this bullshit. And let me tell you, the moment that I can turn this off, I will. I don't want it on. I don't want to do that.
But for now, though, there is a way you can, and that's just paying. So please keep doing that. Thank you.
Right now, thank you guys for the early support again. It would be great to get some support tonight and open some packs. I really want to open more of the Japanese Abyss Zero packs. This is the new Pitch Black set.
I really want to open my new toy.
He keeps saying Abyss Zero, by the way. There is no Abyss Zero. That does not exist. I don't know where he got that from. It's not called that in English either. It's called Abyss I. And he keeps saying this. I promise you guys, there is... This is the Japanese. It says Abyss I, and that's how you do Abyss I is what it says. It's called Abyss I. Abyss Zero does not exist in any universe, and he says it like it does. He even said it in the thumbnail, guys. There is no Abyss Zero. There's Abyss I. That's it. Let's just wait to hear how many times he says Abyss Zero. It's endless.
Yeah, the cards are all new. So I'm excited to see what's in there. The art so far has been great, and the first hit we got was outstanding.
Excited for your new toy.
It's a cool experiment, something new to do. So please support the stream tonight. Let's do some more later. Okay.
Even in the Daily Rap, the Level 1 podcast, he says, first Japanese hit of Abyss Zero, Pokemon pack ripping mini stream. Abyss Zero does not exist. I can't emphasize this enough. There is no such thing as Abyss Zero. He is just making up words. It's never called that. It's not that. It's Abyss I. But Abyss Zero sounds cool too, I guess.
Well, that is something to bring up too. Someone just said, I wouldn't mind migrating to Kick temporarily if this issue persists. If you're someone who has not subbed to the channel for 6 months, you can go over to Kick right now. Kick does not have this issue. It's a YouTube-only issue. You can view and talk on Kick as much as you want.
Okay.
Of course, the talk over there is very rowdy. So warning about that.
Rowdy?
What does that mean?
Oh, it is rowdy.
Is it really?
It is definitely rowdy.
It's a rough ride and rowdy,
crazy I can watch a stream with
rambunctious.
11,000 views, not have the chat freeze issue. DSP is truly blessed. Exactly. He is.
Do a barrel roll.
He is. Big ups.
He originally said that in the original Star Fox. This is a kind of a throwback to that when he says it.
Oh,
no, it's a remake.
For a good obstacle course. Isn't this a remake, sir?
Yeah, it's not a throwback.
Isn't this a remake?
He originally said that in the original Star Fox. This is a kind of a throwback to that when he
Rowdy
says it.
meaning they tell inconvenient truths over there.
Hold on a second. This is a remake of a game in which he said that as well, though. But
those archways make for a good obstacle course.
okay,
Give
anyways.
the $5. That's our biggest tip of the night. Up to 25 and
Yeah, I consider a remake as a pretty good throwback, Hawkeye. I hope Ocarina of Time is a pretty good throwback. I got some questions about that. Have they said anything about, like, are they going to keep the... Like, here's my real quick take on the Ocarina of Time. I'm nervous. Are they going to make it any bigger? Because don't you feel like that map, when they show you that fucking map, dude, when you know when it unlocks and you see the map for the first time, the open field, are we going to see the other side of it? Because I'm pretty sure you can if we use today's technology. But anyways.
timing, remember. We had 100 tonight. We opened a pack of the new Japanese Abyss Zero Pokemon set, which is the brand new one that's going to come out in the U.S. next month. It's not even out yet. You get a preview in the Japanese box, which is really cool, okay?
That's a good point, too. Like, did you make it just you have to walk more? That won't be cool. But I'm saying, if it's the same size, that's one thing when I went back and replayed it, not too long ago now. I mean, years ago, but still. It's like, wow, it's kind of smaller than you remember, as all those games are. You know what I'm saying? So, like, are they just going to give it to you and say, have fun?
Best guess is he's seeing the eye and assuming it's a
If you are enjoying
zero.
tonight's Star Fox stream, please give it a like on YouTube. Let's get the stream to 100 likes today. In addition, please support the stream.
Oh, we don't need another big.
Open tonight. Stalking Tiger says a new beverage appeared at my local sundry store. It's called Hose Water. It is water directly from the garden hose that promises to give you that nostalgic feeling of drinking in your backyard as a child, and I prefer to drink water out of a green hose. There you go.
Thank you, Stalking Tiger. So funny
Timbo.
every time.
So, by the way, we're a few bucks away.
Same same gay who's like, I'm tired of this Pokemon pack. It's shit, but you're still gonna give him money to talk about how you like drinking water out of a hose. Fucking multiple bankrupt, cheese-headed, fat fucking dent.
From unlocking the second pack of cards, everyone. I'm sorry I put that on the leaderboard. I got too excited. But if we hit $100 of support, it'll be 200
fucking
I got too excited
tonight. I know we're gonna hit
I got too excited.
the leaderboard. I got too excited. But if we hit $100 of support,
got too
it'll be 2
excited.
unpackings tonight. I know we're gonna hit it. Let's hit it. Okay, here we go. Look at second.
Sorry, guys, I got too excited. I accidentally added the packs.
25 seconds to impact.
Skyhold leaves me alone.
I'm stuck in the missile.
Getting some unwanted attention here.
I literally can't stop and let the missile pass me.
Missile
There you go.
approaching. 10 seconds to impact.
Where is it? I
Fill
can't
up.
fucking see it. Are you
5
kidding me?
seconds. Bracing for
Where do you see the missile?
Dude,
Can't shake this. I don't believe it.
Womp womp.
Here comes a welcoming committee.
Oh, this is the silent response?
So much for sneaking through this junkyard.
I
You can't make your
wasn't
clip
doing it
now.
all the time. The problem was I was staying right next to the missile. I needed the missile to be fast enough to pass me so I could shoot it. And even on full break, it was still slower than me. So it wouldn't fucking pass me. I think what they wanted me to do was approach it, keep shooting it, then go like past it. And
yeah, sure,
keep
whatever.
flying.
That's what I wanted you to do. Actually, I wanted you to uninstall the game and get a job. That's what I wanted. That's about enough I can take of that. Insane moderators. Probably
Reddit has
most likely the kind of people who moderate for Phil as well.
become the de facto front page of the internet, serving as the central hub for thousands of various sub-communities to congregate. With such a broad reach, it's difficult for Reddit themselves to facilitate and maintain these communities, leaving it up to volunteers to steer the ship. The Reddit moderator phenotype has become the subject of mockery across the internet, characterized by a rotund physical appearance, paired with an indignant and hypercritical approach to bringing order to their communities. With this, I wanted to look into some of the most pathetic of these men and women essentially working for free for a multi-billion-dollar for-profit company, and see how the smidge of power they receive often goes to their head. The anti-work subreddit is likely one of the most infamous and divisive forums on the internet. Its early days served as a hub for anti-capitalist individuals to discuss the pitfalls of a free market, with an emphasis on achieving a society that completely removes the need for employment. One of the earliest members of the subreddit was Doreen Ford, at the time going by the name of Nick before they transitioned to a different gender. Doreen's work was frequently posted to the subreddit, eventually drawing her attention to the forum, where she began posting articles and think pieces on the subject. She became such a prominent fixture of the community that she was granted moderator permissions, which she balanced on the side while running her personal website, abolishwork.com.
I hate how Gamer from Mars does the pronoun thing.
It's easy to see why Doreen had become one of the leading figureheads of the movement, as she would often promote premium unemployment benefits in perpetuity. As the subreddit grew, it became ripe for mockery and trolling. Because of their anti-work disposition, users of the forum were frequently accused of being lazy and entitled, and many people questioned the logistics of a society in which no one had to perform labor. Over the years, the subreddit gradually de-radicalized, focusing less on a workless society and becoming a central hub for those interested in Marxism, collectivism, anti-liberalism, and those who simply wanted to complain about the modern workday environment. This shift in philosophy, along with the frequent brigading, led some to believe the subreddit's name should be changed to something less divisive. However, Doreen remained committed to the anti-work movement, maintaining the belief that all labor was exploitative and to be done away with entirely. The subreddit would skyrocket in popularity during the COVID-19 pandemic. To put it into perspective, in January of 2019, they consisted of around 13,000 members, and by April of 2020, that number would have eclipsed 100,000.
No more unpaid labor unless you're a mod.
Increasing prominence of working from home and the concept of essential workers, it's unsurprising that those frustrated with the state of the American labor market would flock to the subreddit. Eventually, it would reach 1.5 million members by December of 2021. The forum had grown by over 11,000% in just 3 years, and Doreen was there through it all to steer the ship, frequently making calls to action for prospective moderators to apply and assist in managing the ever-growing community. With this massive growth, they were now well equipped to make a massive impact outside of the internet, and sparked a handful of various campaigns and protests over the coming months. Much like its popularity, criticism of the anti-work subreddit was growing as well, and this would reach a boiling point in January of 2022. The movement had garnered mainstream attention, and conservative media pundit Jesse Waters would host a nationally televised interview with the movement's leading figurehead, Doreen Ford.
So I would like less work hours.
And what do you do, Doreen?
Just
destroy
them.
Okay.
Yes.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Sure, I'm 30.
And is there something you want to do besides being a dog walker? Do you aspire to do anything more than dog walking, or is that kind of your pinnacle?
If I had to do this for the rest of my life, I wouldn't be super complaining. Dogs are wonderful animals. I would love to teach. Work with people and stuff like that.
What would you teach, Doreen?
Philosophy mostly. Just introduction to philosophy, critical thinking.
Okay.
So I think laziness is a virtue in a society.
This interview, by all accounts, was a complete disaster. Not only had Doreen made a mockery of herself in the movement, she had also deeply upset fellow members of the community. Wow, could they pick a worse person to interview? Who the f*** decided this person? Even a remotely prepared person would have stopped the interview and said something like, this discussion isn't about what I do or how many hours I work, but about the millions of people who feel overworked, underpaid, and taken advantage of by the system. They just let the tenured media talking head run the convo and paint exactly the picture they wanted. The mod did a terrible job, no question about it. This immense backlash ultimately resulted in the subreddit being temporarily shut down, as both detractors and community members alike had overwhelmed the moderation staff with negative comments. After the dust settled, it reopened under strict restrictions, and a moderator would issue an official statement on the subject. We are planning to remove her from her moderation duties and have contacted the admins for the removal of her as a mod. Within this post, the mod goes on to reveal that Doreen had gone to great lengths to prepare for the interview, quote, going out of her way to take a shower for her television debut, a feat seemingly not done often by Redditors.
Whoa!
What's more, it appears by all accounts that Doreen had acted alone and against the will of the moderation team, ultimately resulting in her removal. This contradicts statements made by Doreen shortly after her interview, though. She claimed that the interview offer was given to the mods via mod mail and they specifically asked for me. I shared that with other mods, and they all agreed that I was probably the best to do it because I've done other media. Following this, Doreen completely fell off the face of the internet, eventually deleting her Reddit account sometime that spring, and left her website dormant for years before she ceased making payments to her domain provider. Today, it
abolish work on your website.
Directs you to an Indonesian gambling website, an ironic footnote in the story of someone who dreamt of a world free of capitalist greed. Doreen has become infamous as one of the most bizarre Reddit moderators of all time. However, she is far from the only example. In fact, others have made national headlines for their behavior, including Violent Acres, whose online activity is far more unsavory. It's no surprise that Reddit's terms of service policies were far more relaxed 15 years ago than they are today, although you may be surprised to learn just how lenient they were. These policies were what allowed subreddits like r/jailbait. Since then, the corporation's restrictions have lightened immensely, which in and of itself has sparked debate regarding free speech on the internet. Ironically enough, these subreddits were born out of an overwhelming emphasis that your personal liberties online should remain unchallenged. The man behind communities like these was the well-known user Violent Acres. The now infamous Redditor was responsible for the creation of hundreds of divisive communities. This also included subs like r/incest, r/Hitler, and r/Chocobitch. The most infamous, however, was the aforementioned r/jailbait. Acres first gained mainstream attention with another community of his titled r/beating women in August of 2011, when a user drew attention to the subreddit stating, "These are real women. These are real crimes. Make this stop, Reddit." Linked to the post was a now deleted image of a woman being assaulted by a larger man, posted by none other than Violent Acres. In response to this situation, the notorious troll told the Daily Dot, "People take things way too seriously around here." I was not surprised by the outrage of the person who made the post, because I see it all the time. What was surprising was the community support for it. Most posts that complain about these things never do very well, and are quickly buried or deleted. I think it's interesting how many people defend my right to act the way I do while decrying my posts themselves. A few months later, the jailbait subreddit would face similar scrutiny. At the time, it was the second most searched term leading to the websites, with
all my frog is reading r/Hitler.
The first simply being the term Reddit itself. Despite its increasing popularity, it remained online for some time. That was until it was revealed that one of the users had directly shared legitimate CSAM material on the platform at the request of some of the forum's members. This was problematic for obvious reasons, but it particularly complicated things for Reddit themselves, as the jailbait sub was able to exist on the basis that it was technically legal. Posting images of teens in bikinis or provocative poses did not meet the threshold of violating the law on its own, but now things had gone too far for Reddit to excuse, resulting in its permanent suspension. It needs to be understood that Violent Acres was not directly in favor of the material featured in the subreddits he created, or at least that's the excuse he gave. He claims that he did not directly support the assault of women, nor did he have an affinity for sexualizing teens. Rather, he was just an internet provocateur that did everything he could to push the boundaries of free speech. What's more, he was able to operate on the website in this fashion thanks to his shared beliefs with Reddit staff. The general manager of Reddit at the time would address the increasingly controversial state of the platform. We're a free speech site with very few exceptions, mostly personal info. And having to stomach occasional troll subreddits like r pics of dead kids, or morally questionable subreddits like r jailbaits, are part of the price of free speech on a site like this. With that said, some members of the staff were not entirely pleased by Violent Acres' behavior, understandably finding the subject matter deeply offensive and troubling. What no one could deny was that he served an important role for the website that further incentivized them to turn the other cheek. That being the trolls' willingness to moderate all the major NSFW subreddits for free and doing a surprisingly good job for what it's worth. Former lead programmer for Reddit, Chris Slow, said the following about the notorious figure. Once we came to terms, he was actually pretty helpful. He would come to us with things that we hadn't noticed. At the time, there were only 4 of us working, so that was a great resource for us to have. We just stayed out of there and let him do his thing, and we knew at least he was getting rid of a lot of stuff that wasn't particularly legal. I know I didn't want it to be my job. It goes without saying that Violent Acres was an integral part of the early days of the social media sites, moderating over 400 different subreddits, and even creating FAQs for other prospective Reddit moderators to learn the ropes. Most importantly, and the biggest theme across the entire video today, he was willing to do it all for no pay. This would all come to a head, though, in October of 2012, when journalist Adrian Chen published an article to Gawker titled Unmasking Reddit's Violent Acres, the biggest troll on the web. The article discussed much of what has been covered thus far, as well as revealing Acres' full name and identity for the first time, a man named Michael Bruch. Chen's article did far more than just expose a random internet troll. It revealed that the inner workings of Reddit were heavily reliant on a man who was seemingly permissive of violence against women and the sexualization of minors. Both Reddit staff and the community at large were defensive of Michael following the article's release, culminating in a mass banning of all Gawker articles from 60 different subreddits. The main reasoning for this was the fact that Adrian had doxed Michael, an act they believed had crossed the line. This is particularly ironic when you consider the act of doxing itself is not inherently illegal and is protected by the First Amendment. Reddit had permitted the many subcommunities Michael moderated on the basis that they were not technically against the law, prioritizing free speech above all else. But now that Adrian was using his own free speech, they were doing everything they could to silence him. Under Reddit logic, outing Violent Acres is worse than anonymously posting creepshots of innocent women, because doing so would undermine Reddit's role as a safe place for people to anonymously post creepshots of innocent women. I am okay with that. Michael was eventually fired from his day job working as a software programmer, and in spite of initially claiming he had no regrets, he offered an apology for his behavior. Well, I am to some degree apologizing for what I did. Again, I was playing to an audience of college kids. And you know, when 2 years ago, when all of this was at its heights, the audience was appreciative and supportive of the sort of gallows humor I put out there. In the current day, Reddit's policies are far more strict, and a person like Michael would never have a chance to become an active member of the platform, let alone one of its most prominent moderators. Violent Acres thrived in an era in which the site was willing to look past essentially any and all behavior, but even as this time period came and went, Reddit moderators would continue to cause problems. This time being subtle and far more petty, such as Sol Invictus. If you spend any time on Twitter, you are likely familiar with the name Ian Miles Chong. He is most notable for his role as an American conservative political pundit, despite not being an American, rather being born and living in the Asian country of Malaysia. He has been ripe for mockery throughout his entire online career, and I made a video just about him if you want to watch. Less known, however, is his time spent as one of Reddit's most prominent moderators and his eventual ban from the platform. Though Ian's story doesn't begin there, as he had a long history as a power-hungry moderator on various other internet forums beforehand. Most notable of these was the RPG Codex, an online forum dedicated to the discussion of role-playing video games. It's here that Ian cut his teeth on the prestigious profession of forum moderation, and rose to such prominence that he sits on the website's Wall of Fame, with his full Christian name listed as Ian Miles Rex Sol Invictus Exodum Chong. Sol Invictus and Exodum are two usernames Chong used on the websites, the latter of which being the one that would lead to his unceremonious removal from the forum. It all started when Ian made the decision to ban a user by the name of Roleplayer. The individual began a thread relating to the implementation of religion in video games, and a different person chimed in with a rebuttal to the suggestion. That's when Ian entered the picture and began arguing with the thread's creator. The two went back and forth for some time, culminating in Roleplayer calling Ian a racial slur. This greatly upset Ian, who promptly told the thread's creator to get a life and banned him from the website. When other moderators discovered this event, they reversed Ian's decision and revoked his administrative privileges. This revelation was extremely frustrating for Ian, who had served as a founding member of the forum. He then began demanding that graphics he had created for the site, such as the forum's header and background, be removed. I can withdraw my contribution from the site if I am no longer a participating member of the staff. They weren't gifts. They were what I brought to the table, and now that I've been kicked off the table, I'm taking back what I brought with me. I have wasted my time and effort. Ian had been well known for more than just overbearing moderation, as frequent outbursts and other dramatic responses like these were what had made him particularly infamous. Notably, in private chat messages later that same day, Ian claimed that Roleplayer followed him around the forums to provoke and antagonize. This story is relatively believable, as his reputation for emotional outbursts made him a prime target for trolling and ridicule. This is best exemplified by the creation of a personal wiki page dedicated solely to him, which provides a list of different phrases that upset the young Ian, categorized by efficacy on a scale of 1 to 10. Also available on the wiki are chat logs that show Ian describing himself as Aryan and extremely racist. On top of this, he denounces his Asian identity, preferring to call himself Chinese, which he claims is not Asian. Ian moved on from the RPG Codex and eventually created his Reddit account, Sol Invictus, sometime in mid-2008, although he would remain equally, if not more controversial here. By the end of 2011, Ian had amassed nearly 250,000 Reddit karma, and became a moderator in a handful of prominent subreddits, such as Ask Reddit, Politics, and Today I Learned. Ian had become such an important fixture of the Reddit community that he was given the prestigious honor of being named Redditor of the Day on April 12, 2010. Unfortunately, Ian's Reddit empire would soon come crashing down. In January of 2012, a post was made to report the spammers, discussing Ian and his abuse of his moderation powers. Sol Invictus is the biggest spammer on Reddit. He makes money from your clicks on GameRanks.com, GlobalPost.com, and probably other sites that he repeatedly posts here. @StillGray is Sol Invictus. He says right on his Twitter account that he is an editor for GameRanks. The post alleges that Ian had been contracted by various online news publications to signal boost their articles using his prominence on the forum. The OP had previously called out Ian for his behavior in subreddits he moderated, and supposedly used his administrative permissions to remove the accusations. The Reddit community rallied against Ian and was able to have him banned from the platform on March 23rd that same year. Ian had now been banned from 2 separate websites for his abuse of moderation, and would ultimately decide to step away from his profession as a forum moderator altogether. You think being banned on Reddit would be rock bottom, although Ian has only managed to sink lower following his suspension. He spent some time being a prominent figurehead of Gamergate, a movement about ethics in game journalism or a harassment campaign against women in gaming, depending on who you talk to. Ian was a staunch supporter of the journalist side of the movement, even describing himself as a turbo-feminist in his Twitter bio. Ian became one of the many proverbial punching bags of the era, and eventually became so fed up with the ridicule that he directly apologized to Gamergaters and immediately started grifting on the other side of the aisle. The main aspect of Ian's history on the internet is his opportunistic mindset. In the infancy of Gamergate, he called into question the severity of ethics in game journalism, but only a few years later he was actively attributing gaming journalism's demise to a lack of ethics. This is why Ian has been regarded by both sides of the political spectrum as a grifter. In the current day, he maintains a high level of prominence on websites like Twitter. However, the perception around him remains extremely negative, just like it always has. I do have to give it to him though, he's the only person in this video that found a way to make money as a Reddit mod. Ian was and always has been opportunistic, finding a way to make a quick buck online by any means necessary. And while he was attracted to the money, other moderators are fueled by their desire for power, even if it means taking over entire communities they have no real interest in, such is the case of soccer. XKCD is a webcomic created by Randall Munroe in 2005, which focused on subjects like math, science, and programming. It was a relatively niche series and developed a small but passionate audience. A subreddit was created in 2008 for those interested in the web series to congregate, though it eventually went dormant, with the sub's only moderator going inactive for over 2 years. In 2011, a Reddit user by the name of Soccer took notice of this and submitted a request to usurp moderation privilege of the subreddit, which he was
it's very, very Reddit coded, which I guess isn't that surprising.
Eventually granted. Soccer was also the moderator of a few other subreddits, most notable being r Holocaust. Anyway, Soccer would remain as the head mod of XKCD for some time with little issue. However, things would begin to change in late 2012, when he added controversial subreddits to the community sidebar. These included r Conspiracy, r
out of sync, resync them.
Men's Rights, and r The Red Pill. This was a particularly confusing decision as the series creator Randall Munroe had made his feelings on conspiracies and the men's rights movement crystal clear, and his audience would likely consist of those sharing a similar sentiment. Members of the community were quick to point this out and request they be removed, although Soccer showed no signs of capitulating to their demands. In response, a separate subreddit called XKCD Comic was created, and many began flocking to the new page instead. Users attempted to promote the new subreddit in the original one run by Soccer, who would go out of his way to block all comments referencing it or the controversy. That's when the user WhyBoth decided to go behind enemy lines to bring down the entire operation. He sent a message to Soccer directly, requested moderation permissions, and to his surprise was accepted. Shortly after being introduced to the community, he was flooded with requests to remove the sidebar links that Soccer had added, eventually doing so 1 week after becoming a moderator. He was able to succeed in this because Soccer was not particularly active in the subreddit. WhyBoth describes Soccer as a subreddit squatter, who intentionally owned as many subcommunities he could get his hands on, regardless of his personal interest. XKCD was just one of the many subreddits that he had control of, so it would be difficult for him to notice the changes once they happened. The community celebrated the change, eventually abandoning the new sub to re-engage with the original one. Sadly for them, Soccer was still the lead moderator, and would eventually discover the changes made to the page. On January 26, 2014, WhyBoth was shocked to find out that he had been stripped of his moderation privileges, and the sidebar once again included the conspiracy and men's rights subreddits. The community was furious and rallied to have Soccer removed permanently. A petition was created to reinstate WhyBoth and remove Soccer, a decision that Randall Munroe himself would personally support. I agree. I can confirm that I absolutely would not want the kind of person who would link to r Men's Rights, r Conspiracy, or r The Red Pill in charge of any XKCD related community. Ugh. Thank you so much for trying to straighten this out. I hope you're successful in contacting the admins. The situation continued to grow in prominence, eventually being picked up by the subreddit drama community and receiving an article in the Daily Dot. These only caused the overwhelming negative sentiment to grow, and the XKCD subreddit was brigaded with negative comments directed towards Soccer. In retaliation, he enlisted the help of an r Conspiracy moderator to assist in removing negative posts. Though eventually, after enough backlash, it appears that Soccer gave in and removed the sidebar altogether, and his newly enlisted internet janitor, Flytape, posted, "Everything is back to normal. There are no links to anything off topic on the sidebar. Everything is normal. Please offer any constructive, non-witch hunt suggestions you may have." This post was met with overwhelming backlash and was later deleted. Ultimately, there was no clear resolution to the issue. Reddit administration did not seem to intervene on behalf of the XKCD community for some time. However, there was a surprisingly positive event just on the horizon. Soccer was eventually removed as a moderator from the sub in August of 2014, and a new regime was installed that returned the community to its former glory. Soccer continued to moderate a handful of other pages for some time following this controversy, but he was eventually banned from Reddit altogether sometime between May of 2019 and July of 2020. The reason for a suspension is not entirely clear, though it likely has something to do with the increased restrictions set in place by updates in Reddit's terms of service. The meltdown of XKCD is certainly one of the most chaotic in Reddit's history, but subreddit mutinies such as these are far more common than you might imagine. In fact, our next subject received far more attention for all the wrong reasons, that being the meltdown of R-Art. R-Art. When you consider the types of subreddits available on the platform, it's not entirely
can't spell retard without art.
Surprising that drama or controversy could find its way into the community. But even the most generic and harmless of spaces are not spared from power-tripping mods causing chaos. The best example of this is a more recent controversy involving R-Art. It all began in November of 2025, when the user Strawbear, aka Hayden Clay Williams, posted one of their pieces to the forum. Users of the sub shared their positive feelings about Hayden's art, including one user who said, "Kinda need this for my office. I'm a therapist who explains boundaries weekly." Hayden responded to this post informing the user that they had prints available for purchase if they were interested. Little could have anyone known that such an innocuous comment would become one of the biggest dumpster fires in the site's 2-decade history. To Hayden's shock, he was banned for this comment, and reached out to the moderation staff for clarification. "Are you seriously banning me for giving more information on my work?" "No, I'm banning you for breaking our rules. But I can remove all of your old posts as well if you'd like." "Just delete the comment and move on. Sorry I mentioned the word print." "Your history has been removed. You're welcome."
Bro.
At this point, this isn't about breaking the rules. This is you having some sort of vendetta against me. My comment broke Rule 9, I get that and apologize. This reaction is overstepping boundaries. "I don't even know who the f*** you are. That's some major main character energy there," says the power-hungry mod who deleted all my posts because I asked a question. The modder then proceeded to report Hayden for harassment, causing his account to be temporarily suspended for 3 days. As you can imagine, people were outraged. Even if you made the argument that Hayden's comment was against the subreddit's self-promotion rules, a permanent ban was clearly a massive overreaction. People began flooding the subreddit, intentionally using the word print to antagonize the moderation staff. In response, they completely locked down the sub and prevented anyone from posting. This situation exploded once it was picked up by Moist Critical, who lambasted the moderators and their decision.
It is a pretty fascinating one, and also not its first rodeo. The r/art subreddit's got some hostile mods.
This situation was now far too large to ignore, and the entire mod group would raise the white flag and resign from their positions. Although it appears that this was not entirely accurate, as a handful of mods, including the ones who interacted with Hayden, were forcibly removed. The subreddit remained shut down until a post made by the new moderation staff was put up, making a jab at the former staff by including the word print in the title. On top of affirming to restore the sub to its former glory, they also revealed they would be unbanning Hayden as well as nearly 300 users who were unfairly removed. Later on, the team would go through the past year of bans and made a shocking discovery. They determined that out of the 5,093 bans enforced by the previous mods, only 63 were deemed valid, which truly speaks to just how cutthroat the Jannies had been. Hayden was the catalyst, but the issue had been clearly persisting for years. The story of the art subreddit is cut and dry, such is the case of many of the stories discussed thus far. But what if I told you one of the most prominent Reddit moderators of all time is also a pedo? Well, maybe you're not surprised by that fact.
Not really.
But what if I told you they were also a woman? Ghislaine Maxwell is one of the most notorious sexual predators of all time, arguably only coming second to her close companion and partner in crime, Jeffrey Epstein. As you can imagine, Ghislaine is no stranger to conspiracy. However, her name has been brought up in one theory that you might not have expected. Crazily enough, some believe that Ghislaine Maxwell was at one point one of the most powerful and well-known Reddit moderators on the platform, and while nothing is confirmed, the theory has serious legs. On March 12, 2006, a Reddit account was created sporting the username Maxwell Hill. As an early adopter of the platform, they quickly became a prominent member and found themselves moderating a handful of subreddits, such as Our Politics, Our Technology, and Our World News. Their frequent contributions to the site eventually led them to become the first Redditor to ever achieve 1 million karma points, and was at one point listed as the most influential person on the internet.
Would have the most
Over the
bans in
past
Reddit
6
history.
years, Maxwell Hill's selections have made Reddit what it is. You could even think of Maxwell Hill as a stand-in for Reddit as a whole. Reddit has democratized editorial. It is the newspaper by and of the people. Anyone can have a say as to what should be news there. Still, on the board where stories go to explode, no one has done more to detonate them than Max. It wouldn't be an understatement to say that Maxwell Hill was the most famous person on Reddit, and they were deeply involved in massive events in the site's history. Most notable of these was the removal of Our Technology from the front page. This fallout began because when the moderation staff for the subreddit grew less active, remaining moderators began relying on auto-moderator tools to filter out and block various terms to automatically reduce spam. One of those less active mods was Maxwell Hill, whose status as a lead moderator allowed them to bypass auto-mod restrictions and make posts containing terms most couldn't use. This led to a massive outrage amongst the community, and in response, Maxwell began frantically removing moderators and replacing them with the new ones. For the next few days, Our Technology became solely about the drama, and shifted focus entirely away from its original subject matter. This greatly frustrated higher-ups at Reddit, as they made the decision to remove Our Technology from the front page of the site. Hi mods, the past few days have not been your finest hour. We feel that your focus has shifted from moderating your community to squabbling over who is added to the mod list. We've come to the conclusion that you are no longer effectively managing your community or moderating the subreddit, and we have decided to remove you from the defaults. If you can manage to look past your petty squabbles, add new moderators, there needs to be a significant increase in active mods, and function as a team, we might consider adding you back. This event was notable to get a full-blown article in the Daily Dot, who seemed to cover all of this Reddit drama back in the day. The piece only fueled the shifted from moderating your community to squabbling over who is added to the mod list. We've come to the conclusion that you are no longer effectively managing your community or moderating the subreddit, and we have decided to remove you from the defaults. If you can manage to look past your petty squabbles, add new moderators, there needs to be a significant increase in active mods, and function as a team, we might consider adding you back. This event was notable to get a full-blown article in the Daily Dot, who seemed to cover all of this Reddit drama back in the day. The piece only fueled the ever-growing intrigue around Reddit's most powerful user. Maxwell continued actively posting to Reddit for the next few years, often multiple times a day. Strangely, looking at their Reddit account, we can see they suddenly ceased posting almost 7 years ago, on June 30th, 2020. One of Reddit's most prominent figures completely abandoning their account without warning is a bizarre occurrence in and of itself. But it becomes even more strange when you consider that Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested only a few days later on July 2nd. Because of the name Maxwell and the timing of her arrest, many believe that Ghislaine is the true owner of the account. But the similarities didn't end there. People began digging and discovered a handful of other gaps in activity that line up with events in Ghislaine's life. Maxwell Hill went 3 days without posting to Reddit from August 6th to the 9th. During this time, Miss Maxwell's mother passed away. The user also claimed to be born in December, the same month as the disgraced British socialite. The Redditor has also discussed spending time in the UK and heavily implied that it was their country of origin. Most damning of all, however, is Maxwell Hill's propensity to debate the age of consent.
I did say the age of consent should be 12.
This included correcting people about the laws for said subject and posting articles discussing the legalization of CSAM. As you can see, this is far more than just a crackpot theory, and it would likely be more surprising if this account wasn't actually owned by Ghislaine herself. Notably, in the recent file dump released by the DOJ, references to the Maxwell Hill account can be found. None of them directly implicate Ghislaine as the owner, however it is clear that the proper authorities have investigated the situation. While many believe the conspiracy is a foregone conclusion now, there are some who have attempted to disprove its legitimacy. Vice would publish an article calling the theory incoherent and evidence-free. They go on to describe the real owner of the account as a victim of a harassment campaign, and said they were now being unfairly associated with a convicted child predator. An alleged screenshot was also posted from around this time in which Maxwell Hill denies being associated with any islands. However, this evidence is far from conclusive. It goes without saying that the image could be fabricated, or perhaps a technologically savvy troll may have hacked into her account to stir the pot. It also begs the question as to why Maxwell Hill has never returned to clear their name and dispel the rumors publicly. And it honestly kinda just sounds like Vice got trolled. Whether it was Ghislaine or not, you can't deny that Maxwell Hill seemed to actually be a half-decent moderator for the most part. The same cannot be said for Awkward the Turtle, who was widely regarded as one of the most sinister and power-hungry Reddit moderators of all time. Most of the people we're discussing today can be described as power moderators. Not only do these individuals moderate popular subreddits, but they have moderator permissions in various sides of the site spanning a wide range of subjects. One of the most egregious examples of this is our next subject, Awkward the Turtle. While only creating their account in 2015, they had already become a mod in over 1,000 communities by January of 2020, quickly amassing a karma score of over 2.5 million. People call him the most unemployed person on the internet. I doubt anyone would be shocked to learn that Awkward was not universally loved by any means. In fact, they had become a prime example of the power-hungry volunteer archetype, and was used to demonstrate just how toxic they could be. One user in particular claimed that they were banned from the subreddit r mildly infuriating for breaking the rule, no automatically generated usernames. This was obviously a ridiculous rule, and one that did not exist on the subreddit's rules section. In reality, the individual had been banned shortly after pointing out Awkward's low number of Instagram followers, heavily implying that they banned the user for no reason. I love how Awkward the Turtle moderates over 2,000 subreddits and has an ego so fragile it would make Max Stirner roll in his grave. The mod responded, "Yet you claim that I, a lowly janitor on the internet doing it for free, am a threat to a free and open platform. What free and open
Oh, look at all those flags.
platform, and how do I threaten it? I recommend saying less silly things."
Damn it.
Awkward was far more—
Sorry. Of course, I was reading The Lowly Janitor. Yet you claim that I, a lonely janitor on the internet, doing it for free, am a threat to a free and open platform? What
He
free
has
and open
all the
platform?
infinity flags.
How do I threaten it? I recommend saying less silly things. You mean fewer silly things?
How do I threaten it? I recommend saying less silly things. Awkward was
Be
far
less
more than just
silly
a power-hungry
now.
mod banning anyone they could, as they frequently used their status as a moderator to post and pin ragebait comments in the many subreddits they had permissions in. This boiled over after a post on r mildly infuriating hit the front page. It shined light on a recent article published by Business Insider, which covered a controversy surrounding the Norway women's volleyball team being fined for wearing shorts instead of bikini bottoms. Awkward, a moderator for the sub, left a comment underneath saying, "This is why men shouldn't be allowed to be in charge of anything." Members of the sub were quick to point out how ridiculous it was for a mod to pin their own comments, something that was a frequent occurrence. The pin feature is afforded to mods to enforce the rules, but Awkward was blatantly abusing their power. Users of the sub began making posts to the mildly infuriating sub about Awkward, one of which would reach over 9,000 upvotes and make it to the front page of Reddit before being deleted. What's worse, anyone who challenged them was almost instantly banned, further complicating the situation. Word about Awkward the Turtle quickly began spreading, both inside of the community as well as outward, with the general consensus being extremely negative. That's when the greater Reddit community rallied together to deal with Awkward for good. They began flooding the mod mail of "are mildly infuriating," eventually pressuring the moderators to remove the user. But they didn't stop there. A petition was created to have them banned from the platform altogether, and received over 14,000 signatures. However, nothing would come of this for some time, and Awkward would continue to moderate thousands of subreddits without issue. That was until their behavior became problematic for other communities as well. In October of 2022, Awkward the Turtle was removed from the Watch People Die Inside subreddit after they had abused their power, sent unacceptable messages to the community, and responded to complaints with hostility. Moderators had supposedly tried to intervene in the past, however Awkward was a senior mod, and revoked the administrative privileges of anyone who challenged him. In spite of this, Awkward was still spared from major consequence for the next 2 years. Things all changed in June of 2023 though, when they were finally banned from the platform. As you can imagine, someone as dedicated as Awkward wouldn't go down without a fight, and began lambasting Reddit higher-ups in private DMs. "I did literally nothing! Jagaz acted like a dumbass, he's still top mod! I get suspended for some f***ing mystery reason!
I did literally nothing!
I don't even talk to him! Is there
some fucka mystery reason. I don't even talk to him.
I get suspended for some f***ing mystery reason. I don't even talk to him. Is there any rhyme or reason to recent moderator actions? Why was I suspended? My accounts will be restored because whatever dumb f*** admin suspended me will eventually be held accountable for doing so. Just like all the other times some dickless admin decided to suspend me for no reason. History repeats itself! As for what exactly caused their suspension, it's not entirely certain, although it's not surprising considering their behavior. In a sense, Awkward the Turtle embodied the classic Reddit mod stereotype, although there is one individual who manages to surpass them in this regard. Of course, I'm talking about the former lead moderator of Livestream Fails, Stale2000. Over the last decade, live streaming has exploded in popularity. The medium offers a unique and candid experience for viewers to enjoy their favorite content creators, something that is both a strength and a weakness. Because of the unscripted nature of live streams, slip-ups and mistakes are a frequent occurrence. It's this dynamic that made our Livestream Fails, also known as LSF, the central hub for funny and interesting clips from the world's biggest live streamers. While the name may suggest a focus on fails, the subreddit is home to all different sorts of clips, from epic gamer moments to public callouts and drama. They're no stranger to controversy, as there is a well-known back-end Discord server full of prominent live streamers and LSF mods. This has led many to believe the moderation would play favorites, and remove posts regardless of if they followed the rules or not. That said, one Redditor in particular has become extremely controversial in recent months from this community. I am of course talking about the former head moderator, Stale2000. Questions about Stale and his ability have been a topic of discussion for some time. However, things truly kick off in January of 2026, with the announcement of $1 Million Fan. Many were suspicious of the announcement when it first dropped, promoting itself as a reality TV show featuring prominent live streamers and their fans, and offering a grand prize of $20 million. Or at least that is the best interpretation I can offer, as the official description of the show is extremely vague and unclear of its premise. As if that wasn't enough of a red flag, the mansion used in promotional material appears to be AI, further drawing into question the legitimacy of the $20 million prize pool, which would be the single largest amount in television history. To make things even more suspicious, the fine print for the terms of entry further implicated nefarious intentions. $20 million prize pool for a paid entry contest, and their refund policy says no refunds. Also, $1 million fan terms of use, section 18. You can go to court and sue them, a judge or jury, for disputes arising from their terms. You can't join with other users to bring a group lawsuit, class action. You must resolve disputes through a private arbitrator in British Columbia. You waive your right to seek punitive or consequential damages. So basically, if they end up scamming you and everyone else, then GG no re. It was also discovered that the listed business address for the show was in a small dilapidated shop next to a falafel restaurant. The wide consensus was that the $1 million fan show was a massive scam. And those skeptical of the event would ultimately be proved right when the show's website and social media were suddenly removed from the internet. This was a serious issue for Stale 2000 in particular, as he promoted the event on LSF with his alternate account. What's more, Stale had been removing negative and critical comments directed towards him and the event without merit. Many began calling for his moderation status to be revoked. And after an investigation by Reddit's Code of Conduct team, he was officially removed as lead moderator. The story could have ended here, and Stale could have walked away as yet another disgraced Redditor stripped of their authority. But no one could have expected the lengths he would go to vindicate himself in the eyes of the public. A few days later, Stale would upload a video to his personal YouTube channel titled A Message to the CEO of Reddit, Spez, from our livestream fail's former top mod. And yes, he looks exactly as you'd expect. In his opening statement, Stale describes the subject of Reddit moderation as that of deadly seriousness.
This video is about a topic of deadly seriousness, and that is of Reddit moderation and the state of your platform.
Perhaps this was intended to be a self-aware joke. However, Stale's own behavior in this video betrays any sense of irony, as he spends the next 20 minutes trying to convince the internet at large that Reddit Jannies should be treated like celebrities.
To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers, not because they deserve respect or anything, but because they actually have real power and influence.
Stale spends the majority of the video delusionally bragging about all of the different internet celebrities who came to him begging for his help, emphasizing his importance and subtly implies responsibility for the success of many of the most successful live streamers.
Let's just talk about LSF. Think of all the streamer careers that have been created because of LSF. Think about the even larger number of streamer careers that have been destroyed because of LSF, because some clip went viral about like something bad that they did. I have had major live streamers who are effectively celebrities come to me and beg to kind of remove, negative posts about them. An even crazier story is the time when some Twitch employees found me in person and borderline begged me to make sure LSF is not used to destroy the multi-billion-dollar company Twitch. Well, guess what? One single post on LSF caused all of the streamers to drop out and destroyed a $20 million opportunity. Right or wrong, you can think I'm a good moderator or a bad moderator.
Worst of all, he continues to defend the event, claiming that it was cancelled after all the streamers pulled out due to bad publicity. Because if it wasn't for the likes of Moist Critical, they would have had that $20 million cash prize for sure. This video was met with universal backlash, and many took note of how Stale almost perfectly encapsulated the Reddit moderator phenotype, both in appearance and demeanor. Please tell me it's a skit. Jesus Christ, it's John Reddit. His most inflammatory comment about the celebrity status of mods was more than just a loose comparison. It was reflective of his deepest desires. Now that he was no longer responsible for moderating the subreddit, Stale made a sharp pivot into content creation, and has posted a handful of videos to his YouTube channel in relation to the controversy. And dude, I'm begging you, please shave it off. The bio section of his channel claims that his videos are simply parody, but this is extremely unlikely. Stale consistently attempts to walk the line, describing himself as an internet troll while dedicating most of his energy towards genuine criticism and discussion about his status as a moderator.
That is like, I could just destroy Charlie by doing this.
Oh shit! Like, do I do this? So 2. Destroy Charlie.
No matter how much he attempts to hyperbolize his persona, it is undeniable that a core of his internet identity is based in reality. This is exactly why Stale is now regarded as one of the most pathetic Reddit moderators of all time. In conclusion, at the center of all of these stories, a common theme can be found. The role of an online janitor attracts a certain type of person. While some may have a genuine interest in being an integral part of a community they care about, it cannot be denied that ulterior motives come into play. Those who feel attracted to the role are likely seeking something they can't get in their real lives: power and control. And as long as Reddit exists and relies on the unpaid labor of terminally online basement dwellers, there will always be another one ready to humiliate themselves for our amusement.
Thank you, Gamer from Mars. Reddit mods. I wonder if any of them were helping Phil, covering for him, because he's just as ridiculous as they are.
Slamming his laptop shut on Dr. Now.
Okay. Big Craig about the biggest idiot on 600 Pound Life. The biggest dummy.
Mid-call cemented Charles as one of the most disgusting and infuriating patients we've ever seen on my 600 Pound Life. And at just 5 foot tall and nearly 600 pounds, his weight was already
He's shorter than Ethan Ralph.
Threatening, but instead of following Dr. Now's plan, Charles wasted months following stupid diet advice, throwing
again, I can't ignore all the tattoos that these people have.
Following Dr. Now's plan, Charles wasted months following stupid diet advice, throwing tantrums, and living in complete denial about his progress. The worst part is that Charles hasn't known his own weight for years.
He has what he needs, because I know he would make sure I had what I need.
Charles didn't really have an easy start in life, which is why he has such a huge dependency on food now. He was even addicted to hard drugs at one point, and it seems like he's traded one addiction for the other. Charles's mother was also a drug addict herself, frequently using other hard drugs, and ended up going practically insane. They lived in a rundown trailer park, and Charles was left alone to fend for himself the majority of the time. As his mother was never around, Charles would just eat whatever food he could get his hands on, as there was no one telling him to stop. He would also just eat easily accessible foods like crisps, chocolate, and sweets, just really high calorie foods, as he didn't have the ability to cook his own meals being so young. And by the time Charles was in middle school, he was over 180 pounds, and things just got worse from there. Charles returned to his hometown and admitted himself to rehab, entering the facility at 400 pounds. Despite recovering from this drug addiction, Charles really just traded one for the other, gaining another couple £100 in rehab. And at the start of the episode where we find him, he's living with his brother and sister in their rental property, both taking turns to look after him. The siblings do have a really close bond because of their childhood, with all of them admitting their circumstances led them to try hard drugs at least once. But for Brad, his brother's weight doesn't bother him, and his main concern is just to keep him alive for as long as possible.
I can care less if he's 300 pounds and able to walk, or if he's, $175 and able to go run marathons. As long as it extends his life period. Because my biggest fear right now is him being so...
Oh, my favorite right there.
They have small ones.
Oh, grab a couple of small ones.
Okay.
Brad goes around the store and actually encourages Charles to just get what he wants, even suggesting that he can take more than he originally asked for. It's clear that Brad is dealing with some sort of guilt around Charles and wants to show him he's supporting him through food. With the weight gain not slowing down, Charles decides to get in touch with Dr. Now to discuss joining his program and try and get his life back on track. As Houston is across the country from where Charles lives, Dr. Now joins a video call with Charles. It's funny when stars of the show always say things like, "I'm working on cutting out this. You either have or you haven't." If Charles is still drinking soda, he's not working on cutting it out. He's just saying that because he thinks Dr. Now will find it impressive. Due to Charles' size and distance from Houston, Dr. Now suggests that Charles loses a couple £100 at home before he travels to the Houston office over concerns for his safety. And after the video call, Charles must get weighed at the local hospital, as he's too large for his home scales, and start a 1200 calorie a day diet to lose £50 a month. And just when Charles is about to leave to get weighed at a hospital, his truck doesn't start and he has to miss the appointment. In the meantime, Charles and his brother start the diet together, eating lots of plain chicken and veg. He even starts exercising a little bit more, although he still can't walk more than a few steps at a time.
I feel like I've been making a lot of good progress for the last 2 months, especially with my workouts. I can lift twice as many weights as when I started, and I'm getting excited for Dr. Now to meet me in person. because he's going to be impressed with how strong I become. So,
honestly, Charles slamming his laptop down on Dr. Now totally enraged some viewers. Many of them calling Charles out for his inability to face the truth and acting like a petulant child. It's easy to just put the phone down on a call, but what'll Charles do if he ever makes it to Houston and sees Doc Now in person? Will he just storm out the appointment? He closes the computer. That should be the end of the episode. Honestly, that would be amazing if the credits rolled.
I don't need that. Yes, I do want to get better, but just because I'm fat don't mean I'm going to sit there and be put down. The interview's over, I'm done. Just turn the cameras off, please. I don't need this, I'm done.
But clearly the conversation does nothing to influence Charles, as he still continues to have the protein shakes even after Dr. Now told him to stop. It's almost like these stars think they know better than Dr. Now and that they can just lose weight in their own way instead, despite the fact that they've got the 600 pounds using their own way. I never understand why they act like this either, especially when they were the ones that wanted to go on the show. He's helped hundreds, if not thousands of people over the course of his career. Why do they think that they know better than him?
Hey Bradley, what's up?
Since he hung up on Dr. Now, he's been doing the same diet, which is the wrong one, which will have been for about 4 months now. And I don't want to be too harsh, he just doesn't like he's lost any weight at all. The thing with Charles too is that we don't actually know how heavy he is, because he never went to the clinic to weigh himself. We can guess it's somewhere between 500 to the early 600s, but we just simply don't know. This makes it impossible to track too, so we don't even know if Charles's diet is working, although we can be pretty sure it's not. He's walking, yes, but not more than a few steps, which is the exact same as before, and he looks pretty identical in size. Charles is clearly just living in delusion. This is a really similar situation to Penny, who I've previously covered on the channel a few months ago. She was so certain that she'd lost weight when she'd actually gained weight that she was convinced that the scales were wrong at the start, and she was actually even heavier than Dr. Now thought. It's easier for the stars to live in just delusion than for them to admit their mistakes and take action for their behaviour. And we're 7 months into Charles's journey before he's able to book a flight to Houston to see Dr. Now. By this point, he should have lost at least 200 pounds before Dr. Now would have approved him to fly. The fact that Charles had to wear a diaper on the plane because he knew he wouldn't have been able to use the toilet is really upsetting and a bit disturbing. His weight is having such a huge impact on his life, but he still doesn't seem 100% committed to changing it, even ordering a cheeseburger on the plane. Even this surprise announcement to see Dr. Now is a joke. It just serves no purpose at all. He's risking his life by flying, and Dr. Now wasn't comfortable with it until he'd lost at least 200 pounds. It's also crazy he can fly to Houston, but not drive the short distance to the local clinic for a start and weigh-in. Charles just seems too focused on the wrong things.
And I'm praying. I didn't come all this way just to lose everything I worked for.
As the visit is a complete shock, Dr. Now has to see Charles out of hours so that the trip wasn't completely wasted. And because of the health implications, Dr. Now wants to run some tests on Charles to make sure that he isn't at risk of a blood clot. But now what you've been waiting for, the time has finally come. And after waiting more than 7 months, we finally get to see how heavy Charles actually is.
What I'm more nervous about is seeing what the scale says.
You can step on the scale when you're ready.
So I really don't believe that it's just not the right time or whatever other excuse Charles has. Like many other patients, Charles just isn't ready to face the truth and actually put in the hard work to go through with the surgery. As of 2023, Charles did seem to keep losing weight, albeit very slowly. At 385 pounds, he shared a photo on social media where he does look much healthier. As of now, Charles keeps a pretty low profile, but we can only hope that he got down to his goal weight and managed to keep it off too. And if you want to see someone else who was incredibly rude to Dr. Now and totally failed in their weight loss journey, click the video that's on your screen now to see Angie J's story.
That's why Big Craig makes the big bucks. 433. I figured it'd be more than that.
He's a midget. He's always been low profile.
He's like really dumb. He, like a lot of the people on 600 Pound Life, they think they can fool Dr. Now for some reason. Sorry, you just saw my my anime website. Everyone knows that's where you go. So June the King put out a video very recently. Am I subbed to June the King? I should be. He doesn't put out that many videos. Let me check manually. There we go. This one. It was right there on the top. There.
Those without purpose will find themselves hopeless, dissatisfied, and empty. Such feelings become so painful to bear that distractive eccentricities can become necessities. Rare is it that these habits find permanence, unshaken by ridicule or genuine criticism. This state of being can be galvanized by opposition. As such, the subject finds the denial not in themselves, but in the world, and their newfound purpose is to correct it. It is this state of being that creates infamous figures like the Faithful Sheriff, a creator that despite mounting opposition and a lack of financial motivation, has for 5 years preached Christianity and online video games aimed at younger demographics.
Oh, guys, look! It's a miner! And I'm talking to them! Whoa!
Most recently, the Faithful Sheriff has been widely mocked for masquerading as popular streamer The Burnt Peanut. This too, he denies.
I didn't steal anything. I'm my own person, my own peanut.
While the majority of recent coverage encompasses what some would consider the Sheriff's blatant plagiarism or exploitation of his gullibility, this video aims to capture it all and understand how this all came to be. Quote, video games were my life. I was bullied much in school, starting literally in kindergarten all the way to 9th grade, where I had a tussle with a bully and actually came out on top and finally won little respect after years of being a target. But video games was my escape. I could not wait to get home and continue with the next saga of an RPG I played. It was all I could think about throughout the school day. Unquote. This is from a Reddit post created by Pantorius, the Faithful Sheriff's oldest alias. It is a post detailing his life and his obsession with video games, a hobby that began at 5 years of age and was reinforced throughout his childhood and early adulthood. Though he was independent for a period, he notes that he came to hard times and had to move back in with his parents, where he actively played the MMORPG Ragnarok Online. Quote, I remember them kinda making fun of me at how much I played this game. I told them, you watch. One day, I'm going to meet my wife on this game. My thinking was that any girl that loved to play this game as much as I did would be a nice wife to have. Well, some years later, still playing this game, that's exactly what happened. I met my wife on that game, and here we are 10 years later with a 3-year-old happily married. Unquote. Pantorius explains that before they had a child, he and his wife would play video games for hours and hours a day together. For some time, their family was doing well. His wife was earning a decent sum from a marketing job, and he was similarly earning a living as a delivery driver for FedEx. This would not last.
I was a FedEx driver and a garbage truck driver before that, and I drove truck for a living. And I think I hurt my back.
Quote, I lost my job at some point due to injury, and during that time, I became very frustrated with my work life. Unquote.
I found a sit-down desk job to have to be a dispatcher for a trucking company. And it's a little small family-owned company, and like basically I got in a disagreement with the son of the president, and he fired me for like arguing with the son.
With the loss of his newest job, his aversion to traditional work grew. Instead, he decided to retreat into his old hobby, video games. While Pantorius favored role-playing games and fighting games, he was interested, yet skeptical of popular games and other genres. Quote, I thought this game, Fortnite, can't be that good. Who wants to play Minecraft while they're trying to shoot someone? Well, that turned into me trying the game and watching a guy called CypherPK on YouTube on learning how to be better at this very addicting game. Since at this time I was between jobs, I noticed these streamers making money just by playing games, something I've been doing since I was literally 5. The playing games part. I thought, I could totally do this. Unquote. Something in Pantorius clicked in that moment. He thought to himself that streaming is the golden ticket. It is a way to engage with his lifelong hobby while earning a living. To do this, he began to study popular streamers, not necessarily as a source of inspiration, rather as a template on what one has to do to succeed.
So I watched a lot of CypherPK and like Tim the Tatman and like how they streamed, what they did, how they played, how to play it from Cypher, but like how to conduct yourself in a stream and like what the successful streamers did and what they look like and all that.
It was through the analysis of these streamers that a confidence grew. Pantorius thought he could not only replicate these streamers, but he could even surpass them.
I started streaming Fortnite, and my wife was like, you're really going to turn this into a job? I'm like, hey, look, if Tim the Tatman and Cypher and all these other people are, can ignore their chat for hours and like, play and do this and make that kind of money out of it, of course I can do that. Of course I can do that. I could do this and better than them. I could
12
do it better.
subscribers. Look at that.
Boring, uninteractive, bland. These are the words Pantorius used to describe some of the top streamers of 2018. Words that derived not entirely from critique, but affirmations that the streaming field is an easy one to succeed in. His self-assuredness, his pride, would meet the cruel reality of one of the most competitive and coveted online jobs. As per his Pantorius website, even with streaming 5 days a week for 6 hours with an established schedule, he only accumulated around 1,600 followers in months of streaming as a job. These are the results of an experiment of sorts. Pantorius hypothesized that through becoming his interpretation of an entertaining and engaging streamer, through filling the shortcomings of the top streamers, he could easily climb the ranks of the streaming platform Twitch. Only reality did not seem to agree, and this disagreement went both ways. In April 2019, nearly a year into streaming, he continued to advertise himself as one of the most interactive streamers on Twitch, yet little cared to interact with him. Unrelenting, Pantorius posted on the Dayton, Ohio subreddit with "professional streamer from Dayton, Ohio." The comments largely disagreed with his claim and were displeased with what they saw as an intrusive advertisement. Pantorius, with months and months of work poured into his craft, could not find gratification for his work. He eventually submitted himself as the number one in Dayton, Ohio solo kills in Fortnite as his selling point. While this may have been...
Well, he reminded me a lot of a guy I knew in school, but the wrong state. So thankfully not the same person.
indisputable, it was apparently not what viewers were seeking out. This was the end.
Like a college.
And Pantorius.
Not like new, but he was in a class of mine. It just kind of looked like him, and it was also like a college of that size does always have weird people in it.
A year later was unsuccessful in climbing the ranks of Twitch. His interpretation of popular streamers was nothing more than an illusion. The stress of this conclusion was immense, not only for Pantorius, but for his wife who had been supporting this endeavor. Quote, "My marriage wasn't happy. I felt angry a lot. You could just tell things in the house weren't right. My selfishness was hurting someone, my family. Video games had gone from a release to a burden." Unquote. When someone is met with crushing failure, when they are stripped away from excuses and other sources of denial, they have little choice but to change when faced with a grim reality. As he could not find success nor purpose in streaming, he instead turned to religion to change and save him. Quote, "I started watching sermons from all kinds of different pastors on YouTube, reading my Bible more, praying more. And finally, one day in the shower, I just gave up and prayed and said, God, show me your truth. I'm tired of being pulled in different directions. I'm tired of relying on myself. I want to rely fully on you. I know I've been selfish and not a good person, and I want to follow you completely now." At that point in my life, everything seemed okay on the outside, but it was falling apart on the inside. I vaped, drank, cussed, pornography, watched graphic shows like The Walking Dead and Handmaid's Tale, etc., etc. After that prayer in the shower, things changed fast. My wife was a Christian also, but not really practicing, as I wasn't. But in a span of 3 months' time, God changed my life completely 180. When the Bible says in John 3:3, you must be born again to enter the kingdom of God, he wasn't kidding. I was literally born again from the inside out. In 3 months, he delivered me from all my sinful behavior. No more vaping, drinking, cussing, porn, self-gratifications, evil or bad thoughts, selfishness, no more video games, no more desire for my own will, but God's will. I even took my TV off the wall, and the house was void of TV except in our bedroom where we watched sermons. I am not the same person I was 6 months ago playing Fortnite. I am a new man, and I thank God for delivering me from all the worldly desires and giving me a heart that only craves him 24/7. Unquote. Pantorius may have been reborn and may have changed his hobbies drastically to fit his new lifestyle, but his arrogance remained, no longer sourced in the belief of his talents to entertain, but sourced in his belief in God and how much more knowledge he had of Christianity through his recent, intensive studying. The top comment of his Reddit post is supportive of his newfound purpose in Christianity, but also attempts to temper his sudden and alarming change, informing him that some of the hobbies he's cast aside are fine when in moderation. However, Pantorius was none too pleased with anything but words of support, to the top comment petitioning him to not abandon his hobbies entirely, as he may be worse off once the high from God wears off. Pantorius, in a deleted comment quoted by a different Redditor, appears to have compared playing video games or watching The Walking Dead to other sins as a counterpoint as to why they should be avoided entirely. Quote, "That's like saying murder in moderation, our word in moderation, drugs in moderation. The Bible never says it's okay to moderately follow Jesus. He wants 100% of your attention. He gave 100% of himself to you. The least you could do is the same. Please don't be fooled by culture and tradition." unquote. The Redditor retorts, quote, so you give 100% of your money to others? You give 100% of your food to the needy? You spend 100% of your time helping others with no concern of yourself? You're being ridiculous, unquote. While Pantorius would not respond to these points, he would state that Satan is literally talking through that Redditor, and that his high from God would never wear off. Also in this thread, Pantorius argued with a Redditor who claimed to be a pastor, who despite citing 21 Bible verses, could not move Pantorius. In fact, Pantorius labeled this preacher a false teacher who is poisoning the minds of other Christians. As the final word, Pantorius proclaims, quote, it surprises me how many people on a quote-unquote Christian forum are saying, hey, it's okay to be in the world in moderation, or can't or won't grasp the concept of giving all of yourself to the savior of your life. Please read God's word and you come to the realization that you can't live in the quote-unquote world and be a Christian at the same time, unquote. Pantorius was no more. Now it was Forsake the World, a newly reborn Christian streamer who used his streaming equipment for the act of witnessing. Being a witness, in biblical terms, is being one who can testify for the existence of God. As such, witness in biblical
Okay, so this is after Dr. Witnesser?
terms is being one who can testify for the existence of God. As such, witnessing is reaching out to others to testify in favor of God's existence with the hopes to convert and save them. Though he would witness in public, such as during Halloween, to adult trick-or-treaters, Forsake the World would mainly join streams of a similar small following and jump into their chat room. The lack of an active chat would encourage the streamer to respond to the messages. Forsake the World's approach was often aggressive, condescending, and logically flawed. A common talking point he'd utilize is asking the target how they know the building they currently reside in was built at all if they did not see such a thing happen as to draw comparison to the creation of the world. Only some did, throughout their life, watch their home or other buildings being built. Even with these flaws in his talking points, he continued to actively use them through a short stint as Forsake the World and actively as Dr. Witnesser. Though the goal remained, the medium changed, or rather reverted. Quote, while he had completely stopped recreationally gaming and esports gaming after being born again, and also now condones gaming as a worldly pursuit, he felt that God was calling him to use his past experience gaming and streaming equipment to help reach those who do still game, to try to pull them out of the world and to Christ, unquote. After just a few months separated from gaming, he returned to Fortnite once more.
Nobody else was doing that. And I thought, you know, gamers need to hear the gospel. Everybody needs to hear the gospel. But my worry was like me going back into the worldly thing. And so I prayed about it. I talked to my pastor about it. I talked to some friends about it. And they're like, yeah, but, you know, your motive isn't to just play it for the fun of it. Your motive is to go in there and like get gamer to tell people about the gospel. And I made Dr. Witnesser. I did all this, you know, I got obviously inspiration from Dr. Disrespect, but I didn't want to copy him outright.
Dr. Witnesser often wore a black shirt and sometimes an orange tie, a similar color palette to the then highly popular gaming live streamer Dr. Disrespect, who he would at times praise. After nearly 2 years of streaming, it appears something about his gimmick worked. Dr. Witnesser attributes some, if not all, of his success to his uploading of short-form content, mainly to his TikTok. In a matter of weeks, his concurrent viewership jumped from tens to hundreds, a blessing and a curse. Because just as he hunted for non-believers, he too was preyed upon.
The people that disrespect you, they're like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just not good.
They're haters, man. They're agents of the world. That's what they are. Okay.
Oh my god. No, bro.
Stop using his name in vain, bro.
I did not say his name in vain.
You said OMG.
Did I actually?
Yes, you did actually.
Oh my god.
Wow, dude. There you go again. Okay. Nice.
What? Shut the up, dumbass. Fuck you, retard.
Wow. It turns out there are a lot of evil, toxic people out there. And I got just bombarded by those people.
I don't know. You might need... I don't know if we can res you. You might want to call God to come resurrect you.
Hey. That's not funny. If you don't turn from your wicked ways and repent and trust in Jesus, you're going to die and burn in hell and cease to exist and turn to ash. That's not going to affect anything you think about.
I don't care what you...
What if I could prove to you God's existence?
Go for it.
So you know that house you're in right now?
Sure.
How do you know there was a builder?
Because I saw him build it.
I do that. Yes, that's me.
Oh my god. I didn't...
Hey.
What the hell?
Don't...
How?
What?
Impossible. What the hell?
You can't just sit there and
How?
start...
Wait, are you live streaming or what?
You can't just sit there and just start busting out, taking his name in vain and stuff like that. Come on.
Holy, oh my god.
Stop taking his name in vain, dude.
Although trolls would actively seek him out, as they likely also made up a fair portion of his audience, they hardly discouraged him or barred his path. It was not until, on or around July 12th, that he'd meet his most vicious opponent to date, a Muslim child that challenged his beliefs.
Yeah, well, I'm denying that because usually what you're talking about, since you're American and Christian, since the Muslim culture, we don't really talk about that.
Yeah, you don't talk about it because they don't want to believe it. That's why. So look, if you were to die in your sins today, you would be sentenced to hell. And God, the living
not
God,
sent.
the God of Abraham,
Not
Isaac, and
sent.
Jacob, the God that created the earth in 6 days and rested on the seventh, he is telling you that the only way to heaven is by turning from your sins and trusting in his son who died for your sins. That's what God teaches.
This interaction
Sir,
was
this is
posted
a
by user
Fortnite-
Chelsea Harwood to YouTube and Twitter, who tagged both Twitch and Twitch support in their tweet, asking Twitch to set a boundary as they are responsible for hosting him. The description of the YouTube video is more up to date than the Twitter post, as it also reflects his banning and the reason for it. Quote, Dr. Winnesser, a former Twitch streamer, has been banned for telling this Muslim child he was going to hell since he didn't believe in Jesus Christ or follow Christianity. Unquote. The comments on this video note how the child won the argument. Dr. Winnesser will later note how fierce and knowledgeable this child was as a reason for why he showed little restraint.
But this kid who is Muslim was very informative of the Islam religion. And I was like, okay, this kid knows some things. So I talked to him with a manner of respect, as in like this, I'm not going to treat him like a 5-year-old. I'm going to treat him like he knows what he's got his big boy britches on. I'm going to treat him like a big boy. I told him exactly what the Bible says. And the Bible says that if you don't turn from your sin and trust in Jesus, your destination is hell.
Displeased with Twitch's ruling, Dr. Winnesser threatened to post about his banning to his 251,000 followers on TikTok, believing that this is Twitch speaking against Christianity. But this ban was not permanent, and after a week, his channel was restored. When he came back, his viewer numbers were hardly affected. For a period, they even increased, nearing 1,000 concurrent viewers before falling to around 300 and then into another suspension.
And so they would ask me these questions, and I would tell them the truth. I would say, hey, the Bible's clear, it's a sin, and 1 Corinthians 6 verse 9 says, no homosexual would enter the kingdom of heaven. And I'm not saying this is what the Bible says.
This suspension began around October 2020
But
and
isn't
resolved
that
in
then
the
what
first
it
week
is
of
you're
November.
saying?
While his Twitch channel had stagnated, he had become somewhat notorious in the content
fine
creator
with
scene,
going to
often
hell.
being referred to as
I can
that
finally
preacher
get
that
me
talks to
Hitler's
kids
autograph.
in Fortnite. Sometimes even just his physical qualities were used as a point of comparison.
Oh, you look like the skinny Dr. Witnesser, bro.
Dr. Witnesser.
Yeah, he talks about Jesus and nobody likes him.
At the start of 2021, according to Dr. Winnesser, came a trial of faith and testing. Quote, by a trial of public opinion and political correctness, Dr. Winnesser was permanently banned from Twitch after struggling with massive amounts of trolls reporting him for any perceived slight or clip they could twist out of context. Some might argue
Exactly,
that
they
this
all
is
say
evidence that it was not God working to reach people after all, or that they won over God. Otherwise, why did God allow Dr. Winnesser to get perm banned? Unquote. As a response to the new indefinite ban, Dr. Winnesser took to Twitter to express his frustration with Twitch, claiming they are a biased, hypocritical organization with an agenda they shove down everyone's throats.
Hell yeah.
He also states
You
he's
tell 'em.
taking time off to plan his next move. As he had done in the windows of prior suspensions, he streamed on the cryptocurrency-based live streaming website DLive to a smaller audience of around 40 concurrent viewers. Even with a smaller audience and following, Dr. Winnesser continued to find ways to anger the masses. When an 18-year-old TikToker took their life, while acknowledging the tragedy of a life lost, he is clear about her not being in a better place, as taking your own life is breaking God's law, reassuring everyone that this TikToker did not love God and they were not entering those gates. Among the growing opposition of Dr. Winnesser and his interpretation of the Bible was Gaming for Hope, an infamous Christian content creator that has the desire, but not the ability, to become a pro video game player. He is often criticized for his own critiques directed at his teammates while being seen as the weakest member of the team. In this video uploaded on March 1st, 2021, titled Dr. Winnesser, A Bad Example, Gaming for Hope criticizes Dr. Winnesser's approach to witnessing, believing it to be fear-mongering, aggressive, and ineffective. Gaming for Hope states that he has reached out to Dr. Winnesser on multiple platforms and has not received a single response. One of, if not the most bewildering aspects of this video is the shirt Gaming for Hope is wearing that in bold bold and capitalized letters reads porn. In the comments, Game for Hope, in his own pinned comment, explains that this was the result of erroneous framing. The shirt in its entirety, according to Game for Hope, reads Porn Kills Love. The following day, YouTube channel Froge uploaded a video that archived Dr. Winneser's recent opinion on the N-word, namely the version that ends with an A. He argues that the clip in where the streamer Symphony apparently said the N-word with an A should be acceptable for all to use, if not used in a derogatory way.
And it's like, no one comes down hard on Eminem or some other white boys out there for saying the soft A word to their colored friends.
Dr. Winneser and several more tweets continue to argue in favor.
Tried to reskin the Junon Commander outfit. Just a little bit dark and red. Give it a different look to it. I don't know. It looks a little bit too fashy, I think. Might be a bit offensive given the context
of his initial argument, eventually stopping by posting a clip of Family Guy that reminded him of these recent happenings. Unrelated to these tweets or Game for Hope, and a day later, Dr. Winneser announced that he was seeking legal representation to fight his indefinite suspension from Twitch, claiming the banning was religious discrimination and that he would not waver from his pursuit of justice. On March 4th, the following day, he claims he's—
this is the original.
Spent his day on the phone and answering emails from lawyers. It is important to note that Dr. Winneser had, even with a considerable following, been rejected 3 times from Twitch's partner program, a fact that he cites as a sign of Twitch's bias against him. The announcement of the lawsuit gained the attention of news publications like Business Insider, that while spreading the news of the lawsuit, also made it a point to inform readers through the contents of the article and the headline that he told a Muslim child he was sentenced to hell. By March 7th, Dr. Winneser gave up not only on the lawsuit, but also on his online identity. Quote, Dr. Winneser will discontinue on all avenues and will no longer be active in the gaming industry, including dropping the pursuit of a lawsuit against Twitch, unquote. Being too close to the world was one of the cited reasons that influenced his decision. And though he may have been abandoning his identity as Dr. Winneser, he was not abandoning content creation. Instead, rebranding as a new, news-focused channel, he would grow entirely detached from his previous identity. Although Dr. Winneser would fail to retire his identity, returning to content creation just 3 months later, he did make good on recentering his channel through coverage of news, and now through the newly created Dr. Winneser Show, which served as his podcast.
Welcome to the Dr. Winneser Show. As a Christian and a Seventh-day Adventist,
what?
Dr. Winneser has
a Seventh-day Adventist? That's the first time I heard about that.
To spread the gospel.
Like, that's much different than like mainstream Christianity. Seventh-day Adventists are like a splinter group. Like, that's very abnormal, even among the religious perspective.
In the first episode of the Dr. Winneser,
that takes the story of creation literally, like absolutely literally, and that each epoch of creation took 24 hours each, which is physically impossible given the laws of physics. But you basically have to abandon that if you're going to be a Seventh-day Adventist, and abandoning that opens the door to abandoning a lot of logical conclusions.
Show, Dr. Winneser recounts his story as a content creator and deems Twitch an anti-Christ organization.
It was a giveaway
there appears
when
to
he
have been a
mentioned porn
period of
again.
reflection, as he publicly apologized to YouTube, Twitch, and the Muslim child for how he conducted himself in the past. And though he is not apologetic for his statements, he is regretful for how he delivered his message. A part of him was softening his approach and perhaps considering a return to witnessing in Fortnite. By October, Dr. Winneser had made his return, not to Twitch as his ban stood, but to Fortnite. Although his approach had hardly changed, the interest he once generated through it had. Furthermore, his original Dr. Winneser TikTok and the one he had made to replace it were both banned. Without sufficient interest gained from short-form content, without Twitch as a stable and popular platform to gain and maintain exposure, his words reached very little outside of his captive teammates. This was remedied with a rebranding to Edward Preach and the newly established Edward Preach TikTok in April 2022. His approach to witnessing was virtually the same. So too was the approach of those that sought him.
Why would I be a fan of Charles Darwin? He's the one that imagined evolution.
You ever play like Pokemon? Like my Pikachu is like a stage 2 and then he evolves into a Raichu and that's evolution.
I have a particular set of skills.
Taking it without flinching.
So yeah, they don't believe in evolution, which is... Like,
no, I go into games and I teach people about the Bible, bro.
With the return to form, and
the thing is, evolution is not mutually exclusive from the Bible. That can coexist.
Actively capitalizing on those targeting him, his channel grew steadily throughout 2022. In April of the following year, Edward Preach was on Twitch with the hope that through a rebrand, Twitch would not ban this new channel. Edward Preach's gamble worked and he remained on the platform, but only for 2 days before Twitch staff noticed of their own accord, or the more likely case, his channel was mass reported as he was actively advertising it through his TikTok. Inexplicably, shortly after this ban, he created an additional TikTok also under the name Edward Preach, also inexplicably choosing a soy jack of his visage as a profile picture. As to add to the perplexing nature of this Edward Preach account, he was no longer uploading as Edward Preach in his videos, but once more as Dr. Winneser, a rebrand that took place across his social media, yet still, the Edward Preach TikTok remained unchanged. This time more than just his branding changed. Not only was he still actively targeted by detractors, he too had the express goal to unsettle others.
I'll tell you the reason why I came back to Fortnite is because I really like, it may be wrong for me to say this, but I really like triggering the haters. When they're like, I can't believe he's teaching kids in Fortnite about Jesus. I just get a rise out of seeing the haters and see how much they hate me going into Fortnite and teaching people.
So what is it about? Is it about saving the kids, or is it about owning the haters by talking to kids?
People about the Bible. It's extra funny when people are like, oh, what? He's indoctrinating children? You know, like,
No,
it's funny.
it's not.
Shortly after expressing this goal,
Like, even Christians would think that's a bad look.
his arguments shifted to hotly debated subjects, such as the newly released film, What is a Woman? His opinions on the matter were rarely welcome. His Twitter post advertising his video discussing it accumulated over 1,000 more comments than likes, and even his YouTube community post was met with almost nothing but ridicule. Dr. Winneser appears to have embraced his infamy, even promising to not make any brand changes from here on out. Shortly following this announcement, he took to TikTok to compare homosexuality to murder, twice.
We as a society are we're promoting this. We are promoting a sin that is equal to murder.
Not too soon after, Dr. Winneser expressed his frustration with being called an
And Peter
N-word.
said to Paul, you mad, bro.
Yeah, but I'm not a bro, so don't call me one, please.
You're a bro?
I'm white. Don't call me the N-word. I'm not one. As you can see, the word I said was
Though he may have succeeded in gaining notoriety through controversy alone, he failed to generate any long-term interest. In the following months, his uploads slowed from daily to nearly monthly. His uploads...
Yeah, that's my view on it. Like, I think evolution isn't counteracted or contradicted by the Bible. I mean, the idea is that God created creatures of the earth. He created the earth first, and then humans were among the last things were created out of the 7 days. So humans were created on the backbone of natural law, and like we were grown of the earth by, you know, we don't want to get too deep into it, but it shouldn't be contradictory.
may have continued at this trajectory.
It's just a weird thing where Seventh-day Adventists really have to take everything super duper literally.
If it were not for the unexpected. On January 16th, 2024, Dr. Winneser announced on TikTok that he had resubmitted his unbanned appeal to Twitch, and that they had accepted it. Typically, when Dr. Winneser is unbanned, he tempers his approach to content creation. Rather than his opinions being the source of the contention, he questioned others and they deliver the opinion that he could passively agree with.
Should biological males be allowed to compete against biological women?
No. Bodies are built differently. Yeah, that's why we don't have male MMA and female mixed together.
Man, that would be tragic. Hasn't that already happened?
Just because you put lipstick on a pig doesn't make it something else. It's still a pig.
Not wrong. Trump or Biden?
Oh, Trump, 100%. I like cheap gas.
Right.
Somehow, even his questions on the election were contentious enough that some of his videos on TikTok were taken down, as seen by this comment where Dr. Winneser demeans the users who reported it by calling them snowflakes. Dr. Winneser was not entirely focused on asking contentious questions. He was still partly attempting to witness in Fortnite.
Do you want to talk about it? You got any questions? Maybe you got some questions about God or the Bible or anything?
Over here talking about Bibles and not fighting.
I'm not a bro, okay? So don't call me one.
I got 2 points, bro.
I am a white individual. So I think it's rude for calling somebody the N-word, okay?
Dr. Winneser's methods of conversation were as effective as they have always been. Newly added was an even deeper sense of pride to where he glowed about his discoverability.
Track of what how many kills you have.
I just know we weren't supposed to listen to you.
I'm Dr. Witnesser, buddy.
That's 3.
Can you Google your name and have it come up with somebody? I don't think so.
Yeah, you can YouTube my name. I got 140,000 views on the video.
I have
Watch what you
over
say
a
before you say shit.
I have over 1 million views on a video. Watch what you say.
Shut up,
Do
stop
you
talking.
have 100 million views on TikTok? I don't think so. This guy has no idea, chat.
You talking about
We're
chat?
so famous, chat. It's
Okay, bro.
crazy.
Google Dr. Winneser. Go ahead.
How about to Google no Dr. Winster? You sound like a Dr. Pedophile.
Ask any of your class members
Nailed
that
'em.
you're in right now, like that are around you, if they've heard of Dr. Witnesser.
Why?
Just ask them.
No, thank you.
Why not?
Because you sound like you're like a pervert or something.
I sound like I'm a pervert.
Oh my god.
Although these comments may have been made by those unaware of his infamy, those that knew him well would often deem him a predator in the informal sense of actively seeking out children to prey upon. While the term is not fitting and exaggerated, this title would be one of the few that would get a rise out of him, and so it was weaponized and increased the efficiency of trolls. And though Dr. Winneser started 2024 particularly impassioned through his Twitch unbanning, TwitchTracker.com shows that his interest in streaming only came in short bursts. He'd stream nearly daily for weeks at a time, to then be absent for months on end, perhaps also opting to stream on rival websites such as Kick.com. One of the few things to remain consistent was his interest and defense of Dr. Disrespect, the only streamer that he watches, as some commenters would take note of the similarities between Dr. Winneser's name, transitions, and game selection. Dr. Winneser would make it clear that he and his name was not entirely inspired by Dr. Disrespect, claiming that he originally sought the name Winneser but could not find a version with a prefix that was not already claimed, hence Dr. Winneser. While some took umbrage at the uncanny similarities, the biggest point of contention was his opinions of Dr. Disrespect's recent scandal, namely the one where it was revealed that in private messages several years prior he had spoken to a minor, which was why he was permanently banned on Twitch. And through Dr. Disrespect's own words, the conversation quote-unquote sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate. Dr. Disrespect claims nothing illegal happened in these messages, though some would come to his defense, claiming that the messages were never made public, thus could have leaned towards innocent banter. This same fact was used against him, as these messages could be far worse than Dr. Disrespect leads on. While he would continue to stream on alternative websites, his contemporaries largely disavowed him and his actions. Dr. Winneser, as a longtime supporter, argued in favor of Dr. Disrespect, believing he should be forgiven. He, like many of those supporting Dr. Disrespect, argues that the contents of the messages between Dr. Disrespect and the minor perhaps were light banter. He'd also equate Dr. Disrespect's infidelity to lying, as under God's eyes they are both still sins. Separately, and around this time, up-and-coming streamer Sketch was revealed to have been involved in homosexual pornography. While Sketch showed himself to be greatly stressed from his history leaking, he received a great deal of support from his community and contemporary streamers. This greatly perplexed Dr. Winneser.
All right, well, here's the thing. This is what I don't get about the whole Sketch situation, is God says that what he did is an abomination. Like you said, he turned his from his ways, and he said he was sorry, right? But still, what he did was heinous and an abomination in God's eyes, right? And everybody's all like, oh, it's okay. It's all right. Who cares? It's not a big deal. But then when Dr. Disrespect, supposedly, because we don't know what he said in the text, and we just know what these Twitch employees say, quote unquote, texted a minor inappropriately, okay? But according to him, it was just, yes, he was whispering a minor, and sometimes it would lead in the direction of being inappropriate. Now, we don't know exactly what was said, and I'm not defending him. And everybody's piling on top of this guy and trying to, and effectively ruined his reputation to oblivion, right? What he did wasn't even committing a crime, according to the law. We don't even know the details of what was said, and everybody's chastising this guy. But here we have Sketch, who is full-blown. We got videos and photos, and him doing this thing that, according to God, is an abomination, and everybody's just like, oh, it's okay. It was in his past.
The commenters, assuming that Dr. Winnesser views pedophilia as a lesser crime under God's eyes than homosexuality, posted various sizes of digital data storage as to imply how much illegal material Dr. Winnesser has on his computer. Quote, 50 gigabytes minimum, 8 terabyte minimum, 50 terabytes minimum. Unquote. As Dr. Winnesser continued to speak in favor of Dr. Disrespect and continued to speak to children Fortnite, these numbers near uniformly increased and now up to 100 terabytes. Though Dr. Winnesser appears to see controversy and does not entirely mind his image being sullied, he had grown particularly frustrated with the implications that he is a sexual predator.
Was this the same guy that defended Dr. Disrespect? It's disgusting, honestly. So yeah, I'm gonna use my brain, not like only the 2 cells of the brain cells that you're using, and you're just following all the the yappers on the internet and just going along with the predator train because you don't like them. Just like everybody who doesn't like me labels me the same thing.
On Twitter, Dr. Winnesser was persistent in attempting to mend the image of Dr. Disrespect, yet even his most generous imaginings of what Dr. Disrespect and the minors' conversations were met with overwhelming denouncement. Between the start of 2024 and the middle of 2025, Dr. Winnesser tweeted well over 100 times at or in discussion of Dr. Disrespect. With his dedication to his favorite streamer unwavering, there was a piece of him that felt dissatisfied. This is why, sometime in 2025, he rebranded. He was back to being Edward Preach. Quote, why, you may ask? Well, I've always felt that Edward Preach name brand was more chill and fitted my personal style more than the shirt and tie. Dr. Winnesser, same person, same mission, just new look. Unquote. Edward Preach specifically cites in this post that there is a certain number of negative connotations when people see the name Dr. Winnesser as an additional reason as to why he was rebranding. By late 2025, he was back under the name Dr. Winnesser. As per this post captioned, telling a second grader Santa's not real, #Fortnite.
In 4th grade, people were saying that Santa Claus isn't real, that your parents just bring you the presents.
Yeah, that's actually true, unfortunately. And that's another lie, and that people do spread.
Dr. Winnesser appears to have once more embraced infamy and was showing his appreciation of Dr. Disrespect by posting his reaction to Dr. Disrespect reading a message he sent through a donation.
Dr. Winnesser, thank you for the $10, Doc. I'm 20 minutes deep in some spice, hot, acidic, goosebump-driven diarrhea, and I ran out of toilet paper. I'm install 102 in the arena.
He
Can
tings
you send
that's
Alex
really,
in to toss
really
me a
funny,
roll?
huh?
Alex is not here today.
That's his form of humor.
Shit out of luck.
Bro, that was so worth it. That was
cringe overload.
Did you get exposed for talking to minors? Yes, I talk to minors all the time in Fortnite. So what?
The latter clip would be utilized against Dr. Winnesser under this name and any of his future iterations. As for Dr. Winnesser's donation, it turned out to be one of many in just the month of September and October of 2025.
Dr. Winnesser, with the $5 donation, Doc just got back from getting all 4 wisdom teeth pulled, sitting back and relaxing, watching literally the best streamer in the world. Can I get a yeah 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 yeah? Dr. Winnesser, thank you for the 5 in Super Chat. As a 20-plus year veteran of keyboard and mouse myself, is there a reason to try and get into controller, and if so, what brand would you recommend?
Dr. Winnesser has praised Dr. Disrespect and his approach to content for about half a decade. Though he has based much of his own identity around his favorite streamer and tweeted at or mentioned him countless times, he still has to pay to get any sort of attention from him. By late October 2025, Dr. Winnesser, as he had done throughout the years, had shown interest in other streamers, yet rarely, if ever, placed their entertainment value as equivalent to Dr. Disrespect. That was until he found the Burnt Peanut, a VTuber with a simplistic peanut model that, as Dr. Disrespect does, appeals to an older audience base.
That guy is so hilarious. There is nobody else on the internet like that guy, the Burnt Peanut. Can we talk about him for a second? He is, he is probably one of the most entertaining streamers out there. Him and Dr. Disrespect.
Praise from Dr. Winnesser typically amounts to mimicry. This turned out to be the exact case, as the purpose of this clip was to showcase his Burnt Peanut impression.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night! Good night!
As God once answered his prayers when prostrating himself and showing utter devotion, so too was he blessed by the Burnt Peanut. The Burnt Peanut had seen Dr. Winneser's impression and had gone so far as to leave a like on his Twitter post. Dr. Winneser screenshotted this and captioned the image only with a single emoji of utter joy. Dr. Winneser did not shy away from speaking about his favorite streamers. He also did not shy away from speaking of his least favorites. Still, in October of 2025, popular streamer Emiru was assaulted at a meet and greet at TwitchCon. The conversations that emerged were most notably on the lack of security at TwitchCon and how she was allegedly not allowed to bring her own security guard to the event, a scandal that was used to exemplify Twitch's lack of care for the streamers and their overall incompetence as a company. However, this was not the conversation Dr. Winneser was interested in having. In response to a tweet about TMZ's coverage of the scandal, Dr. Winneser tweeted, quote, "Streamer Emiru, who uses her body for views, gets expectedly assaulted at convention. There, I fixed it," unquote. Dr. Winneser made sure to correct himself. Quote, "By the way, I didn't call her a whore. I said she dressed like one. And not all the time, but most of the time," unquote. These tweets did not get much attention. That much could not be said about this TikTok video where he expressed his opinions in detail.
Hello? You're gonna pretend that dressing like this isn't gonna draw freaking weirdos to you and that you're not part of the problem? I mean, the only reason why men like this are watching you is because you're dressing like this and parading yourself online. Period.
Following some backlash, Dr. Winneser would again clarify his statements.
I didn't say she deserved it, and I didn't say it was her fault. I said that what she's wearing and how she dresses isn't helping to not attract these weirdos that do these kind of stupid things.
The following day, Dr. Winneser apologized through a tweet and TikTok, stating that his comments were insensitive and idiotic. This scandal was one of many scandals tacked onto Dr. Winneser's history, and there was more to come, as he was streaming far more frequently in the last quarter of 2025. With his increase in streaming came an increase in coverage of him. Although the coverage was disparaging as it always had been, the approach and intent was different. Previously, videos mocking him leaned into discussion of theology or morals. These TikToks were made for amusement, mockery, and gave Dr. Winneser the worst image possible.
Hey, what's up? Nice fart.
Hello?
Yo, what's up, Doc? Long time fan. Just want to know, when did you know you liked kids? Oh. Wow.
Those TikToks were uploaded by Dr. Chuddy. As the name suggests, the account only hosts videos meant to mock Dr. Winneser. Though there are videos mostly of infamous stream clips that are edited to give Dr. Winneser a bulbous nose, there are some that are entirely fictionalized, such as videos that contain several images of Dr. Winneser with infamous child trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, Diddy, and the Prime Minister of Israel. Chud is a pejorative that some believe to have originated from the 1984 movie of the same name, standing for cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers. Chud has resurged as internet slang similarly used to describe often those with right-leaning political views as subhuman. The Chudjack, the crude depiction of a particularly unfortunate-looking mass shooter, has also popularized the term. In essence, Chud is used interchangeably with subhuman or can be used to describe any unfavorable trait. It is also often used in comedic, self-depreciating comments such as "fuck my stupid Chud life." Dr. Winneser did not know what the word meant and sought to understand it.
Do you know what a chud is?
A what?
A chud.
Yeah, I
What?
do.
What is a chud? Can you explain it to me? Well, what if someone called somebody else a chud? What's the meaning in that?
Oh god, I have no idea.
Though he did not know the meaning of the word, Dr. Winneser immediately embraced it by nicknaming himself Chudster. In this specific tweet, Chudster is reminding the Burnt Peanut to not use the Lord's name in vain. And in this tweet, Chudster is far more direct, with attempting to catch the Peanut's attention with what appears to be a response to a comment the Peanut made about Ohio. Quote, "At the Burnt Peanut. On TikTok alone, I've gotten over 7 million views in the last 60 days, and guess what? I live in Ohio. There are indeed people here, good sir. We exist." Unquote. If the Burnt Peanut did view this tweet, he may have been dissuaded to respond by the comments underneath it. Like this tweet, where Chudster is seen next to Adolf Hitler, presumably concocting battle plans. Chudster, looking to find a unique and catchy name for his own community, pulled for options. The Chudsters won by a landslide. Fittingly, Chudster's first event of note in 2026 was sparked by his disapproval of rap music and the words found within.
Don't say that. Don't say bitch. Don't say any of that stuff. Speak eloquent, nice, graceful language. Okay?
2 days later, on January 14th, Chudster apologized for saying both the N-words ending in A and ER on stream. In his apology, he clarifies he doesn't feel like he needs to make it, and that he only used the words in an informative/educational manner. But not exactly, because he also admits to using the words for comedic purposes as to trigger the 100% white community. The following day, he played with someone who is black and asked if he could say those words if they were used in a non-derogatory manner. The player agreed that Chudster could say them in such a way. Chudster paraded this clip and the approval found within on Twitter. Chudster's exchange with the Fortnite player and clips of him saying the N-word could be seen in a new wave of TikToks that also captured his ever-growing infamy that was now rivaling the attention he received in 2020. As Chudster was growing ever more infamous, so too was the fan base of the Burnt Peanut. Following his rapid growth, various TikToks and other short-form videos were made expressing the obsession some fans had with the Burnt Peanut, and also the strange and parasocial habits some of his fans have. Additionally, any rapidly growing figure will inadvertently flood the media feeds of those that the content does not appeal to, often to the point that counter content is made to express the fatigue that this overexposure has caused. This explains why his accolades and those celebrating them bring the ire of others, not only because of his overexposure, but also because the Burnt Peanut won VTuber of the Year via the Streamer Awards, an award normally given to anime-style VTubers, a decision that caused friction between the Peanuts fanbase and the traditional VTuber fanbase. This controversy likely inspired this tweet from the comedy duo Super Mega, who attached a penis onto the Burnt Peanut's avatar as to pass it on as if it was the image used to represent the Burnt Peanut during the award show. This is an example on how, in the right hands, controversy could be utilized for comedic purposes, channeling not the ire of others, but the absurdity of a situation. Ultimately, few would ever desire to redirect the ire of others to themselves. Then again, some desire to be persecuted.
What happened? I fell asleep watching the Bugulator, okay? And I fell asleep. I woke up like this, okay? I'm telling you, I don't know what happened.
The Bungulators are the Burnt Peanuts pseudo-faction in the extraction shooter Arc Raiders. Chudster was not only expressing that he is part of the Burnt Peanuts faction, he was also virtually using the same peanut model, going as far as to directly mimic his movements and cadence. Chudster even fictionalized a backstory that begins with this podcast, a podcast that had Gingy as the guest. Gingy is a female streamer who sometimes collaborates with the Burnt Peanut. This is how Chudster knows of her. After viewing the podcast, Chudster made his own video in where he expressed that Gingy is boring. Gingy made the crucial mistake of responding to Chudster by commenting on his video. Chudster deleted the video soon after. The most non-paid attention Chudster has received in the past from a larger streamer beyond unprompted ridicule was a like from the Burnt Peanut. Gingy placing enough effort to comment something along the lines of "thanks for the kind words" was enough for Chudster to take the plunge and rebrand himself partly for the chance of being acknowledged by his favorite streamer. As far as his backstory goes, he claims the Burnt Peanut turned him into a peanut for insulting Gingy, and the only way to revert his curse is for the Burnt Peanut to verbally acknowledge him. Chudster previously teased this transformation by claiming that he was involved in a horrible accident that may have left him physically scarred forever. While there were a few supporters praying for his recovery, the top comments already believed this to be a marketing ploy. This is why, after he revealed the accident was indeed a marketing ploy, he apologized to those that believed it, and also stated that he does not intend to stay a peanut because he truly believes the Burnt Peanut will eventually acknowledge him, and so he rallied his supporters.
Chudsters, I am the Chudster, and we will keep striving on with the Bible in Fortnite. Are you with me, Chudsters?
Chudster's fictionalized backstory was strange for those who had the knowledge of who the Burnt Peanut is, and the esoteric knowledge of who his collaborators are. This is why when Chudster attempts to provide his backstory without the necessary context to strangers in Fortnite, they are left utterly confused.
I am tired, but I woke up with no arms and legs, so I'm a little disheveled, but I'm doing good.
You don't have arms or legs, dude.
No, I don't. No, new tech. It's electrodes attached to the brain.
Well, I was about to say they have those.
Yeah, I can control my character with my mind. Oh, that's you just.
Dude, this guy's lying so hard. No, you didn't.
What do you mean lying? I have no arms and legs. I'm a peanut. I'm not lying.
I'm a peanut.
He's a peanut, and he supposedly.
I woke up as a peanut because I called the Burnt Peanuts
friend Gingy, boring, and I woke up as a
Who
peanut.
are these people? What? What?
That's what I'm telling you. That's what happened. I'm
Who
not.
is the burnt peanut? Who is Gingy? These your friends?
The following day, Chudster returned with his slightly altered model. Instead of a magenta Bible on his left, he now had a black Bible on his right. He also added more to what was required a peanut's acknowledgement. Now the burnt peanut has to say verbatim, "Dr. Winnesser, I release you from your peanut bonds." The comments on Instagram were not supportive of this. On day 3, Chudster was more direct with his approach, now rallying his audience to tag the burnt peanut across all of his social media. Over the next 2 days, Chudster added more accessories to his model, a bandana strung across his neck and a cowboy hat. These accessories are not at all dissimilar from an outfit the burnt peanut previously wore. Soon after these came a mustache and a southern accent to the character of the sheriff. Although the accent was soon dropped, these frequent changes concluded with the changing of his name to the Faithful Sheriff across all of his social media, even extending to his gamer tag. With his transition complete, the sheriff's intentions of converting others through Fortnite remained, as did the trolls that followed him that were increasing in frequency.
What do you want to do when you grow up?
I don't know.
All right, I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Hopefully you figure it out soon. You gonna go to college or what?
I don't know. The one thing I don't want to be is a stupid Chud streamer who posts stuff online without their permission, and my name is Dr. Chud, you fucking loser. Get off of Fortnite.
If you love the Lord, keep his commandments. That's the 3rd commandment now. Honor thy father and thy mother. Thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, and thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's things.
Thou shalt not be a chud.
Yeah, see, I told you, you're a troll.
While some would want Dr. Winnesser
troll, I
back,
told you.
Dr. Winnesser only wanted the acknowledgement of the burnt peanut, now challenging him to a duel in the extraction shooter Arc Raiders. Peanut ignored the sheriff's request. The following day, the sheriff asked his viewers to reach out to the burnt peanut once more, and if the peanut had not acknowledged him a week from February 24th, then the sheriff would remain a peanut forever. And it appears that the sheriff himself was attempting to reach the peanut, now through the Peanut's Discord. Before he could even do so, he was banned by one of Peanut's moderators. The sheriff posted a screenshot of the conversation with a mod that led to his banning. In the screenshot, the mod, Harvey23, requested to let everyone know that it was him who banned the sheriff. The sheriff provides the additional context that Harvey23 told him that he would never collaborate with Peanut and that they would make sure of it themselves. The majority of the latter half of the tweet is the sheriff's argument as to why he is not a clone of the Peanut. The closing sentence reads, quote, "I hope Peanut sees this and I hope he sees reason and unbans me. Sad emoji," unquote. While it is unknown if the burnt peanut saw this tweet, it is certain that he did not acknowledge the sheriff. And just a few days later, the week had passed.
Because you guys had a week to get his attention, and you can bet your butt that he saw the video because everybody was atting him like crazy. I guarantee you that he saw the video.
As the peanut model would remain, among the accessories, there is one new and distinct difference that easily sets the burnt peanut apart from the sheriff.
Excuse me.
Viewers of the
Phil should buy
sheriff's
this
Twitch
for
stream
his
could,
collection. Yeah,
as
know
with
how
any other
much he
Twitch
loves
stream,
free of
accumulate
cases.
channel points through active viewership. What these points unlock, or are able to do, vary per streamer. The Faithful Sheriff's channel points could trigger a random fart or fart bomb that would cue a fart sound effect and cause the emission of a green cloud behind the sheriff's peanut model. As an added effect, and if the sheriff was not in conversation, he would sometimes verbally strain as to make the flatulence even more immersive. As the sheriff's shorts are based off his live streams, his flatulence was now an active part of his content. Additionally, as he presumably shot his promotional videos live, they would also include the flatulence. Only here, the sheriff would make an active effort to verbally strain and interrupt himself whenever a fart trigger was purchased and activated.
We're live right now on twitch.tv/thefaithfulsheriff, so come on in. Everyone's welcome.
No.
The top comments and quote tweets from this specific promotional video would speak of how infantile and embarrassing the flatulence was, some making the connection that the flatulence was to attract children to his streams, and to that, more comments deemed him a predator, who, as per his previously stated indifference on Israel and Palestine, also believed him to be a supporter of Israel.
All these people doing trolls, that's all they're doing. That's all they're doing. They're saying, love from Israel. Oh, I support you from Israel. Israel this, Israel that. I don't support Israel.
As was with the Chud arc, new TikToks emerged that highlighted the sheriff's intolerance for anything but Christianity.
I heard people say great things about Islamic religion. How do you feel about that? Hello?
The sheriff's intolerance had always been a point of contention, and though it was previously highlighted when he was known as Dr. Winnesser in how he'd kill non-Christians in Arc Raiders, due to his rebranding and the absurdity that followed it, arguably more people through the proliferation of his clips through social
Since
media
we're talking
were exposed to the
about
sheriff
Phil's
than
diaper,
they ever
maybe he can
were
ask
to
Jenna
Dr.
on
Winnesser.
advice for which is the
Furthermore,
best
the
to
faithful
buy.
sheriff was often mistaken to be the burnt peanut, some attributing his crude remarks to the peanut. This placed him in a unique position where through his obsession with the burnt peanut, the faithful sheriff was seen as the embodiment of the worst of the Peanuts fanbase, a position that also displeased fans of the burnt peanut, meaning fans and detractors of the burnt peanut despised the faithful sheriff. Those unaware of the distinction also despised the faithful sheriff. The sheriff reveled in his infamy. His concurrent viewership jumped from an average of 50 in January to 200 in early March, then 0 because he was suspended from Twitch. While there is no specific clip cited as the reason for the ban, it is believed to be for telling a gay Christian that he's not in fact Christian because he is gay and not keeping God's commandments. Though this suspension was meant to last 14 days, the sheriff appealed it and it was overturned in less than 24 hours. The same day that he was unbanned, the sheriff joined a Fortnite game and, as he typically did, asked a child what they like to do when they grew up. While the child brought up popular public service jobs, the faithful sheriff recommended a not-so-popular job.
Man, for SWAT team.
Ooh, that's cool. Maybe we could work for ICE.
What's that?
Immigration Customs and Enforcement.
Oh.
A few days later, the sheriff stated that he had turned off the ability to leave comments on videos as they had become too malicious. To this, he reminded everyone that Jesus Christ was also persecuted. While the Son of God's plight may have somewhat differed from an infamous Fortnite streamer, the faithful sheriff alleges that he had been the target of swatting and other forms of extreme online persecution. And come March 9th, a new threat emerged. A cease and desist allegedly sent by the Burnt Peanuts lawyers. This email requests that the sheriff cease using the Peanuts avatar and cease referencing or associating himself with the Peanuts brand by the spreading of his lore, using the Peanuts hashtags, and anything else that can confuse their two brands. Finally, the letter demands the deletion of all offending content across all the faithful sheriff's social media platforms. As per this tweet of the sheriff responding to the email, he claims he had to end his stream early to investigate the authenticity of it. While he quickly came to the conclusion that the email was fraudulent, the email did allow him to realize how much he had forced himself into the Burnt Peanuts brand. He was now removing the Burnt Peanuts name from his lore as to ensure his actions are not as confused with the Burnt Peanuts. However, he will not be changing his identity and is determined that he is legally distinct. Quote, "I am my own peanut, my own name, my own person, my own brand." Unquote. The following day, the sheriff tweeted a poll asking if he and the Burnt Peanut should stream together. The final result was an overwhelming hell no. While the attached image to the failing option was the faithful sheriff's profile picture, the winning option of hell no was a noose tied around his avatar's neck. The sheriff explains that he chose that image because someone had made it and he liked it enough to display it. The sheriff has been known to like ridicule to an extent. He has been seen commending creators highlighting his use of the N-word and other edits that promote his crudeness when exaggerating his real opinions. The opposite is also true. Comments about him having ties to Israel or being a predator particularly irk him, as do comments claiming that he is a plagiarist in how he has mimicked the Burnt Peanut. On March 10th, Super Mega, possibly noticing the sheriff's obsession with the Burnt Peanut, gave him the same treatment and attached a penis to his model, going as far to claim, quote, "The faithful sheriff asked us to recreate this image using his likeness so we can feel more included," unquote. The sheriff initially responded with, quote, "Apparently you know you've hit it big time when they do this to ya," unquote. The sheriff would appreciate the girth of the penis they selected for him, a tactful response that signals he is playing along with a joke. The responses were more direct and treated this not as a joke, a ploy to convince the sheriff that the masses believed that the sheriff in earnest requested images of his model with a penis. The sheriff was succumbing to the strategy by clarifying that Super Mega are lying and he does not even know who they are. The responses turned even more direct and accusatory in asking the sheriff why he would make such a weird request. The sheriff responded by claiming the joke is obvious and no one must be this stupid not to see it. Yet the sheriff had succumbed to an equally obvious ploy. He now edited his response to Super Mega's tweet, adding that Super Mega was making an obvious joke and that the sheriff did not even know who they are and never asked for this image to be produced. The sheriff even commented under Super Mega's original tweet, stating that anyone who believed Super Mega are a little slow because this was obviously a joke. Super Mega responded, stating that this was a request from the sheriff himself. The sheriff again denied his affiliation and now believed that someone had made the request under his identity, an idea that he finds crazy. Super Mega responded soon after with an image of a fabricated conversation used to prove the sheriff's request came from his account. The fabricated conversation reads, quote, "Hello, I'm a Christian content creator and part of the Peanutverse. I hear you guys are responsible for the burnt peanut meme where his penis is exposed. Please make a version of that epic meme for the faithful sheriff. Here's a picture of my real penis that you can use." Unquote. Attached is a cut-off image only showing the upper body of a shirtless person that is only wearing black leather straps. The following morning, the sheriff returned to refute the allegations now in video form.
I never said this. I never even knew that these guys existed prior to yesterday when this post came out. Here's a picture of my real penis that you can use. Obviously, this is not me. Y'all have seen me. This person probably weighs about 170. I'm 300 pounds. Not proud of it, but that's how much I weigh.
The sheriff also threatened to sue Super Mega if they persisted. 2 hours later, the sheriff posted proof that the conversation was a fabrication and Super Mega's image lacked an element found across Twitter messages. Every time the sheriff would attempt to disprove Super Mega, he was only met with several comments claiming that it was him that was lying, at times referencing how unchristian it is to lie or request such an image. References of the faithful sheriff's penis seeped into live streams through detractors joining his games, sometimes doxing him afterwards. The sheriff himself would post these clips to his TikTok and YouTube, where the sheriff continued to actively showcase his controversies and controversial habits.
What grade you in, kid?
6th.
Okay. You liking school?
I don't know. It's boring.
Oh, guys, look! It's a minor! And I'm talking to them! Whoa!
God,
So controversial! Whoa!
You're not
You
helping.
could be part of the police force, you could pick up a firefighter, you could join ICE.
There we go, that'll work.
You know? The military.
Oh no.
I heard.
Stop! Gross creep.
Persona!
No.
ICE was hip and cool. Do kids care about that thing nowadays? Do they make fun of you in school if you're not as good at Fortnite as they are or something? Is that a thing?
No.
Okay. Well, that's good. Kids can be mean sometimes. Yeah. They call each other Chud and all that?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I get called a Chud sometimes. I don't even know what it means. I don't think they know what it means. Honestly. What is a Chud? Can you enlighten me? Oh, see, you don't even know.
As the sheriff
Okay, that's a good part too. Perfect.
continued to lean in to his less favorable sides, Super Mega was also continuing to spread their rendition of his motto periodically.
Think Joe Biden would do this? I don't think so. Do you think he'd think of it? Do you think he knows what it is?
While some attempted to convince the sheriff to hash out his grievances with Super Mega and Fortnite, he declaimed based on his morals and also his frustration with the virality of the image they created. An image that has taken life as a presumably fake tattoo that could be seen posted across any sheriff-related content. Even a keychain was made to honor the image. Super Mega was hardly the only enemy the sheriff had made. Gaming for Hope, unaware that the sheriff was Dr. Witnesser, in response to a commenter suggesting a collaboration, stated that the sheriff has no business calling himself a Christian and that he will not be collaborating with him. The sheriff in turn stated that Gaming for Hope is an agent of Satan. After all, the sheriff was not at all conservative when it came to claiming those that opposed him were agents of Satan. Even in claiming Curtis Connor, a creator who had made several videos on him through his several iterations, was an agent of Satan. The sheriff went into far more detail than usual when using this common retort on Gaming for Hope. Soon after, the sheriff claims he was blocked by Gaming for Hope. Even after being blocked, the sheriff continued to argue against Gaming for Hope and in favor of his own beliefs.
That's the end. He don't want to collab? Fine. But he ain't no right to tell me that I don't got no right to be a Christian when he's the one preaching the false gospel. He's the one leading people straight to hell with his actually false gospel.
Gaming for Hope's realization that Dr. Witnesser and the faithful sheriff are the same person was captured in a TikTok celebrating the peculiar and history tension between the two. Among the content created to discredit the sheriff was a poll imposed by a Discord user pretending to be the sheriff. The poll asked the respondents whether they are or are not circumcised. The respondents could answer by reacting with either a scissor or umbrella emoji respectively. The sheriff denied any association with this poll, but as the Twitter community did at large with Super Mega, the commenters doubted the sheriff as to make him more paranoid. Eventually, another fabricated poll emerged by another imposter pretending to be the sheriff. Succumbing to the onslaught and convinced that the internet believes he is both the creators of these polls and a predator, the sheriff sought to disprove the allegations by refuting them verbally and by providing step-by-step instructions on how easy it is to pose as him, unwittingly also providing a tutorial on how to create more fake polls.
Okay, I didn't think I'd have to make this kind of video, but apparently a lot of people are big morons on Twitter, on the Twitterverse, on the Xverse. People are idiots, like real big idiots, or perhaps they don't know how Discord works. So I just mimicked the Faithful Sheriff. Even though this isn't what my name looks like in Discord, I'm just showing you how easily it is for somebody to fake being me, even though it's obvious to anybody that's been in my Discord that this is not me.
As the fake Discord screenshots gained more prominence, so too did this real one. It is of the Sheriff's Discord mod banning a member of the Sheriff's Discord server for being transgender, going as far to say that this user will never be a woman and will burn in hell if they do not repent. The Sheriff responded to this post only 15 minutes later, apologizing to the banned user and stating that this sort of talk is 100% not allowed on Discord, especially from a mod. For that reason, the mod was unmodded as their conduct was hateful and not representative of the faithful deputies community. Though the Sheriff's response may have won some favor from his detractors, the opposition against him for mimicking the burnt peanut and occasionally attempting to win his two children at Fortnite hardly budged. The Sheriff's infamy grew so great that Gideon, a prank channel turned predator hunter, got wind of the Sheriff's antics and was able to speak to him while they were both live. Gideon's main point of contention appears to be the Sheriff's intrusive approach to attempting to convert others, specifically children. The Sheriff would end up leaving the conversation as he believed that Gideon was implying he was a predator. Gideon would upload his perspective of the conversation, while the Sheriff would upload snippets of his perspective through shorts. The Sheriff's perspective, due to his viewers strategically spending their channel points to purchase farts and fart bombs, detracts from the conversation at hand.
So you said you have kids, right? Do you allow your kids to, when they play, do you allow your kids to play video games?
I do.
Okay, you do. Do you allow them to go on voice chat on those video games?
No.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
On April 1st, the same day Gideon uploaded his conversation with the faithful Sheriff, Super Mega posted this image of a fabricated cease and desist. Within, the Sheriff is supposedly furious that his messages with Super Mega were leaked. This bait was far less effective, the Sheriff only denying it when asked, and not attempting to convince the internet at large of its fabricated nature. Perhaps the Sheriff was growing wiser. On Twitter, he was teasing at a new arc. Perhaps he was shifting his brand away from the peanut entirely. This could all mean one step away from the path of infamy he's treaded on throughout the years. Only his rebrand was yet another peanut, this time with an anime style, even using the popular isekai anime format through AI art to create a poster that reads, quote, "Born a chud, but summoned to another world to become an unrivaled hero." Unquote. The model was initially created for a collaboration with an anime-style VTuber, but was now the permanent one, lest he rebrand again. Shortly after his rebrand, the Sheriff attempted to reach out to the Burnt Peanut for a collaboration, a request that went ignored by the Burnt Peanut. And this post was hit with a community note. Quote, "The faithful Sheriff has taken on his newest persona by blatantly plagiarizing the Burnt Peanut for enhanced engagement. The faithful Sheriff has had controversy regarding verbally harassing children while playing video games like Fortnite." Unquote. Twitter's community note feature is meant to find misinformation that is prevalent on the website, though it is sometimes abused to express an opinion and ironically to spread misinformation. The Sheriff was not happy with how the community note feature was exclusively being used to discredit him and not his detractors' claims. He would end up claiming that the community notes attached to his tweets was harassment. This too was community noted with the added context that adding missing context is not harassment. The Sheriff doubled down and this too was community noted. The Sheriff, for a third time, stated that the community note feature was being abused against him. Then, this community note falsely claims that the cease and desist and the private messages with Super Mega were credible, undoubtedly infuriating the Sheriff. Even so, few could rival the image destruction of the Sheriff himself.
And you might want to tune in because that N-word is going to be slung around like crazy today. I mean, like a lot. We're talking a lot. So come on in and watch the stream.
This promotion from the Sheriff shortly following the community note arc came unexpectedly, even confusing Super Mega as they responded to the post only with a single question mark. Perhaps this is what it took to finally get the Burnt Peanut's attention because the Burnt Peanut finally responded, an act that made the Sheriff tear up, not from joy but from disappointment.
I went into his stream and I said hello. Message pops up, your comment was not posted. has a problem with this channel's moderation settings. So I put 2 and 2 together and guessed that the mods actually blocked my name. The Faithful Sheriff is blocked in his stream. So then, coming to that realization, I said, goofy mods, or mods are so goofy blocking me, like blocking my name. I typed that in the chat, and he's got like 30,000 people watching him, right? I didn't think he would see that. But lo and behold, he looks at the chat and reads what I said back. Mods are goofy for blocking me. Okay, here we go.
LOL mods, you're so goofy for blocking me. No, only I can see what you're saying. You are blocked. That is true. You are blocked, sir. Only I can see what you're saying.
So then right after, I'm typing, oh, so does this mean I can't join the server? And then right now he's like blocking me. He's banning me from the chat. Like right after that, I got banned.
Even Gingy responded to the sheriff's post, stating that the sheriff is a parasocial weirdo that can't take a freaking hint. The sheriff responded by calling Gingy boring, to where Gingy responded, quote, I don't copy someone to try to make myself entertaining, unquote. To make matters worse for the sheriff, his initial post was community noted.
I'm also a racist after openly saying racist slurs on stream. So let's go to Google and ask, what does it mean? What does it mean to be a racist?
While the sheriff had failed in his goal to play with the burnt peanut, he succeeded in getting him to verbally acknowledge him. His reward for this grand quest was even more ridicule, this time from those parodying the Faithful Sheriff and his obsession with the burnt peanut.
And look, any of these other peanuts that believe in God, they can get fucked.
How many times do I have to tell you guys this? I did not choose to be a lemon. I was turned into a lemon by the burnt lemon.
Faithful Sheriff, please turn me back.
What's up, y'all? It's the Faithful Combatant here.
Bro is straight up copying Burnt Gubby. We're at an all-time low. How many times do I have to tell you I was turned into a Gubby by the Burnt Gubby?
You think the burnt peanut was the first person to become a peanut? No. I've been a peanut my whole life.
As long as I was hiding behind the image of a silly peanut, my existence as a miserably obnoxious grown adult ceased to exist.
Few were committed to this bit as Twitter user EmiOK was, who was shocked to be unfollowed by the sheriff. EmiOK escalated this by changing their profile picture and banner to the Faithful Emmy. She then shared an image of her PTuber avatar reading a Bible with the sheriff. Soon after, she was blocked by the sheriff, who stated, quote, this is a great example of someone legit copying someone else. This person is taking my exact background, my exact font, my VTuber avatar, and plunging it into AI and making a version for herself. This is copying, unquote. This is only a small section of the sheriff's tirade that also addresses Gingy and her comments about his obsession and, of course, the burnt peanut.
A command.
Quote, he does not own the right to being a peanut. In fact, you could say he is copying Mr. Peanut, a well-known peanut brand name of actual peanuts. No one accuses him of doing that? Gee, I wonder why. 'Cause it's silly, that's why. I became a peanut on a whim and thought it would be fun. I kept being a peanut because I was enjoying myself. I have changed my name completely to the Faithful Sheriff to even get away from the allegations that I was copying a certain someone else for simply having the title Doctor in my name. Today, I have a completely different avatar that's full-on anime VTuber now to further distance myself from copying allegations of the burnt peanut. From this point on, I am not addressing or commenting on or talking about anything to do with the burnt peanut or how I may quote-unquote copy. I know it's just a hit campaign because y'all are butthurt that someone else is a peanut now. It's actually pathetic, unquote. This post was hit with a community note. As for Emmy, Realm Reforger on Twitter pointed out how Emmy's model and banner actually differs from the sheriff. Emmy herself requested to be unblocked to talk this out, and separately tweeted an image of her avatar kissing the sheriff's avatar with protesters in the back demanding Emmy be unblocked. As the sheriff did not respond to her request, she shed her peanut skin and officially moved on. Just as Emmy had moved on from the sheriff after being reprimanded, the sheriff too began to change after his similar experience with the burnt peanut. At the time of writing, the sheriff has recently hinted at a new furry theme model, apparently closing the burnt peanut chapter, perhaps rebranding as an entirely new, original creation, or falling back into the shadow of another popular creator. Only the latter has shown to provide him rapid but consequential growth. To some, a vilified existence is better than not existing at all.
Oh, well, that's it. What a tragedy. Poor Emmy. The burnt Emmy at the end there.
Peanut, my existence as a miserably
I like all the. Uh-oh. Okay. I don't know if it'll do it all. Oh no. Try it again, hold on. Still dancing? And then get up and start dancing more. Does the arm bend the right way? Or no? Okay, we're having too much fun. We can use that later. But yeah, it is the end of the stream. Thank you everybody for hanging out. It's funny stuff. Who is streaming right now? Who to go raid? We got Tevin, got Shroom, Meerkat. Meerkat streaming. Go raid Meerkat. Why not? Give us a shout out. Watching Phil do what now? Playing more Dark Souls? Ready! Had to watch him. Quiet. Quiet, ad. Silence. We get stuff done. We add a little bit every single day. Until eventually we just have a whole bunch of stuff that we don't use. The Minions moving. He's playing Dark Souls 2. He's sucking. The game looks no different than usual.
Raw Phil is popping off.
Thank you, Suburban High. Thank you,
Kevin's
Dogs
popping
Playing. Thank you,
off.
Zara.
Everybody's loving this, but
See you guys again Wednesday.
But I could just disconnect and say fuck you.
See if I can,
and, you know, not get harassed by
do a
idiots.
rerun stream.
Harassed.
Real game.
Yeah, submit. Admit defeat. You gotta admit defeat, Phil.
May the good luck guide your way. See you Wednesday, my dudes. Have a good one.
He's defiantly holding on. Because if he disconnects, that's defeat. He admits defeat. He lost. This is it, you guys. Phil lost. Dude, you got 16 minutes and 30 seconds on the torch, and you're not even using it. Hey, big ups for the Ludwig raid with all these people that may or may not know what just happened. If you don't know, you gotta rewind the stream, man. This shit was so funny. This shit was so funny. This was an all-time whatever the fuck that was. He got whipped and then he got killed by toxicity. By an invading detractor. He suffered. He suffered.
That miss makes no sense. How did I miss? Think about it. I can't move. I'm stuck. I can't move in the room. There's not enough room to fight all those guys. It's fucking. Why? I can't move in the room.
Another death.
I can't open it. Full of enemies.